Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Summer LoL 2024 tournament hosted by Dark Williams College PC Gaming. I am Marcus Entropy Fang. I'll be your host for the tournament today. I'm joined by Enoch, First Seraph Cho, who will be the caster. So the games will be starting very soon today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited about the games today. think we have a lot of volatile matchups today, and hopefully we'll get a lot of fighting.
Yeah, for anyone's first time here, how the tournament works is that uh, this will be a tournament of 10 teams vying for the first place prize. Today is the group stages, which means that teams will be playing a round robin format in their own group. And the top two teams of each group will make it off to playoffs tomorrow, where we'll be able to crown a first place winner. Let me pull up the schedule of the stream real quick and we'll take it from there. All right, so here are the schedule for the games today. Uh, as you can see, the each team is playing in 4 games. There will be 2 groups of 5 teams, and then teams will alternate. Each team will play 2 teams on blue side and 2 teams on red side. We'll be keeping track of the standings as we go throughout the day. The teams that are marked in bold will be the teams that will be featured on the stream. But if a game ends early, then we'll just hop on to another game that's going on and see what's happening here. The first game on the stream today will be Team Xemacs versus Team Voidliss. Do you have any prior knowledge on this matchup or anything you can say before we jump into the champion select?
I will say that this matchup is probably the one that I'm most excited for. Um, oh, sorry, this is Voidless versus Zmax, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I sorry, I thought it was Zmax versus No Love. Um,
So
but
you're less excited about this game. I see how it is.
yeah, whoa. But I think this game will still be a very exciting matchup. I think this one will be interesting to see how mid lanes interact because I think both NA and Ixtali Princess are both pretty high elo players in comparison to a lot of the players in the tournament. And so yeah, we'll see how this matchup plays out. And then yeah, I think Voidless always has the consistency to carry, and then Zmax is a very strong jungler too, and usually he plays very team fight oriented junglers as well. So I think both of these teams have the ability to come back if they have a deficit.
Yep, I'm very excited to see how these teams fare. Like looking at all the teams this time, I feel like there's no team that actually has a super clear favorite to win the whole tournament, and there's also no team that's clearly not on par with the rest of them. Uh, let's see. Yeah, the teams are still getting ready. I think we're trying to make sure we have all the players before we get started. All right, and then for one of the fun things we're going to try out doing this year is we're going to be giving some superlatives. These superlatives have been suggested by players in the tournament, and they'll be non-toxic superlatives. Some will be given to teams, some will be given to individuals. Some of them are the classic ones that you're familiar with, like the Finals MVP. That's a very classic. We won't be awarding that today, of course. Or most innovative drafting. But then we also have things like the Jalapeno Trophy for Spiciest Invade, suggested by Lightning Fist, or the Silver Smurfer Award for MVP under average rank, suggested by JS Bach. So throughout the day, we'll be on the lookout, maybe giving some candidates for the superlatives, and then at the end of the tournament, we'll see who managed to win each one.
I will be interested to see who gets the spiciest invade, or even if we get spicy invades. I think in general, while during scrims or in houses, people might tend to cheese level 1. When the tournament actually happens, I think people play a lot more standard. So I'll be excited to see what happens.
All right, we're still making sure that we can get into the first game. Let's see. anything else you want to talk about while we twiddle our fingers to wait for the players to get ready?
Nothing really comes to mind. You?
Okay, well, maybe I can ask you about your past experiences with the Summer LoL tournament. This is our fifth time running the summer edition of the tournament, but we've also run many winter editions as well.
Uh, I don't want to talk about my summer LoL experiences. Um, yeah, I mean, I think like I had a lot of fun playing summer LoL. But I think it was either the first time or the second time I played summer LoL. I think one of the times I had to get my wisdom teeth removed, and so my team had to find a sub for the tournament. But then I think the other time I was on Xemacs' team actually, and I think from playing with Xemacs, I have a lot of respect for his shot calling ability and his drafting ability. And yeah, I think during scrims we were winning scrims. I think we won all our scrims actually, or a majority of our scrims. But then for some reason, the day of the tournament, I guess it just wasn't our day, and then we ended up going 0-4. Even, but I still had a fun time.
You know, that's all right. I feel like there's always going to be teams that do well, teams that don't do well. Honestly, the point of this tournament is for everyone to have a fun time. Like definitely, even if you don't win the games, but you get some exciting plays, some fun times with your team, then you can always come back next summer and try to take the crown next time around.
Yeah. What about you, Marcus? How's your experience in summer LoL?
Well, so I feel like I've had like a good amount of success overall. I won the Summer LoL 2020, the original iteration, way back in the day. Back then we had a like very cracked team, so honestly, I got mostly carried by my team. But like, I feel like one of my fun things about Summer LoL is like preparing for all the drafts because unlike a regular flex game or even a clash game, like you can actually have a lot of time to research the different players, do the different scrims, and honestly, I find the times that I scrim and prep the drafts the most are the times that I do the best. Like the year that we won, we had a bunch of Excel sheets, we had like scenarios planned out for every single draft. So yeah, and then also having the like 2 week period between the draft and the tournament to actually prepare is really nice. Because for this
Mm,
tournament, unlike some other tournaments, it's a stake draft every time. So the players are all chosen like one at a time. You don't sign up as a team, and we find that that makes the tournaments a lot more balanced.
yeah, makes sense. Marcus, the mastermind behind the victory, huh?
I wouldn't say that, but I don't know. I think after that, people started picking me earlier, and then I did worse. So make of that what
Uh,
you will.
were you last pick when you won the tournament, or when in the draft did you get picked?
Yeah, so I was the first pick of the final round. So like I
Oh,
remember
okay.
like the team was Sung, I Love People,
Mhm.
was the captain, and it consisted of Tofu, SK Telecom T1, Sammy, Rich Game Buddy, Zateo, Lauren, and me. So yeah, I
Oh
think
wow, that does seem like a pretty stacked team.
one big thing is that every year the average elo changes a little bit depending on who signs up. So one year, what might be like a first pick candidate in a different year, they might be like somewhere in the middle of the pack, or vice versa. And also, like
Mm,
a lot of players have improved significantly. Like many of the captains this year previously were like just players in the draft, but uh, the captain elo has increased significantly recently.
yeah. What do you think? What is the lowest rank for captain this year?
I think this year officially the lowest rank for captain is police defunder, because
Okay.
he was an Emerald One player. But we took into account that last year he actually ended the year Masters, so
Oh wow.
he's still a very accomplished player. I think he just didn't play as much rank this season.
Yeah. It seems like everyone who's a captain might have hit master at some point. Is that true?
I don't think all captains hit Masters, but all of them were at least high diamond at some point in their career. So
Okay.
yeah. And then we also have captains from a variety of the roles. Like, for example, Xemacs and No Love are jungle captains. Voidliss and Yeetor are like bot lane captains. Yeah, and so on. Oh, abrahampark is also a jungle captain. Honestly, I find that oftentimes the jungle captains can do pretty well because as a jungle player, you can impact the map a lot. But I think the captains that ended up winning the tournament, they come from a variety of the roles. Except
Mm,
I'm not sure if a support captain has ever won before, but maybe it's harder to hard carry from that role.
yeah. So, do you think this tournament is a good way to see which role is most broken? So, whoever wins the tournament, that role must be the most broken, right?
Maybe, but I don't know. I think oftentimes I feel like the captains and the players that make up the team have a much bigger impact than one specific role.
Yeah, that makes sense. What do you think the most broken role in solo queue is right now?
In solo queue, so to be completely honest, I haven't been playing much solo queue these days.
Uh,
I keep hearing people complain about jungle, but I think that's a tale as old as time. But recently I've heard that ADC mid laners have been really strong in the recent
mm,
patches. Like people are picking Tristana, Lucian, Zeri. Like I've basically seen almost every ADC being picked mid at some point.
yeah. Personally, I also think jungle is broken. Yeah, I'm not really sure about AD because I know that ADC mids are complained about in high elo. Um, but yeah, I've also been hearing that ADC mids aren't as successful in like lower tiers. So it'll be interesting to see if AD mids are pick ban in this tournament.
All right. From chat, we got Captain SK Telecom T1 Tofu says Tristana is poo poo. So maybe my information can be slightly dated. But at the same time, I think some teams are still going to be picking other ADCs in the mid lane. So, and then there's always this question about Seraphine. Seraphine's been a meme in the discords where a lot of the times people have been picking Seraphine very aggressively for their team and finding a lot of success for it. What do you think about this pick specifically?
Um, I think like a lot of people talk about Seraphine just being really strong and easy to play. I mean, I haven't played a lot of Seraphine, and I feel like it's kind of clunky to me, but I do think Seraphine does have the ability to be very high impact with the amount of shielding and the huge ult that can definitely change a team fight.
Uh, do you know why Seraphine seems to be so much more broken in this format compared to like solo queue or even professional play?
Mm, I think my guess is that it seems like Seraphine can be punished quite easily in like high elo or like more coordinated play. But I think with the variety of skill levels, it might be hard to punish Seraphine's weak early game. I assume that Seraphine has like a really strong late game. Um and so I think a lot of the times she's just allowed to scale for free. But I would also have to check the stats on how well Seraphine does according to game time.
Yeah, I think you're right about Seraphine being hard to punish, and we just got notification that we're entering into the draft right now. So let me transition to the draft and then see how the players are doing. All right, so welcome to the draft between Team Xemacs and Team Voidliss. They'll be the first teams featured on the stream today. All right. Let's see. All right. Looks like they've already gone through most of their picks. Do you have any analysis on how the draft is going so far?
Um, Sorry, I'm taking a quick look at who is on whose team.
Yep.
Uh,
All right. The blue team is Team Xemacs. Their captain player is Xemacs, presumably on the Viego pick, which is a really strong AD carry jungler. On the other side, Team Voidliss, their captain is uh, playing bot lane. My best guess is they're playing Smolder, but they still have some time to actually make their final pick.
Yeah, I think from looking at in-houses, Yorick was banned against Bloody Ninja 1122, and it seems like Urgot was banned again. So it'll be interesting to finally see how Bloody Ninja 1122 plays Yorick. Um,
Yeah, that's right. I think Bloody Ninja 1122, yeah, is known for the Urgot player. If you don't ban Urgot against him, that's extremely scary because he's known to take over games completely. But maybe the Yorick would be a slightly less comfort zone, or maybe it'll be just as scary. I guess we'll find out after this game whether teams will need to start banning the Yorick as well.
yeah, I am excited to see the mid lane matchup. I think before draft we were talking about how these players were pretty high elo compared to a lot of the other players. And it seems like LeBlanc and Zoe is a pretty volatile matchup. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm not actually entirely sure who favors who in this matchup, but yeah, I think that both have the ability to certainly take over the game, and both are known for having pretty strong laning phases.
Yeah, so the Zoe on Team Voidliss is presumably going to the player NA who has done very well in the past tournaments on specifically the Zoe pick. So it's interesting that they decided not to ban this champ and instead ban some other champs in the second round through. Meanwhile, on Team X Emacs, their mid lane player will likely be Ixtali Princess. Ixtali Princess is also one of the really early pick mid laners, but despite the summoner name, is apparently not a one trick for Kiana and has a pretty wide mid lane champion pool. So we'll see if he's able to take down this Zoe.
Yeah, I am really interested with the Viego pick. I think typically when I think of Xemacs, he tends to play more AP full clear junglers. And I'm not entirely sure that Viego has the ability to take care of or take over games. I think Viego seems to be in not as strong of a spot as a lot of the meta junglers. But I think with LeBlanc, if LeBlanc is able to snowball, then Viego can certainly get ahead by getting resets with LeBlanc and running around the map.
Yep, I'm super excited for the first game. We're still waiting for them to actually get into the game, and there'll be a little bit of a spectator delay, unfortunately. But then once we're in the game, we'll be able to see uh, these matchouts play out in real time. Because I feel like looking at the draft itself, it doesn't seem like either team clearly won or lost the draft from the champions being picked. So at this point, it comes down to how the players actually execute in the game itself.
Yeah.
All right, so given what we know right now, do you have one of the teams that you're favored to win, or is it too early to tell?
Between these two teams,
Yeah, between the teams on stream, Team Xemacs and Team Voidliss.
um, I think I would put my money on Voidless's team.
All right, what's the reasoning here?
Um, what's the reasoning?
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of Bloody Ninja 1122, and I just think this guy, even if he gets behind in laning phase, he just has the ability to take over the game. Um, and so yeah, I just feel he's rock solid. He has that comeback potential. You know, he might even dominate lane because looking at the stack, it seems like York is a pretty strong counter against Volibear. Um, so yeah, I'm just hoping that he can take over the game and carry red team to victory.
yep. And giving some of the most important picks to Team Voidless, I'm not sure if that'll make big difference here. Like NA on the signature Zoe, people have been very scared of Voidliss's Smolder pick in the bot lane because of the potential to go hyper scaling in the late game.
What about you? Who would you put your money on?
I think right now, given the draft, I put a slight edge towards Team Voidliss because of what I said. Like, the players seem to be really getting the picks where they're the most comfortable on, but it's anyone's game, especially like if someone gets fed on Team Xemacs, that can be really hard to play for Team Voidliss.
Yeah. The good thing is that Xemacs should have pretty consistent CC dealing with Smolder, with just the Nautilus point and click ult, but I'm also not sure. Well, I guess it would be pretty easy for blue side to reach Smolder as well. So yeah, but if Yeetor gets ahead, I don't know how they would deal with him.
Alright, I think this is a time to run a quick ad break before the game actually starts. We're still waiting 1 minute before we can actually get in due to the spectator delay, so we'll be right back here. Alright, I think if you have a Twitch Prime, you actually don't see the ad delay, so you can still hear us, so we shouldn't like say random stuff, but yeah, this is my first time actually running the Summer LoL stream, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Have you casted before prior to this, or is this your first time casting?
It is my first time casting.
Alright, well, you know, we gotta put on a good show for our viewers.
Yeah. Do you listen to music, Marcus?
When I cast, or just in general?
Or just in general? Oh, loading screen is happening.
We're already in the loading screen. Alright, I think we're about to come back live. Okay, so now welcome back, viewers. We're in the loading screen and the game is about to start.
I wasn't aware that Rich Game Buddy played Lilia.
I think that's a new champ from Rich Game Buddy, because in past tournaments he's never played Lilia. I hear a bunch of pings. It looks like blue team is going for a topside invade right away.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Ooh, this is really smart.
Yeah, I wonder if Bloody Ninja on the York will be caught level 1. They're going for the play. Alright.
Oh, I think he saw.
Yeah, I'm looking at the red team's vision right now, and they don't have that much vision, but I'm not sure if they saw the blue team earlier. Blue team is heading right in, so... But they're just gonna find it's an empty topside. Do you think blue team would go for like an invade of any sort? For taking the buff, or are they just gonna get back off?
Looks like they're just going to ward and back off.
Yeah, I wonder if they're thinking that red team made a counter invade on their bot side, so they have to be careful of plays like that. So this game will definitely not win the superlative for spiciest invade, unless unless all the invades after this are even less spicy.
Yeah. What if every other game just doesn't have an invade? And I guess this one will have to win by default.
I mean, it's possible, but I strongly doubt that. I know that Team Xemacs is actually known for doing a lot of invades, so... Like, this game demonstrates that. I wonder what other strats they have cooked up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the bot matchup as well, because even though Voidliss is captain, Zateo has also hit Diamond in previous seasons and been captain for Winter LoL.
Yeah, and both of the support players are actually not as experienced playing support. Cardinal's known for being a Zed mid laner, but they're going into the fight right now! And that's the
Oh,
first blood for
no.
Zateo. And he even burned the flash and heal from the Maokai. What happened there? Looks like Team Voidliss just weren't able to play around the level 2 as effectively. And now, oh, Cardinal going a little deep, taking a turret shot, but being blocked by the shield, so it's mostly okay. And blue team is going for a gank on the mid lane. Are they able to pick up the Zoe? Yes. Now that's an early 2-0 lead for Team Xemacs. And he's going for a further invade. Wait, that's a huge amount of damage. Seems like Rich Game Buddy is being pushed off of his jungle camps. But nope, Xemacs seems like, alright, we're going to take it easy and go back to the jungle.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that's a already very quick early lead for Team Xemacs. They're up by 1.2k gold at this point. And I do think given their team comp, they really want to try to snowball this game before the Smolder is able to scale into the late game.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Xemacs doesn't go for the invade on the red there. I think that they might be able to win that fight, but I guess he just wants to play it safe and is content with the little lead that he's gained.
Yeah, maybe the idea is that you want to play it safe because you already have a lead. You don't want to just like coin flip and throw it away.
Yeah.
We do have a superlative for most coin flippy play suggested by Salami Face. So if you see any of those, maybe we can put it in as a candidate.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like both supports are roaming up to the mid lane.
Yeah.
Oh, will Nautilus and Maokai spot each other?
Nope, Maokai is just hanging out around here. I mean, they know that Nautilus is around because the blast plant got popped. But, oh, there's a fight in the top lane. Rich Game Buddy's able to get 2 back. Unfortunately, we missed the start of the fight, but that must have been a very good gank on the side of Team Voidliss. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a huge comeback play from Team Voidliss with Rich Game Buddy picking up 2 kills, and you really want the kills on the Lilia. They'll make Lilia such a menace later on into the game. Alright, just some more trading. Looks like the mid lane matchup CS-wise is actually very even, and LeBlanc has a slight health and summoner spell advantage, so we'll see if they're able to convert it into either a kill or maybe just some amount of map pressure.
Yeah, and now Zoe should know that Viego is on the bot side. The LeBlanc is also pushing in, so I think it's very hard for Zoe to get ganked.
Alright, and then blue team over here is setting up for a dragon play. Looks like red team are content to let them just have it. Lilia is still farming in the Wolves camp. Alright, and then maybe in return they'll trade for either some Void Grubs or play on the opposite side.
Yeah, but it looks like Volibear is... Oh, he doesn't ward the Void Grub. He just wards that bush on the top side.
Yep, and here we see Rich Game Buddy going for the Void Grubs. Volibear hit 6 first, so top lane also very even in CS right now. Oh, but maybe the Yorick level 6 is a big power spike. They got the flash out and the ignite onto the Zoe, and that's a kill in mid. Wow, a solo kill from Ixtali Princess against NA's own signature champ. That must feel very good. Oh, and then looks like we have a gank in the top lane, but Rich Game Buddy's just here in the lane, you know, pushing Cole away from the wave and maybe denying him some CS here. Alright, we see Lightning Fist trying to hold the wave mid, but it's ended up crashing into the tower, so NA is still able to pick up most of the wave as a consolation prize, but you know, it must feel pretty hard. I think for a volatile matchup like LeBlanc versus Zoe, if one side gets ahead, then it can make the other side's life much harder.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I also am not sure that Void Grubs is going to deliver a lot of value because from the bot lane specifically and mid lane, it seems like they'll never really have the opportunity to push up and take tower plates. So I think what Rich Game Buddy should do is he should really try to unlock top lane so he can just start hitting towers. Nice. One plate for the top side.
Alright, we're in a little bit of a lull state right now. None of the neutral objectives are up, so I guess we just have the top lane beating each other up cam between Volibear and Yorick.
The top lane stacking damage stat.
Oh, but we might have a little bit of a play in the top side jungle. Blue team seem to be a bit far up, and Xemacs chooses to use his ult to get out. That's a pretty reasonable choice, but oh, they got a Lily asleep onto one person, but it's also a 3v4 on the side, and Xemacs is able to get the kill, which means he gets a reset, and Rich Game Buddy goes too deep. I wonder if it was just a setup bait. Xemacs on the Viego with the double kill, and if Cardinal's able to get another Nautilus hook, this could go for 3, but NA decides to flash and avoid another death. So yeah, I thought initially it looked like a better position from red side, but after having the extra player on blue side, it looks like the fight turned completely around when they weren't able to kill off Xemacs.
Yeah, and I think Rich Game Buddy tries to go in to execute Viego, but because he's picking up the reset, he's unable to be damaged, which ends up costing his life too.
So you mentioned earlier that this was one of the first times that Rich Game Buddy actually has pulled out Lilia in a tournament setting. Do you think this might be some sign that there's a little bit less experience on the champion?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I don't really know how to play Lilia, but I wonder if Lilia has flash in that scenario. I'm not sure when she blue flash, whether she can actually aim for a bigger sleep, because it looked like from that fight she only slept LeBlanc.
Yeah, and getting a one-man sleep on a Lilia ult can be good sometimes, but in a close fight like that, it might have been the difference between getting a kill on Viego and getting killed by Viego. Alright, but red side is still playing proactive. They're currently looking for the Rift Grubs, and it seems like they're on their way to getting 5 of the Grubs. Yep. There's been no contest. I'm assuming that blue side is positioning around Dragon, given their look in the bottom side. Looks like red side will just give this up and go for an invade instead, but finding no jungle camps on the top side for blue team. Alright, and this is another handshake of objectives. Red team gets the Void Grubs while blue team picks up the second dragon of the game. Alright, but while blue team was getting dragon, looks like red team is trying to make a play on top. And the sleep should guarantee the kill. It was very close on Bloody Ninja, but they weren't able to get the kill on a 1v3 scenario for Cole on the Volibear.
Yeah, it looks like the Volibear healing is quite strong.
Yeah, and then now, looking at the top side, having the 30 CS lead plus some turret plates means that Volibear will probably have a much harder time handling the side lane pressure from Yorick. Alright, and then on the other side, they're trading the bot lane plates so that Zeteo gets a bunch of CS, while Voidliss has to play very safe behind the tower. What do you think about this trade? Do you think it favors one of the two teams, or is it about even for both sides?
Yeah, I don't know. I think if Yorick has the ability to blow the game open with the gold that he just gained, then it could be a good trade. But it looks like he hasn't been able to really recall yet and spend that money. And I wonder if he's going to stop here because he wants to pick up the wave. So currently, MF definitely has a better time using that gold since she already went back and bought. And I think, yeah, we'll see who ends up getting first tower first. I think it might be York, but we'll see.
Though Voidliss came back and picked up some plates of his own, so I guess he's not feeling too sad. Though having the item differential in the bot lane, with the MF already having a completed Bloodthirster, will make it a bit harder for him to play in the next upcoming fight. Alright, and looks like red team is setting up for a play on the bot side. Lilia is just waiting in the bush, but nope, they decided to call it off. On the other hand, blue team makes for a play, a dive onto Bloody Ninja in the top side. Will Volibear and Viego be able to get the dive? And it looks like not. Volibear and Viego don't do that much damage to the Yorick. Even though Yorick is out of mana, he's able to still hold his own. So impressive play from Bloody Ninja.
Yeah, I think that was actually a really intelligent wall there because it makes it hard for Volibear to get on him, and then Viego can't really go or start if Volley isn't aggroing. But then it seems that Viego accidentally aggros by doing the
and they go for another dive. This time it works. With the Volibear ult disabling the tower immediately, they're able to quickly kill off Bloody Ninja before he's able to do too much damage back. Yep, so I guess that's the difference with having a third member around. Though Lilia's down here making a bot lane play. I wonder if Zeteo and Cardinal are able to recognize this and stay safe. Especially, I feel like whenever your support is sweeping the bush, that is a pretty telltale sign that something's going to happen in the lane.
Yeah.
Alright, and blue team picks up both the top kill and the Rift Herald, so they must be very happy about how the last play went. And then here's a play on the bot side.
Oh!
Yep, with the two-man sleep, Zeteo with the instant cleanse, are they able to get out? Looks like it's kind of hard for them to chase, and Rich Game Buddy tanking the tower. Wait, but he still gets the kill on Lilia. The DOT is so strong at securing the kill, even if they're no longer in range to fight. And red team gets the first turret in the game, so that was a massive play on the red side in the bot. And looks like there's another play on the top. It's actually just both sides trading the side lane plays. Blue team gets another kill on Bloody Ninja, putting him at 0-3-3, and the Herald will mean that they're for sure going to get the topside tower.
It's okay though. I've seen Bloody Ninja come back from worse.
Yep, I mean,
still a Bloody Ninja believer.
He's still up CS, so looking at the gold graphs, he is still 500 ahead of the Volibear, especially since a lot of the golds from those kills were picked up by other members of Team Xemacs.
Yeah. That being said, I do think Volibear, one of his greatest strengths is in the 1v1, where if he just continually procs his W, he gets massive amounts of healing.
Okay.
So I wonder if
the Zoe bubble means that LeBlanc has to flash here, but I don't think they have enough damage to convert this into a kill, unless with the flank on Xemacs, he's able to pick up both Voidliss and NA, which made this maybe a really intelligent bait. And they got the sleep onto Lightning Fist, which means he's going down too. And this is a massive conversion from Team Xemacs, who's able to get the dragon as well. What do you think happened there that caused them to make such a big swing in a short amount of time?
I think red side was just unaware that blue side still hadn't backed and were instead taking their whole top side jungle.
Yep, and then here we have Bloody Ninja going for the slide lane push on the Yorick, the classic. Given the massive size of his wave, I wonder if he's able to spawn the Maiden and go for a second tower here.
Yeah. And if I'm red side now, I'm actually pretty worried about the game state because blue side is already on soul point. And
and then the Yorick is almost able to solo the LeBlanc by himself. Let's see if he's able to, with the flash Q, not enough damage. He summons the Maiden, but is it a bit too late? and it seems like it is. Maybe it wasn't up. It could be a spectator bug where it just came up. But okay, the red team picks it back up with well-placed Zoe sleep into Lilia's Q. Pick up the kill. So once again, a 1-for-1 on the top laners, but it does halt some of the momentum on Bloody Ninja's push for the second tier top tower.
Yeah. As I was saying before, I think if I'm red side, I am really sweating because I think for Yorick, you're intending him to already be breaking the game open. But blue side is already on soul point, and if Yorick isn't breaking the game open, I think we just have to wait for Smolder to stack. I'm not sure how many stacks he currently has, but I think it could spell trouble for the next team fight.
Take a look. He has 108 stacks.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, 125 is the first breakpoint where he gets a little bit of the burn and execute. Is that right?
I believe so.
Yeah. So then he's at 113. So maybe after a wave or two, he's able to get the stacks before before the next dragon fight. All right. Here we see some more trading in the side lanes. Not sure if Yorick is able to get anything or LeBlanc, but guess we'll see if there's a play made around the red side Raptors. But nope, people are just content with farming, especially Voidliss, who is so close to getting the execute. He really wants to get this before the next objective. Oh, he ults the wave, but that doesn't seem to actually have got him any stacks. Okay, Xemacs is here invading the top side, but nope, no play is made. After red team send the reinforcements to the top side, it looks like he's just gonna smite the Krug's camp and get out there.
Oh, interestingly enough, it seems that blue side is sending their whole team to kill Bloody Ninja.
Yep, and we'll see if Cardinal's able to stop Bloody Ninja in his tracks. He commits the Nautilus ult, which means that's the go-ahead signal for them to go and have Zeteo pick up the kill, and that significantly stops the bot side push at least. They're looking to trade mid-tower instead, which honestly is a very good pickup at this time of the game because it breaks the map wide open. All the outers are down for Team Blue, so I guess it's not the worst trade, trading 1 kill for securing the mid tower there. Alright, and 122 stacks on the Smolder. He is so close to hitting his power spike.
Yeah.
Alright.
I wonder if 125 is enough to actually carry, though, because I think the breakpoint most Smolders actually look for is 225.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger breakpoint, but he's still very far from reaching that. And Lightning Fist gets caught in the jungle, which means he's able to get burned down immediately. Let's see if blue side goes for more, or are they just going to turn straight towards the Baron? Alright, it makes a lot of sense. They're going for Baron since they recognize that it's a 4v5, and Yorick is not anywhere close to being able to apply enough pressure to force them to back off. But maybe the Smolder being around, the LeBlanc hitting the chain, and the hook, Nautilus hook going on to Rich Game Buddy means he's going to fall without being able to use his ultimate. And that's a very big blow to the team fighting capabilities of Team Voidliss, but they're all very low. So is this time for Yorick? No, it's time for Zoe. Zoe gets a massive shutdown onto Xemacs, but Cardinal gets a hook onto Voidliss. This is a very chaotic fight. Bloody Ninja looks like he's getting destroyed on the topside jungle, but now blue side definitely does not have enough health to go for an easy Baron play. That was actually the real LeBlanc, but he is taken down by Voidliss. Wow, this is a massive chaotic point. Zoe goes for the Nautilus, but is taken out by Misfortune, so much was happening around the whole map there.
Yeah, I think now we can see NA's comfort on Zoe come out. That was an insane flash bubble on Xemacs that allows them to go fairly even and hopefully take Drake.
Yeah, and that's the thing about being good at champs that aren't just all about damage, because you can look for massive plays like that even when you like are behind in lane. And honestly, the LeBlanc has a lot more assists, but the Zoe with the CS lead means that she's definitely not behind by any means. But blue team is starting off the Baron while red denies the Dragon Soul. Are they able to burst this fast enough, or is red team able to come stop them? And it looks like with a 3-man play, they're not able to finish the Baron fast enough, and they just let it reset. Wow.
Can we see how many stacks Smolder has?
Yeah, let's take a look. Smolder now has 150, so that's enough for the first breakpoint, and he's probably trying his very best to be able to go for the 225-second breakpoint. Yep, and now it's just about securing vision around the Baron. The red team has placed a good ward beyond the pit, so then the control ward by the blue team won't be able to see it, and that ward should be able to spot many of the potential Baron attempts without being able to see the Baron itself. Meanwhile, Xemacs is looking for a play on the top side. He knows that Bloody Ninja might very well step up a bit too far, and there he goes. He's looking for another pick. Bloody Ninja with the flash and summoning the Maiden, but I don't think it's enough. Rich Game Buddy is not able to get there in time to save the Yorick, but with the Maokai ult catching Xemacs, he was caught, even though he used the ult to become unstoppable. And we'll see if they're able to find anything from that. Xemacs is so low, he is caught by the Lily asleep, but there's no follow-up. But the blue team's front lines are getting absolutely melted by the Smolder, Lilia, and Zoe combination. They just have so much damage that blue team is forced to go back, and this means that it's red team's turn to attempt to take the Baron.
I actually think this Baron attempt seems to be a bit scary. Oh, but LeBlanc actually went for the Merc Treads and the item component that builds into Banshees. I think with this, she's not as scary. Actually, could
yeah, red team is getting pretty low. Voidliss is down to half health just by fighting the Baron, and it looks like this is a time for blue team to go in. A massive MF ult shreds through the entire red team, but is it enough? We'll see if Xemacs is able to kill the rest of the team. Red team does secure the Baron, but blue team wins the fight 3-1. So, all right, what do you think? Which side won out in the trade? Do you like 3 kills better or making the Baron secure?
I think I like 3 kills more. But at least it would be a lot worse if they got 3 kills and Baron.
I mean, that is true, but I think red side were the ones who decided to stay on the Baron. I guess they could have just decided to leave it. The silver lining is that the only thing blue team got with the death timers is 1 tower in the mid, unless they are able to get the bot tower. I guess we'll find out here.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it seems a little bit risky to try to hold the tower, but because of no more wave, blue team decide, all right, it's time to back off and come get this another day. Yep, and we have a stack counter update on Smolder, 178. He's making his way there. On the way to 225. Alright, so looking at the game state right now, blue team is head on dragons, kills, and gold. So, but do you think blue team is significantly favored to win the game, or do you think the red team scaling is able to actually catch up at this point?
I just think it mostly depends on how they play team fights. I think Zoe is pretty good.
Looks like blue team hasn't engaged. Extali Princess with a very aggressive flash onto Voidliss, but not able to take him out. The MF ult is onto Rich Game Buddy and Lightning Fist, but a massive sleep on with Rich Game Buddy getting 3 people. It turns out to be a 1-for-1 in favor of Team Xemacs, and Team Voidliss should be very happy about this. Oh, and Xemacs biting off more than he can chew, going for Rich Game Buddy, but he doesn't have nearly enough damage. Cardinal with a very good Nautilus hook, which means that MF is able to take down Rich Game Buddy, but then Voidliss is able to clean up for Team Voidliss, and they're definitely much happier with the state of the game. I wonder if they can actually find the end here, given that they have Baron buff and it's a 3v1 push.
Win for red side. They won that fight 4v5.
Yeah, that was such a convincing win. I think definitely a big part of it was Rich Game Buddy hitting the massive 3-man sleep and Voidliss playing the fight very well to not be caught, even though LeBlanc tried to engage really early on. Yep.
Yeah, and I think we can see the strength of Zoe when a lot of summoner spells are burned in team fights. Zoe's able to just pick up a bunch of flashes, and wreak havoc on team fights.
Yeah, and now Zoe's at a point where she's very scary in the game. One bubble could end up with the game being over, though without Rich Game Buddy, red team is barely able to secure the dragon. It would have been very bad if blue team just went and stole it there.
That was very scary, given that Xemacs was already near the dragon pit.
Yeah, and it was Maokai who managed to secure, so MVP Lightning Fist. I want to give a shout out to the player Lightning Fist because normally he's actually a top laner, but for this tournament he was subbed in. He was not subbed in. He was drafted to play support because they needed a support player, and Voidliss has been coaching him a lot with making the support plays, and looking from how the current game is going, it's really been paying off. Like, he's been doing an admirable job.
Oh my goodness! This Zoe player is insane.
Yeah, that's some... Oh, red team is going for an engage onto the bot side. They get the roots, but and they get a big chunk off of Volibear. Is that enough to go for the kill? Rich Game Buddy gets hooked by Nautilus, which means that MFL is able to take out Rich Game Buddy. And Xemacs must be happy that they're able to stop the push. Yeah, because getting all 3 inhibs would make it very, very hard for Team Xemacs to have any amount of pressure on the map. But even with Rich Game Buddy down, they're still applying pressure because there's super minions pushing in the other 2 waves.
And I think Smolder might be hitting 225 soon.
Yep, let's take a look. Stack update, 246. Smolder's already there. Yep, and that is a very big power spike for this late game oriented champion. Yep, so now definitely with both the gold and especially the amount of towers, red team is on the front foot of this game, on the front seat. What do you think Team Xemacs needs to look for in order to bring the game back into their favor?
Yeah, I think it's a bit hard to play front to back. I would like to see Xtali Princess try to find flanks to kind of go around Vision, run around Vision, and try to get those quick trades in on their carries. But Voidliss already has a BT, so it might be hard to poke him out.
Yeah.
So maybe he would have to target the Zoe, who's been landing insane sleeps and insane Qs to bring these team fights back.
Yep, and then the red side is so dangerous because, yeah, as you said, one single bubble can lead to a chain CC that takes out any member of Team Xemacs, even the tankiest ones. And looks like red side has started the Baron, so we'll see how Team Xemacs responds. Yeah, and then Yorick is applying pressure in the bot lane, so Cole is not able to come in. Rich Game Buddy going for the massive 2-man sleep, but with the ultimates being burned, they didn't actually get too much out of it. So maybe this means that red team has to stop going for the Baron, but they did chunk out Xemacs, so they're going back once again. Yep, and the super minions are really taking the toll on Team Xemacs, which means that they're essentially giving this up unless Xtali Princess can make some sort of miracle steal. Oh, actually the Zoe ends up getting the Baron, so maybe there was a chance for LeBlanc to pick up the kill, and will the LeBlanc be able to get out? Looks like he managed to get out, unless Rich Game Buddy with a well-timed Lilia bubble means that Ixalia Princess is now going to be taken out.
Personally, I think Lilia bubble, kind of a big hitbox. You know, maybe Riot should reduce that hitbox, but that's just me personally talking.
Yeah, maybe. All right, what do you think will be the next big play that they're going for?
I think, yeah, it'll be interesting to me to see whether Xemacs gives this Drake or decides to fight it. I think they can afford to give it because it's not Soul yet. And maybe they want to wait for LeBlanc's Rabadon before fighting. But at the same time, I think it might just get harder and harder for blue team to fight this out, unless Zeteo is able to get a huge ulti.
All right, and red side is going for another siege, trying to take down the last remaining inhibitor tower. It's a big fight, but blue team is just getting melted, whereas Voidliss is able to free auto in these fights. But Zeteo going for a play onto Voidliss, but Rich Game Buddy's two-man sleep means that blue team is just getting eviscerated here. And with Coleman taking out Voidliss, it's not quite enough. Red side is able to close out the game, and they are now up 1-0. Team Voidliss defeats Team Xemacs.
I actually really like the Maokai flash Q there to disrupt the MF ulti. Big.
Yep, and all right, that's the end of the first stream game of Summer LoL 2024. Congrats on Team Voidliss for the win.
Congratulations.
All right, I'm gonna go see if there's any other game that is currently in progress that we can go spectate on, because there will still be a little bit of time before the next game is ready. But yeah, how do you think that game went? What do you think the teams can take away from the game and bring into the future games of the day?
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind is just ensuring that I think a lot of the times when teams get leads, it seems like they end up throwing a little bit. And so I think if Zemax can maybe harness the team's leads to more decisive shot calls or maybe less messy fights or calls, then I think the game should be really good because I think from what we saw, Xemacs had a really, really good early game actually, where they were able to find advantages on all sides of the map. So I think top was maybe losing a little bit, but they were able to punish Bloody Ninja's aggressiveness. And so yeah, I think if they're able to harness the ability to punish Bloody Ninja 1122's aggressiveness and then turn that into greater advantages around the map, that's one way that Xemacs can think about playing the game.
Yeah, and looking at how the game went, I feel like both the teams had like good opportunities to win. It wasn't like one team just completely stomping the other, and like a lot of times, like a very small difference in a fight can lead to the fight going one way or the other, and that can give a significant advantage to one of the two teams. So I think both teams should come out of this feeling like they're doing a lot of things right, but maybe figuring out what they can polish up to make sure they win the future games.
Yeah. And then also, maybe we ban Zoe and Yorick. And
Yeah,
Smolder. Smolder. Yeah.
I think especially the Zoe, like you highlighted a lot of the times where Zoe's able to make picks and go for really good supporting plays, but also doing a ton of damage to Team Xemacs. So we'll see how the other teams look at the match history of this game and adjust their pick bans accordingly.
Yeah. I would also say that I would like to see more aggressive itemization choices on Ixtali Princess. I think in this game, it just seemed like she wasn't as big of a threat because of the Merc Treads and Banshee's Veil. Although that might also be because she's playing into Maokai, which has like an instant chain CC. But yeah.
Yep. All right. So the next game that we'll be streaming today is Team Police Defunder versus Team Kiny. So they're currently setting up for the game, and we will be going into that shortly. Do you have any insights on these two teams and have any idea about how the matchup will go?
On Police Defender and Kiny?
Yeah.
Sorry, let me look at who's on this team. I actually have like zero information about. Well, I guess I know two of the players on Police Defender, and yeah, I think it's interesting that they drafted two top laners. So we'll see where Taka1518 goes and where War Koala goes. My guess is that War Koala will play top lane, and yeah, personally, I think War Koala is an extremely good top laner. I think he's very selfless. He's very good at stabilizing lanes in which he's not confident that he's better than the enemy opponent, and he seems to be very, very useful in team fights, being a very, very good tank player. On the side of Kiny, I also really respect Ben Bui. I think he, even though his rank says like around gold or silver, I think he's definitely way better. He's very good at playing all sorts of champs. He has a very wide champion pool in the ADC, and it seems like he's very good at understanding his role and how to play lanes. And from my brief games with Snuggle Hero, I also think he's very good Azir and Cassio and Anivia player, and so I'll be interested to see what he brings out this game.
Yep. Let me quickly switch over. I think I have a view of all the players in the. Yeah. So this is every single team that is playing today. They're split into Group A and Group B. Yeah. On the top of each row is all of the captains. So we're able to see. One thing we don't have information for here directly is what role each player is playing, because that's intended to be flexible. Like teams are allowed to switch up their roles, their composition as they wish throughout the tournament, and I think it definitely is a big variation between the teams how much they do it. Some teams they change out their roles all the time, and then other teams they have a very clear assigned role that they keep for the whole tournament. Do you have any idea about like what do you prefer? Like, do you think the teams that stick to the role are more successful, or the teams that are a lot more flexible between the different roles?
Yeah, I think personally, I just have a preference for everyone sticking to their roles. I think it is very difficult in a 2 week time frame to actually gain mastery over a different role, especially if the playstyle is like completely different. But yeah, what about you?
Yeah, I think having assigned roles is definitely like pretty good for making sure that like players are well coordinated and always playing something they're comfortable in. Like oftentimes if you have flex roles, someone's gonna have a less comfortable like spot. It's very rare that like multiple players in the team will be equally good at different roles. So, but then sometimes the problem is that when you do a draft, you're not going to always end up with the exact perfect distribution of players on roles, but like I think you just have to take that and make the most out of it instead of trying to cram having each player do multiple roles, which will make it even harder.
Can I add something here?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, first of all, my name is Ku in Discord, but in League, my name is Binky Blinky. And actually, this last winter LoL, my team, I was on Team Yeetor. My team's opponent was Unlucky's, who is the jungler for JS Bach. And his team role swapped on us because Unlucky's is able to play Kassadin. So then when we blind picked Yeetor's Victor in the mid lane, they countered us with this role swap and this like Kassadin, and the game was just completely lost because we were not expecting the enemy team to play Kassadin at all. So in a few cases, right, if the stars align, then like a surprise swap can be good. But that's just my take on it.
Yeah, that's very useful insight. Welcome Ray Binky Blinking to the cast. He'll be joining us and casting the next game when it's ready. I think we're still waiting on the players to finish their round 1 game. One of the games is taking a bit longer, but once the games are done, we'll be entering round 2 very shortly.
Binky B1 Inky, do you have any favorites for this tournament?
Who's already won so far?
Right now, looking at the match history of the games that are completed so far, Team Kalesvol, Team No Love, and Team Voidliss have each won 1 game.
Okay.
Yeah, I can bring us over to the standings page here, though. I need to update Team Kalesvol. Defeated Team Police Defunder in the first game.
I have absolutely no idea, but in my opinion, in tournaments like this where every team has like a skew, right? So like every team has a pretty large difference in ranked, where it's like kind of up to the 2 or 3 people who are higher elo to like compensate for like the 2 or 3 people who are lower elo. In my experience, I think mid lane has like the most impact, right? For example, like if you stick your highest elo player on support, I think it's probably harder to carry. So whichever team probably has the strongest mid jungle will be favored, and I don't know which team that is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
I can list off the mid lane captains. So Team SK Telecom T1, he is one of the mid lane captains. He's known to have a pretty diverse champion pool. Though in the past tournaments he was one of the lower rank captains, but this time he managed to hit Diamond 1 this year, so he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Another mid lane captain is JS Bach. He is famous for playing tons and tons of Talia and Lux and always being a threat for these tournaments. So, yeah, what type of mid laner do you think is the scariest? Do you think like control mage, assassin, AD carry, or is there anything that you have particularly in mind?
for
I think
me,
control mages are honestly like okay because I play ADC, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, control mages I have the hardest time dealing with those because they scale very well. And if they're laning against a mid laner that cannot punish them and run over the map while they're weak, then there's no point in the game where you can really like take advantage of a good control mage, right? Because yeah, they just one shot you and then they destroy the rest of your team in team fights. Um, yeah, control mages. I think assassins are also just weaker in the meta. I think there's a lot of tools that you can use to shut down an assassin. Like you can exhaust them, just chain CC them and one shot them, but control mages with like the HP buffs to Cosmic Drive, they can bide Zonias, they have a lot of survivability, and if they don't position terribly, then it's also hard to just remove them from a team fight. But I know that what is it? First Seraph? Do you go by First Seraph on this cast?
yeah, sure.
All right, First Seraph himself plays what? Syndra. Syndra's a control mage.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? What do you think? Do you think assassins or control mages are harder to deal with in a tournament setting
Actually,
like Summer LoL?
I think the scariest mid laner for me in this tournament is actually King of Conquest Louis Vuitton. He is a resident Yasuo Yone player. And dude, I just think Yasuo and Yone are so hard to deal with because I feel like you have so much agency in lane actually. against like ranged players. As a control mage, I really hate playing against Yasuo.
King of Conquest Louis Vuitton. Is that his name?
Well, he is shortened to Cock LV.
Okay, Cock LV.
Yeah, he is the presumably the mid laner on team Abraham Park here. For his team though, like there's been rumors that they might switch him into the jungle and put Abraham Park mid depending on how the draft goes. So like that's one example of a flex because King of Conquest, he's mentioned on the sign up form that he's happy to play both jungle and mid, and we know that Abraham Park, when he during his climb to masters, he's played jungle and mid laner primarily. So
Yeah.
I think I remembered stalking Abraham Park's OPGG during that phase, and I just remember him playing Talia jungle every single game. But that
yeah,
champ can also be played mid. Right?
yeah. So then like for captains that only pick one champ in solo queue, like Talia jungle, then they'll have to be able to adapt during the tournaments pick bans. But most captains are able to make something work, even if it's not the most comfortable thing. And always drawing one ban for free is definitely gonna help the rest of the team end up on their champs more often.
Mm-hmm. Am I allowed to talk about Abraham Park's OPGG, or would that disrupt the competitive integrity of draft?
I think if it's publicly available information, you can go talk about it. If it's leaking scrims, I don't think we encourage that.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'm just looking at the OPGG here, right?
Yep.
And Abraham Park has been playing a little bit of Zac in the Flex 5v5. And the thing about Zac is he has 3 spells that can knock up CC. And they also have a Yasuo 1 trick in the mid lane. So,
Whoa. He's not a Yasuo one trick. He's just very good at Yasuo and good at everything else. Vincent has a champion Ocean.
okay. Never mind. Not a Yasuo 1 trick. Regardless, competent at Yasuo. So, if you give this team that Yasuo mid jungle, that might be a nightmare scenario. Because I think both those champs are just super strong. Yeah, it looks like Abe is preparing for the inevitable ban of his Talia, which is a good thing. Do you think that his Talia will be banned?
Yeah, I think it will be. But who knows? Maybe his Zac will get banned too, and maybe his Mumu will get banned too. I think. What are your thoughts on target banning the captain as opposed to other players on the team?
I think that could work if the captain is like a 2 trick. But for example, if you try to target ban SK Telecom T1, then good luck.
Yeah,
Right?
I do also feel like SK Telecom T1 does have a strong champ pool.
Also, I'm more of a winter law aficionado than a summer law aficionado, right? And in winter law, you're gonna have a lot more players who are like lower elo, right? They don't play the game. They play the game maybe once every 6 months. And for the purposes of winter law, they learn like Seraphine or Nunu or a Mumu, right? So if you can target ban the weakest player, you can effectively turn the game into a 5v4. And in
That's
those
true.
cases, target banning the lowest rated player could be very good.
Do you ever feel any moral qualms about bullying the lowest rated player though?
Obviously, there are moral qualms, right? There are moral considerations to this. But if you really care about winning the tournament, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You do what you got to do.
I see. So if you were a captain and you were playing against like someone who didn't play for a long time, you would have no issue with banning them out.
If the match mattered, right? If the match was like an elimination match, I wouldn't care. I would not. There would not be the slightest weight on my soul.
Wow.
But if the match didn't matter, it's okay. We don't care about that.
I see.
What about you, Enoch? Let's say
Oh,
you're facing the same situation.
Well, the good thing is I don't think I would ever be in that situation. But if it were me, I would feel a little bad bullying someone. I would probably consider banning out the captain instead.
Okay. Okay. Why do you say that you would never be in that situation?
Uh, I just don't think that I would ever be in a captain situation.
Oh, really? I don't know. I think you might be high enough elo to be a captain.
I don't know if that's true, buddy.
What elo? What was your peak this season again?
No comment.
No comment. You did play ranked this season though, right?
Ooh, Marcus is back. Welcome back, Marcus.
Hello, I'm back. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you unwrapping something?
I was just getting a little bit of food because I only had a breakfast, so
Nice.
gotta make
What
sure
are you
I'm
eating?
I'm eating a baguette.
A baguette?
Yeah, no, baguette's great.
Like just a straight up baguette?
Hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Is it because the Paris Olympics just ended?
No, I just like baguettes. But
Like
Wait,
you
what
don't add
time zone are
butter
you
or
in?
anything?
I'm in the Eastern time, so
Oh wow, so you have not eaten in a while.
yeah, but that's okay. I have my trusty baguette here. It'll carry me through the day. There's a small dinner break too, but that's not for quite a few more rounds. And given the pace of things, looks like Team Kiny is still in a 47-minute custom game. So I was thinking that their game would be over soon, but maybe.
Can we see what champs they're playing?
All right, I'm gonna see if I can spectate game. It looks like I cannot spectate the game, unfortunately. I
Oh,
think you're not able to enter spectator for games that are in progress anymore. So, which is why
okay.
we're currently waiting for their game to finish.
Well, I certainly hope they took Gathering Storm.
Yeah. I mean, after the game, we can see the champion selections in the draft, but by that time, we'll be getting ready to go to the next game. Yeah. Looking at the schedule here, the second game is scheduled to start at 3 p.m. But if every game goes to an hour, then we're gonna have a much shorter break, or we'll have to push the games back by a little bit.
Do we cast the draft, or do we
Yeah,
join in?
yeah, we'll
Okay.
cast the draft. How it works is that they'll give us a draft link that's on a third-party website. This way, the draft can be a lot faster. And then once they get into their actual champion select, that'll be just for them to set up runes.
Hmm. Do you think that there is a meta to like the rune setup that is different in Summerlol compared to like solo queue?
Well, earlier, me and Enoch have talked about there just being a different meta overall. Like one meta pick that defines these type of tournaments is Seraphine, because Seraphine just makes your team fights a lot better in the late game. I think, as you mentioned, Gathering Storm might just be stronger in these because the games tend to take a bit longer. With these like unbalanced games, like sometimes it can be hard for teams to close out. So
Yeah, I definitely agree on the Seraphine one. I think Seraphine is the CEO of Winterlaw. I think another pick that is maybe easier to sleep on is Maokai. I think Maokai is super.
yeah,
Doesn't
we just saw last game there was a Maokai for Lightning Fist, and the ults have been quite impactful throughout the game. And one nice thing about Maokai is that you can potentially flex it in the top lane or support position, so gives you even more flexibility during the draft.
he can also be flexed into the jungle.
Oh, that's true. I'm not sure whether that is in the meta right now, but I think it
Oh
should be.
yes, and there was an earlier series today in the LPL between BLG and Weibo, and I'm pretty sure most was it at least in a few games the BLG jungler was just spamming Maokai, and it was just not. It was not close.
All right, so I guess a three-way flex, that definitely increases the priority. Similarly with Seraphine, I've seen it be played mid, I've seen it be played in the bot lane carry, but also in a bot lane support position. So having these flex picks makes it a lot harder for the other team to try to ban one person out. Because if they just ban one of the roles, then you just put the flex pick on that role and then pick someone else.
You could, yeah. I mean, with the new Senna changes, I don't know if fasting Senna plus Maokai is a combo anymore, but if that is, then you could flex Maokai to ADC. The quadruple swap, if you will.
Yeah, I guess fasting Senna would be just support Senna nowadays, right? Because especially they recently made a change to Senna so that Senna's a lot more enchanter focused. But I wonder if teams
Yeah.
are still willing to play like tank plus Senna support in the bot lane.
Have either of you seen like an enchanter Senna in your game since the rework?
When I was playing a game last night, I actually played with an enchanter Senna. I'm not gonna say which team decided to pick it, but one of the teams in the tournament decided that maybe picking Senna is a good idea. So we'll see if it actually comes out in any of the games.
How was it?
Well, in my opinion, it worked out pretty well, but maybe that's just results-based analysis where I was subbing in for the team and we won. So yeah, though it definitely feels different. Where like now, previously you could just have Senna be the sole AD carry, but I don't think that's a viable strategy after the rework.
Yeah. Is she played more like a heal bot now, or with the enchanter style?
Yeah, I'm not super sure. I actually think the rework came out very recently, if I'm remembering correctly. So I don't think there's been enough time for us to conclusively decide like how is like what the role of the new Senna is. I remember when Senna first came out, like Senna was being played all over the place with a bunch of different builds because people were still experimenting to try to figure out, hey, how should we play the champion?
Yeah. So who's playing in the next game?
The teams that are bold in the schedule will be the ones we're streaming. It'll be Police Defunder versus Kiny.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, and yep. As I mentioned before, we would love to spectate one of the existing games if possible, but unfortunately, there's been a change in the spectating client where now you can only spectate games during the start, I believe, and we're still waiting for the game between Kiny and SK Telecom T1. It says on my friends list that they're currently 53 minutes into the game, which is really long for a league game these days.
Did all 10 players disconnect? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sure there's a lot of there's a lot. Honestly, we're missing out. We're missing out on an hour-long banger.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. Maybe I can run a 1 minute ad break here. We're required to run the ad breaks by Twitch. So I'm going to run this now and then we can take a quick break and hopefully their 53-minute game will be done by the time the ads are done.
I really want to see someone play Twisted Fate though. I'm gonna be real.
You could provide a lot of insight on Twisted Fate because you reached a high elo on that champion.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I did not reach a high elo at all, buddy. Let's not start rumors.
Yeah.
Enoch, do you have any moral qualms about concealing your ranked achievements from the public?
No.
Nothing at
Well, I
all.
wouldn't have moral qualms. I'm not playing in any tournaments.
That's true. If you're not playing the tournament, you don't have to specify what rank. It's just if you're playing, then you have to make sure to be honest so we can figure out which team you belong on. All right,
True,
the ad break is
one-
over, but looks like their game is still not. I wonder if we're gonna break the record for longest Summer LoL game ever just after the first game of the day.
What's the
Do we have a
current
statistic on that? What is the current longest summer LoL game?
Unfortunately not, but we can keep track of what the longest game in this tournament is, and 55-55, that's where they're at right now.
Let's break 60 minutes. Do you think that that we would ever host a tournament where the lowest elo players are the captains?
I think that will make it have a lot more variance in the teams because usually the high elo players who are the captains have the most experience in the game, so they have the most idea about how to draft like a well-rounded team. I mean, of course, that's not always true, but like I don't know. We've tried like we're always happy to take ideas about how we can change up the draft to make it more balanced, but it's been really hard to figure out ways we can improve it.
Yeah, I guess with the way it's currently set up, yeah.
All right, looks like their game is finally over.
Oh,
Yep.
what was the time on it?
We'll find out once they post the match history, and now I'm just waiting for them to get into pick bans for the second game. Yep, teams are required to submit their match history shortly after the game ends. So then we can figure out what combination of champions and scoreline can lead to the game going for so long.
I certainly hope Team Kiny won that game because they are going straight into another one.
Yep, and we got the results. Team Kiny won a 55-minute 19-second game. That's the official
Wow.
in-game time. That's crazy long for a modern game of League of Legends. I feel like when I first started playing way back in the day, that's how long games take sometimes. But Riot recognized that, that's a very big time commitment, so they shortened the game times dramatically over the years.
Personally, I really enjoyed old school League of Legends like that. I want them to bring back the 50-minute bangers.
All right, and then we're about to get into the draft for the second game. So this is Team Police Defunder versus Team Kiny. Let me pull the draft, and it'll be right up in just a moment.
Wow, we had two infinite scalers brawling it out in that last game.
Which were the champions?
Smolder versus Senna.
Yep. That can definitely lead to a very long game, especially both of them. What does Smolder gain stack-wise when he scales?
I think his execute threshold just increases forever. I think it's with his stack.
So does that mean at some point you just like one-shot people?
Let's see. I'm scrolling through his 200-page fandom right now.
All
Trying
right.
to find it.
See, this is why we need the analysts, because they can look up the information while I get the stream ready.
According to Reddit, someone says basically the scaling got moved from the execute to the burn damage over time. So I guess the execute no longer scales infinitely.
Is the execute fixed? Like
Yes.
it's a
6.5% flat.
3.5?
6.5% flat.
Oh, okay. So it's like a
then-
weaker version of Collector.
How much is
Or no,
Collector?
stronger.
Okay.
Stronger.
Yeah,
Collector's 5%, I
I was
believe.
like, I'd be surprised if Collector was more than 6.5%.
Yeah, I was like, that sounds wrong, but
Do you know if it stacks on Smolder? Like, do you get 13% if you have both of those?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Maybe that would just be too strong once you get to the late game.
Yeah.
All right, and we're gonna transition to the draft between Team Police Defunder and Team Kiny. Looks like Team Police Defunder has blue side this game, and Team Kiny has red side, which is different from Kiny will be on the opposite side. Let's see if they can convert this to a win again, or is Police Defunder able to get their first win of the day?
would probably see a Garen ban for blue side. Definitely a Garen ban, unless they want to first pick it.
Why is that?
Well, Kiny reached like high elo playing Garen.
Yeah,
Mm.
on the sign up sheet it says Kiny peaked at Master 171 LP this year, which is the highest out of all the captains for the current year.
Oh wow, and he's currently 220 LP.
Oh, so I guess the draft sheet has not even been updated. 220 LP, that's crazy high compared to, I don't know, basically everyone else in this tournament.
Yeah, I think a Garen ban for Team Kiny, and then for Police Defunder, they want Kiny wants to ban out Shen because Oracle is insanely good at Shen. Looks like the draft sheet might be broken.
Oh, have they started? Nope, they
Well,
just
yeah, I don't
started the
know.
draft. So
Okay, I don't know how this works. So
it seems like we're still. It still says waiting on Team Kiny.
They deserve a little break.
All right. Can you see the number ticking down on the top?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, yep.
Oh, Nazir
Yeah.
targeting Snuggle Hero.
Yep. Team Kiny has the player Subtle Hero, who's famous for playing a ton of Azir, so it makes a lot of sense to ban it out. Like, regardless of which rank the player on the other team is, if someone just plays a lot of one champ, at least it's worth considering banning.
Yep, and the Shen ban for War Koala makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, Warkola peaked Masters on Shen many years ago, but recently hasn't played as much ranked. But still, his Shen is very formidable.
And the Garen for Kiny. Yep. Oh, interestingly, a Lux ban. I wonder who that's targeting.
I think that's for Police Defender. Police Defender is the only support captain of this tournament and is known to be a Lux main.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, in the first game of Team Kalesvol against Team Police Defender, Lux was also banned.
That makes sense.
Yeah, at a certain point, her ulti just goes on a 20-second cooldown, and she just one-shots every wave.
Do they ban? Oh, they banned Milio. Interesting.
I don't think Milio is a strong pick at all, but that's just my opinion.
Which player is the Milio targeting? Looking on Team
Oh.
Kiny, their support is Young9 likely. So
That might be who they're targeting, but
though I thought Young9 in the previous tournaments mostly played tanky support champions like Blitzcrank. So he's famous for the top lane Blitzcrank Bush play in one
Wow.
of the past tournaments. And in
Master Yi
Yi.
first pick on blue side. That is screaming confidence.
Spicy.
do you think they're picking it because they're afraid of it getting picked away, or do you think they're trying to do it to conceal information about their other picks?
I think they're doing it to express their alpha energy.
That is also a valid answer.
Who would you pick into? I feel like Rammus. Are there any Rammus enjoyers on Team Kiny?
Oh, looks like
Doesn't Rammus counter Master Yi?
Doesn't everyone counter Master Yi?
I don't know. I'm not in with the meta right now, so I don't know if this Master Yi is like one player saying that, hey, it's open, let's play it, or if they're like have some other reasoning behind the pick. But it looks like Team Kiny's picked up Smolder and Galio. Maybe the Smolder means we'll be going to another 50-minute long game.
I'm surprised that Ben Bowie is not playing Jin right now because Jin is so strong this patch, and Jin is one of his like most played champs. No,
Yeah, but maybe it's because the Smolder is a harder carry in the late games. Because, as we said earlier, a lot of these games go long. So, as Jin, if your team lacks DPS, especially if you're picking like a Galio, then maybe Smolder makes more sense.
do you think that's Galio support? I think that's Galio support.
Do you think that's the case? I'm not actually sure. I don't know how often it's picked in the support and mid lane nowadays.
Yeah, looking at Yun9's OPGG, he has played Galio support a few days ago.
Yep, and I mean Galio makes sense as a defensive pick. You can use your ult to make a lot of cross map plays and cover for like a split pushing side laner. And speaking of Jin, Team Police Defunder picks up the Jin.
Oh, actually, I think Master Yi might be Taka1518 playing Master Yi because I know he's a Master Yi player.
That
Yep.
is true. That could be the Taco 1518 Master Yi.
Is it a world-renowned Master Yi?
World renowned, yes. Jin Karma is such a strong bot lane. I really feel bad for Smolder Galio. If it is Smolder Galio bot lane, then they're going to be under tower for the whole lane phase, probably.
Yeah, and if they're locking in Cassiopeia, that makes it much more convincing that Galio's going support rather than going in the mid lane.
Do we have any info on whether Kiny can play the Cassio top?
I'm not sure. Maybe one of you can pull up his OPGG and see if he has any games on Cassio.
All right, pulling it up right now.
Oh, Derek says any bets. I forgot to set up the predictions, so I guess we can set it up for this game. Let me start a new prediction.
I'm putting my money on Kiny's team.
Do you have any moral qualms about setting example for sports betting?
This is all fake Twitch points, which don't really mean anything at all. So, spend your real money wisely and spend your fake currency however you want.
I will say, Marcus and I both did predict for Voidliss's team to win last game, so we're both 1-0.
I think Kiny needs to prioritize banning out AP solo laners.
It looks like the number is stuck on my screen, but I don't know if that's like intended or not.
Oh, it's possible that.
Oh,
Here we go.
Is it fine now?
it's
We are
fine
back.
now.
All right. Yep, it might be some sort of mechanism causing it to load out. Let's see. We'll give it a 2-minute submission period on the predictions, so players can predict whether Police Defender or Kiny will win. So if you have any Twitch points for the channel and you want a chance to double or nothing, or just bet a little bit of your points, then we've opened a prediction for this game.
I was gonna say that Smolder can be flexed top if Kiny wants to play Smolder top, but they're hovering the Jax, which makes that less likely.
Do you think Smolder top is also a strong pick in the current meta?
I've seen it played in higher elo games.
What's the big difference between those two? Like, do they serve the same role of being a late game hyper carry, or do you like build differently?
I think they build the same and they both just carry. I think the reason why he's played a lot in solo lanes, not just top lane but also mid lane, is because AP junglers are very strong as well. So that frees up AD damage in the solo lanes, and ranged marksmen are just strong in solo lanes right now. And
Yep, but
Smolder's just one of those
looks like they
cases.
locked into Zed. Where do you think that Zed is going? As far as I know, Zed is usually a mid laner, but we also have Cassio competing for that spot.
Yeah, I
Zed
think it
could
could
be
be Zed
jungle.
jungle.
Yeah, could be jungle.
What is Zed jungle like? I don't think I've seen that pick at all, but it's probably a more recent pick in the meta.
Yeah, I haven't seen Zed jungle often. I've only seen it from one player. Um, I don't want to say who because I don't know if it's leaking strats, but that guy's Zed jungle is kind of cracked.
Is
I'm
it
pretty
is it
sure he's
on Kiny's
undefeated.
team or is it on a different team?
It's on a different team.
Okay. Well, let's see if Kiny can pull it off, or maybe it's just a big switcheroo because Cassiopeia could be a top laner.
And now I am curious who he picks into Mundo. I think Mundo is kind of broken, if I'm going to be completely honest, especially in Summer LoL.
Why do you say that?
Well, I think Mundo just has it's like very difficult to deal with Mundo a lot of the times. And so he's essentially just allowed to scale for free. And with the Warmog's Heartsteel build, he just scales infinitely. He also runs Ghost a lot of the time, so what ends up happening is he can just run up to your carries and then one-shot them with the insanely high Heartsteel stacks.
But you do have to keep in mind that the Mundo is likely playing against. Is Kiny playing top lane for this tournament? I'm not actually sure, or is it Kiny jungle?
I
I
would
think it's
believe that
Case
it's
Yone top.
Yeah, given the previous game in the match history, it seems like it's Kiny playing solo lane on Yone. So, as you said, it's a free scaling, but maybe if you're playing against a Masters top laner, then it can be a lot harder.
I
All
believe in War Koala. War Koala is my goat.
right, the players are currently setting up for the game. There'll still be a spectator delay, unfortunately, so we'll have to wait a few minutes before we can get into the game. Based on this draft, would you say one of the teams won draft, and do you have a prediction of how the games will go?
It looks like Yone is going to win lane against Mundo. And then I think if Master Yi can successfully utilize his bot lane pressure to invade Zed, then that's a win con for Police Defender. But also, I'm unfamiliar with the Cassiopeia versus Swain mid matchup. Enoch, you want to provide some insights on that one?
I'm also unfamiliar with that matchup. I never see these champs in my solo queue games. If I ever see Swain in my solo queue game, it's me and I'm running it down.
Well, who's the mid laner of Police Defender's team again?
Police Defender's mid laner is likely going to be. I'm actually not super sure. Let's see what they played in the first round. Looks like in the
It-
first round they played
Oh,
uh
wait. It's
Police
Swain
Defender
support.
himself. Oh wait, no. Police Defender was playing Swain support, and Bunny was playing mid on Karma the last game. So that could be what they're
Wow.
doing this time around too.
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, that's actually really interesting.
But the thing is, I don't know. I feel like this Cassiopeia will be able to scale for free against this Karma mid. But who
Yeah, but
knows?
maybe Team Police Defender is looking for the other lanes. Especially, they're the team that has a support captain and an AD carry first pick. So they might be looking to win through that lane instead.
Yeah. I think for me, I personally think that Kinney's team is favored. I just think in general, with coordinated play, it's extremely difficult for Master Yi to get ahead. But maybe Summer Law might be a bit different. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I think think Police Defunder's team is favored because I just like their draft more. You know, you have the front line with the Dr. Mundo and the Swain, honestly. You have Karma shielding and speeding up everyone. And you have Jin, who's super strong, I think, into Kiny's team because Kiny's team has 4 champs that don't build resistances traditionally. So Jin will just be able to reach 4 items and just basically one-shot all of them. So I think, theoretically speaking, I think Police Defunder's team will come out on top if the bot lane goes how I expect it to go, which is Jin Swain just beats Smolder Galio in every trade and all in. But we'll see.
Maybe we'll see another 60-minute banger from Kiny's team.
Then at this rate, we're not going to finish the tournament by the end of the day.
I also want to draw attention to the fact that Team Kiny did not even use their last ban.
Oh, really? Do you think they communicated it out of ban, or do you think they just ran out of time and forgot to ban?
I don't actually know. That's a good question. But if it was on purpose, that conveys a lot of confidence. Maybe they saw the first pick Master Yi and decided that they needed to respond with some of their own confidence.
Yeah, because I feel like in these games, there's always going to be something that you can ban. Like, worst case, just look at what they played last game and ban that. And honestly, that's not too bad of a strategy, because players are usually going to be playing what they're comfortable with. So if you just ban what they're playing, like, force them to show a new hand at the very least.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Voidliss versus JS Box game just finished as well.
Oh, they just finished the second game in the... they just finished the second game while we're just starting off the second game, so... I don't know, maybe it just means that Group B is going to finish a lot earlier than Group A, and they'll have more of a break time.
Are we still waiting for the spectator delay?
Yep. I'll give an update on the spectator delay. I think, yep, we're at 2-minute 55 spectator delay. So once we get a bit closer, I'm going to run another 1-minute ad break, and then we'll get back to the content. Yep. Voidliss vs JS Bach ended up with Voidliss winning once again, so they're now up 2-0. The other games in the second round are still going, but if they're ready, they're welcome to go on to the third round.
Do you guys have any preferences in terms of like energy drinks? Like, do you guys drink energy drinks?
No.
The only time I do is if I need to stay awake at night, and I just drink a Red Bull. But this stream is not sponsored by Red Bull, so I'm not gonna
Yeah.
not gonna shill anyone.
Because personally, like I recently started drinking some energy drinks.
Yeah, Ray's a Monster fan.
Well, today I tried an energy drink from Whole Foods, and it was not as good as a Monster, I will say. So maybe I am a Monster fan. Monster, please sponsor us.
Given that we have 27 viewers right now, I'm not sure how much value they'll get for sponsoring us. Maybe they can give us $1 and then we can promote their... Like, surely that's like worth it for them, right?
I recently saw an Instagram reel of Purdue's gaming facilities, and I think if Monster can give Williams an update to Jessup, that would be very hype.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get any big sponsors. We're a small school, and also we need to maintain our integrity. Actually, funny story, we've previously had a sponsor for this tournament before, and they helped sponsor some of our prizes, and in return, we did an ad read on the stream, and yeah, so would not be without precedent. as far as we knew, they were happy, and we managed to promote their product.
Are you allowed to say which brand it was?
Sure. I think it was like a social media startup called Drop Pod.
Drop Pod.
Yeah. I'm not super sure if they're still around or doing this in the same business, but we appreciated their sponsorship. And speaking of that, the 3 minutes actually went by super quick, so we're gonna go right into the game. I forgot to do the ad break, but that's all right. All right, welcome to the round 2 of the Summer LoL 2024 tournament, with a game between Team Police Defunder and Team Kiny. Yep, that's right. All right, looks like this game will not win the superlative for spiciest invade, as both teams are just content with doing a 5-point. And you're right about the Zed jungle pick. It is in fact Kiny. It is in fact Demetus on the Zed jungle with Electrocute. All right, never mind. The spiciness is going up a little bit. We see some very early trading before the minions spawned. And Kiny going for an evade. I don't know if this would actually benefit Kiny. Looks like Warkolaw's doing a lot of damage and getting the grass stack.
That is good for Dr. Mundo, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if there's like a specific reason there, or if maybe you dodge the cleaver, you're able to win out on the trade. But
Oh, that was so close too. The E almost connected on Ben Bui, but he has the foresight to dodge.
Yep.
Jin lands the 4th shot.
I guess as a Jin player, you know a bit about how to play against your own champion, presumably, so you're able to play around.
Well, Jin just has probably the strongest laning phase in the game right now, maybe second to Draven, and he's already off to a great start. They have level 2 advantage, and he's already chunking out the enemy Smolder, and I think it's much harder for Smolder to farm his stacks under tower. So this is just a good start for Police Defender's team in the bot lane.
Yep,
and
they already got the push in, and Red Team's bot lane is still level 1 right now. They just hit level 2.
Yep. So yes, Galio's already chunked to half, and Master Yi is pathing bot side. So this is good to see. Maybe there's a chance of a dive if Jin continues to chunk Thurn Galio.
Yep, though Galio, I think, is famously fairly hard to dive because he has so many ways to CC you under tower. The taunt from Galio will force you to take tower aggro, which is really not good if you're looking for a clean dive.
But Master Yi does have 2 tools in his kit to mitigate.
And this looks like all in. They burned the barrier, and they're very close to getting the kill. That was just a very good pullback from Captain Police Defunder, who is really showing you the difference a good support can make in a lane.
Master Yi should be right-clicking on. Oh, never mind.
Wait, they're looking for a dive, but they seem to be going too deep. Police Defender is forced to burn the flash, traded for Young Nine's Ignite, and that was really good for making sure that Red Team's able to stay in the game. Cassiopeia is bought here for a roam, but then Master Yi's coming right after. Young Knight is not afraid and picks up the first blood on the onto the Galio on Swain, but then Master Yi's able to get a kill back.
Very spicy start to the game we have. We did not expect the Cassiopeia roam bot lane at 3 minutes.
Do you think this Master Yi is able to go for an alpha strike to stop the back? He does do it, and that's so bad for Ben Bui. He is now going to take a much longer recall when he previously had a safe back.
That is the Taco 1000 plus 518 that I know.
Yep, and you really don't want to see a 2-kill Master Yi early on when you're playing a late game scaling comp. Or any comp for that matter.
So Dr. Mundo did burn his ghost just now in the top lane. I think maybe it was to escape an all-in from the Yone, and his wave is pushing towards the Yone. Oh, never mind, Yone is hitting it.
Will Yone be able to go for an all-in here? And Warcola is actually doing very well with staying alive. Nope, that was so close, but the Yone managed to pick up the solo kill in lane.
Cassiopeia is still bot lane. It looks like they have momentarily swapped their mid and bot lanes to catch farm, probably.
Yep. Maybe because Cassio was already there, or maybe they just really need to give a chance for Smolder to catch up. But in a 2v1 lane, okay, Cassio with the smooth moves is able to dodge the pullback, but unfortunately gets hit by the Jin root, which means a kill goes on to Liquid Blade.
And in my opinion, right here, Jin should just freeze the wave, and then we should maybe see a Swain roam on this timer.
Looks like this is what Liquid Blade is trying to do precisely.
The thing about Jin W is that it actually does a lot of damage early game. It does basically about as much damage as one of his autos. So it not only does a lot of damage, I mean, obviously it gets the root if you buy. It also does a lot of damage.
Yep, and as we see right now, the gold is dead even though blue side has one more kill, probably because the CS deficit in the top and mid is making up for that. But Zed is doing an invade right now. I wonder if Yi is able to just win this fight, and he does. Taco 15-18 is on a killing spree. And bot lane, meanwhile, has a fight going on. Bambui gets chunked down very low, but Young Nine is able to do a lot of damage, but we'll see if Bambui is able to escape the Jin. Bambui is at 1 HP, and here, unfortunately, the Galio gets taken out by the Swain, but at the very least, the Smolder gets to live.
Wow, Bambui with the absolute, absolute courage to not flash there, and Cassiopeia is bot lane again.
Yeah, but we're not sure if Cassio's able to get a kill. Maybe if he has ult, and there you go. That's the level 6 difference. Is Jin able to go for something? Oh, the barrier bait means that they trade 1-for-1, which honestly, if you're Cassio, you're not too sad about getting the 2-for-1 bot lane and letting the Smolder get a free wave.
I think it could have been possible for Smolder to flash in there to secure the kill on Jin before he was able to kill the Cassio, but it still works out in the end. It still works out in the end for Team Kiny.
Yeah, so as we see right now, the game is very close in that there's a lot of back and forths. Actually, there's a gank on the mid lane, but meanwhile in the top lane, there's another all-in. Neither of these amount to too much.
I think we've reached the point in the game where Yone cannot reliably 1v1 Dr. Mundo because Dr. Mundo has his ult up right now, and Yone just simply does not do the damage necessary to get through that much HP.
Yep, and that goes to show you the value of a player like War Koala, where even though Kiny's, high-ranked Masters player, War Koala is able to maintain his position in the lane. Alright, looks like blue team is getting ready here to set up for the Drake. And given the positioning of red team's jungle, they're willing to just give this one up, especially because Master Yi is very scary to deal with at the moment. Oh, but there's an all-in in the bot lane. But here we can see, the Smolder ult doing so much work there, letting them get the kill. Unfortunately, it goes on to Galio, but they must be very happy about this. Unless Master Yi, with the flash, is able to pick one back up in return. So I guess it ended up being a 1-for-1.
I think that the bot lane of Team Police Defunder needed to wait for Swain level 6 to go in for another all-in like that, because just not nearly as strong. Most of his power budget is from his ult. But this is actually really big for... Wait, is Smolder overextended? He is.
Oh, he failed... Oh no, he flashed over the wall, right?
Yes, he did. Well,
yeah.
I don't know. I think he was flying
over the wall and then failed the flash, back on the other side.
Yeah.
And we see that Snuggle here is almost able to get a solo kill, but in the end, Bunny is still staying around, maybe waiting for the TP to be up before taking a reset. But nope, Bunny's going back, and now it's the Avengers going top lane. Young Nine still level 4, but, you know, able to make a scary presence.
Oh my gosh. Dude, how good is Warclaw? He expertly dodges all of the CC.
He doesn't even lose his passive.
Yep, all he burned was Ghost, and here we'll see if Police Defunder is able to go for kill onto Smolder, and without the support there to block the Jin shots, it is really hard for Smolder to return to lane even safely. And I think we're going to get a play on the top side. Kiny is able to just walk out after seeing Dr. Mundo come back.
That is really hard to see for that Smolder. He lost probably 2 or 3 waves because of that, and also Jin was able to get 2 plates and the kill, obviously. So that is like, maybe close to a 1,000 gold swing for the Jin.
Yeah, and you see the 0-3-1 bot lane can end up being a pretty big liability in the upcoming fights. That's the power of having your captain and your first pick both be in the bot lane.
And now we can see Police Defunder has a Rylai's already.
Yep, which means that it's even harder for Ben Bui to step up and farm the lane on Smolder. And Kiny goes for the all-in. He's able to connect the ultimate. We'll see if he's able to secure the kill. But no, Taco is here. He does burn the flash out of Kiny, but you know that is a flash traded, and because of Master Yi's speed, the rest of the red team coming doesn't amount to too much.
It looks like red team will be able to secure Void Grubs off of this play though, which is very big for them. They can deny the 6 grubs, so that way Dr. Mundo doesn't one-shot their towers.
Yeah, but then Jin, on the other hand, might be getting all 5 plates for blue team, which will put him very far ahead in gold.
Do you want to toggle the gold?
Yep, let me take a look. Wow, look at that!
My goodness.
3k ahead.
6,200 to 3,000. That is actually double the amount of gold in 11 minutes.
That might be a whole item at this point.
Yeah, and we look, it's Infinity Edge plus some components for just some components on Ben Bui's side. So we'll see if the Smolder is able to come back from the deficit. But right now it's looking very hard for any fight that involves Jin for red team to win.
And Master Yi, for that matter. He is also 3-0.
That's true. The Master Yi is up only 600, so, you know, spare change compared to the bot lane diff, but he's still a very scary sight to behold.
I think it's interesting how Yone chose not to go Conqueror in this matchup. I think if he really wants to have a chance of cutting through all the HP of Dr. Mundo, then he might need that. But
yeah. I don't know. Do we have any stats on how often Yone goes Conqueror versus Fleet Footwork?
I can look it up.
Thank you.
I would imagine that he goes Fleet Footwork into matchups where he gets poked out, but into this matchup, I'm not sure.
I mean, Mundo
Yeah,
does
but
have some heavy poke early on with the cleavers.
That is
It
true.
looks like, in general, Yone goes Fleet Footwork 89%, and then Conquer 7.6%, but specifically against Mundo, it's like around the same for Mundo.
Yep, so maybe it's just at, you know, based on the current balance patch, the numbers just make sense to go Fleet Footwork.
Master Yi is basing for the dragon. Let's see how many items he buys here.
1.
Okay,
Wow.
well, having the full item on versus Zed having... Oh, I guess the Zed has the Cyclosword, so...
So Zed is doing what Zed does best in the jungle, which is just clear camps very quickly. He is almost done with his jungle item. So
Yep, we'll see if this all-in from Kiny is able to chunk out Warkola, and Warkola is not even forced to burn his ult, but I guess neither is Kiny, so they're just trading a lot. And on the bot side, we see that Taco is soloing the dragon, but unless Zed has something to say about it, I wonder if they're just going for the coin flip. Okay, we'll see if the Jin opening up is able to stop the Zed. And blue team has secured the Drake. It looked very close, but Master Yi says, nope, you're not going away, and Zed says, yes, I am.
Barely.
Okay, but there seems to be a big fight here with a huge Cassio ult followed by a Galio stun. But then let's see if Karma's able to take out the Cassio, and nope, it looks like
Oh!
That was so close,
So
but red
close.
team gets a triple kill on the Casio, and looks like it's because the Jhin is not around to help in that team fight, and that's such a big swing for Team Red.
Snuggle Hero might just be the saving grace of Team Kiny right now.
Yeah, you bat out his Azir, he's able to pop off on Casio anyways.
Yeah, from blue side's perspective, I actually think it's a mistake for Taka to run towards the top side. I think if he focuses on Casio, they all kill and get out there.
Yep. And now I think they've given up quite a bit of their lead. They still definitely have a big lead in the bot lane, but now the rest of the map, like if we look at the gold graph, top lane is up 1,000 for Team Kiny, and mid lane is up 2,700 for Snuggle Hero versus Bunny.
This will actually put our earlier conversation to the test because we were talking about who we are afraid of seeing fed in these types of tournaments, and right now we have a fed control mage in the Casio versus a fed ADC.
Yep.
So let's see if Liquid Blade can prove me wrong and show us that a fed ADC actually matters in these tournaments.
Dude, mid is not broken. I really hope Riot buffs mid. Definitely not a biased mid laner.
Alright, we have Zed going in on Police Defunder, committing the ultimate, and Swain is very low. The ult manages to take him out, so now red team has the control, and the massive engage from Young Knight onto Liquid Blade means he's melted completely, and that's a massive
But
shutdown.
is the one that gets shut down.
Yeah, unfortunately, but you know, I think he deserves a credit. He made that huge play. Yep, and then this means that they're able to secure the Rift Herald without much of a contest. I don't think Taco is intending to go in and try to look for a steal here. Yep, and look at that. Young Nine made a massive play there. He was the last pick on Team Kiny, but you know, you can still make your statement and say like, hey, I'm here. Just because you're higher ranked than me doesn't mean you can escape my CC.
Young Nine performed very well in that earlier river fight as well when he peeled for the Casio, allowing her to kill both the
Alright,
Swain.
and then Police Defunder and Warclaw are going on to Benbui, the player who is the most behind. Let's see if they can pull this dive off. Benbui's living for a very long time, which means Warclaw takes a ton of turret shots. Police Defunder has to flash out with the double TP mid. Let's see if he's able to get out. With the Galio ult, it seems like he is CC'd for long enough that they tried to go force a play, but maybe they tried to bite off more than they can chew.
That is what we call coordinated team play from Team Kiny.
Yep.
The bait on the worthless Smolder into the double TP mid plus Galio ult.
Yeah, and I think having like having your like players be coordinated like that often shows that they have done extensive practice before, or at the very least they're on the same page, because a play like that can be pretty hard to pull off and figure out, should we TP here? And if so, they really have to all commit together. Alright, Taco sees Yone. We'll see who wins this 1v1. Yone gets the ult off, which means Taco doesn't really stand a chance.
Yeah, he either needs the ulti, or I don't know if his W actually does anything to the ulti, because the W might, I mean, his ulti might just interrupt the Master Yi channel. But yeah, this is not looking good for Team Police Defunder. We have very strong carries in the top and mid lane, and the advantage of the bot lane is still certainly there, but it just doesn't feel like Jhin can do that much against Fed, Yone, Zed, and Cassiopeia. Now War Koala is laning against the Cassiopeia, who honestly might have a pretty good time into him. Oh,
and then Police Defunder is caught once again, and they might have burned a lot, but you know, they secured the kill without any risk from red team's side.
and this looks like a free Drake for Team Kiny.
Red team is picking to go mid though, so maybe they're just waiting to clear out the lane and go for the dragon. And then we'll see how this fight on two front goes. Warcola is coming from the bot side and Liquid Blade's coming from top. Are they able to go for a flank? The Jhin opens up right away to provide some long range artillery cover. They burn the Casio ult, and they manage to get the flash from Taco, but Liquid Blade is free hitting in the backline. Is Demetus able to finish him off? Liquid Blade gets a huge shutdown there, and now it looks like the red team is no longer able to keep going. On the other hand, Kiny is just pushing by himself in the top lane, so maybe if he gets enough in the top side, it can still be not as bad of a loss for the red team.
War Koalas should just TP top to deny the tier 2 secure.
Yeah,
or honestly the Karma.
But I think at this point, the tier 2 seems like it's gone from the top side. Yep, Kiny just finished taking it. While on the other side, Liquid Blade and Police Defunder is able to take the tier 1 mid.
That is actually, securing that tier 2 may have just saved that play for Team Kiny, because that is 700 gold in Yone's pocket. And if he didn't get that, I mean, even so, I still think this is a great turn of events for Team Police Defunder. Obviously, they get the shutdown on the Zed onto your AD carry. They get the third Drake so they can play for the Soul win condition. So there's, in my opinion, there was not much hope before this for Team Police Defunder, but now there's hope. There's hope again.
You know, that's always what you really need in these games, because there's just so much volatility throughout the game. Like, I think having hope is very important in like making sure that you can find just one of the comeback chances. Yeah, so just now we saw that blue team got the mid lane outer turret, and while red team got the top lane inner turret. Which of these turrets do you think is more valuable overall for the game? Oh, before we say that, we see Snuggle Hero flashing it onto Liquid Blade, and I mean, with the 2 ults burned, they're able to like finish off right away. But Warcola says we're not done here, and see if he can take Snuggle Hero. He's in a 1v4 situation, but he manages to get the shutdown onto the Cassiopeia, but it is a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Kiny, so I think with that, they're able to secure control over the bot side.
We take those as Dr. Mundo. We take the 9 gold shutdown for sure.
It looks like they're posturing towards the Baron side. Do you think they're looking to take that, or nope, I guess they're just content with clearing waves, letting Smolder scale up more, and making sure that he is no longer as far behind.
Jhin has reached his 3-item power spike with the IE rapid fire cannon and the last whisper item, so he is going to be a very significant threat.
Yeah.
Master E is stalled out at 1.5 items, and that early advantage is not really looking that scary anymore in the jungle.
Though, given the last few fights, Jhin has just been chain CC'd into getting killed by either Yone ult or Cassio ult, and looks like they're on the Baron already.
Alright. Baron starts that team.
Oh, good blue trinket, blue trinket.
The blue trinket means that blue team knows that they're on it, but without TP on Mundo, they can't even make for 5v5 fight. But it seems like red team is...
Jhin ulti dissuades the entire Baron start.
Yep, so, you know, red team saying, like, hey, maybe we don't need to flip the game here, and let's just, like, go back to the previous state. Alright, we see a Smolder ult in the mid lane. I think it's just to wave clear, yep. They're not able to get the tower because of that. But Demetus is coming from behind and gets an assassination onto the Karma. Yep, we see here, Kiny is pushing into War Koala. He's doing quite significant damage to the Mundo, so...
Wait, Dr. Mundo did not build the Heartsteel item that allows him to one-shot carries.
Yeah, I don't know if this is just a difference in the build they're looking for, or is this, omission that might make an impact on the game. Oh, Liquid Blade is walking straight into Fog of War! Oh no, you really don't want to see this on your most fed carry. And now red team basically gets a free pass into looking for any fights around the Baron area.
In that scenario, you say support diff, need vision.
Yep, but no. No toxicity here. We're just making sure that, you know, we can...
Yes. Okay, that is a big... Okay, Snuggle here is able to get bot tier 1. And I think... I'm actually surprised that red team did not try for a Baron start there after getting the pick on the Jhin.
Yep. Seems like they're still taking the game a bit slow. The Smolder has 188 stacks, so still not quite at the 225 stack power spike.
Yeah, but now that Cass has Rylai's, I think the game actually becomes a lot harder for blue side to play because it slows down Mundo's ability to run everyone down.
Alright. Looks like right now they're posturing around the dragon. Blue side has priority here, but they appear to be rotating mid and going for the tower instead. I wonder if they're just gonna give up the Dragon Soul to try to get tower pressure. Maybe they realize that they don't really want to fight, so, you know, we'll do the trade and get the tier 2. It makes it... Oh, they're still continuing to push. I feel like this might be a costly push for blue side if they're losing the fight, but they do get the inhib. Are they able to get out from here?
They're fighting in red team's base right now.
Yep, and it's a massive fight. The Swain is able to get a lot of damage down, but then the red side's carries are still alive. Kiny is still chasing Warkoala, but Warkoala and Taco get out. In the end, it was a 3-for-1 in favor of red team. So, I guess blue side got 2 towers and an inhib, and red side got a dragon and 2 extra kills.
I think not contesting the dragon there is a smart choice, but I think committing... Oh, we have a pause.
In the all chat, we see Liquid Blade say sorry delivery, so I guess there's some... Making sure to eat some lunch before you get too hungry.
And make sure you stay hydrated.
Yep. We are hydro homies in this stream.
Monster, please sponsor us. I think the play to to drop the dragon there is understandable, right? Because obviously red team is so far ahead.
Yeah.
And getting towers in exchange for that dragon is good, but committing for that mid inhib was a bit overzealous, which resulted in that bad team fight. I think if if maybe someone was sent top, maybe Mundo or Karma, to also pick up top tier 1, that would have maybe had a better outcome, but we shall see. It looks like red team is posturing around Baron after that.
Yeah, and I see from the Twitch chat, Really Lost giving Young Nine hard contender for the Silver Smurfer Award, and given his plays this game, I think maybe we will consider that as a superlative. He's been performing outstandingly. On the draft sheet, it says he peaked Gold 3 a few years ago, and right now is not even ranked in solo queue. But he's still able to perform his job admirably.
He has the highest kill participation on his team right now.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, the global ultimate does help there, but, you know, using it well is something that can be pretty hard, so. And we did see a bunch of plays that got started by Young Nine himself, going in and going for the CC on multiple targets. Alright. We're not super sure what the status of this game is. Hopefully we can get into the game again soon. If he said BRB delivery, I don't know how long it takes to pick it up, but we will bring it back as soon as possible. All right. Let's see. To give a quick update on the status of the other games of the second round have finished. Right now, Team Voidliss has played 2 games and won both of them. So they are currently in the lead 2-0. But actually in Group A, Kalesvol has also won 2 games. So I'm very excited to see how the group stages pan out because we'll see the top 2 teams in each group advance into semifinals tomorrow and then finals. Semifinals will be played between the first seed of one group versus another. All right, and looks like we are back into the tournament. Liquid Blade got his delivery, so let's see if they can secure the Baron here on Team Kiny.
Let's see if this delivery is a turning point for the game.
Yep, Warkolon's there just trying to bother them, but oh, there seems to be a sort of a pause. I don't know if it's a technical issue or if I accidentally pressed the pause button. Oh, okay, we are back into the game. Red team is able to secure the Baron, and now I don't know if blue team wants to be here to fight. Master Yi is taken out. Kiny is on a rampage, and Demita says, you know, we're not done here yet. So
Down goes the Karma.
But
Jin is here as well.
looks
and
like
he's
they're
opening
still
up.
willing to go for more plays. Maybe with one more shot. Nope, Jin is not able to get the last shot. But oh, another shield onto Kiny, and he's just unkillable. All right, Mundo is able to get him at the very end, and Liquid Blade picks up Young 9. So, all
That
right.
is actually another glimmer of hope for Team Police Defunder. That's another 900 gold shutdown on the Dr. Mundo.
Yeah, though I guess they did trade down 2 for 3, but maybe going for that big shutdown can be worth it. And it also removes Baron from a few members of Team Kiny, which can be used to stall out the game.
Absolutely.
I feel like on Team Police Defunder, you really need the Master Yi to get some more items in order to be able to assassinate the backlines in these fights.
But that's the thing about Team Kiny's comp is that every single position except for support is a threat, right? We have Yona in the top lane, he's a carry. Zed is a carry. Cassio is a carry. Smolder is a carry. So, Master Yi, take your pick. Take your pick, Taco.
Yep.
Every single one of them is a juicy target.
Though blue team in this bit of a lull state, able to take down the top turret and open up the map a little bit more. And with their 3-1 dragon advantage, I'd say that is still one of the win conditions they can play for. But Demita says, not so fast, Taco. You're going down with me. And that last shuriken landing means that they secure a kill on the jungle. Thankfully for the blue team, there's no neutral objectives up right now, but they must still be sad that the whole jungle is being taken away.
Taco 151.8 is on his way to a wit's end, it looks like, which is good against the Cassiopeia and the Galio CC. But we'll see if he's able to pick maybe on the Jin.
Yep, but we'll see if they can get the 2v1 off. Oh, and Kiny hitting all the skill shots there means that Liquid Blade is taken out. And this game now all of a sudden looks much harder for Team Police Defunder.
He's even going for Police Defunder himself. Gets out the Seeker's arm guard, so Police Defunder no longer has access to that stasis. He's probably not going to get to Zonia's anytime soon either.
Yep, let's see if Kiny's able to pull off a dive here. Nope. Oh, but then we see the Master Yi being so far behind in the jungle, level 13 to level 18 on Kiny. Like, you really can't look for fights there at all.
I did not even realize that the Yone is level 18.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, and Zed is going all in, but maybe this time they bit off a bit more than they can chew.
Is this a pick?
I don't know.
Oh,
Warkolon is not able to get the kill, and is getting burnt down by the many carries on
Jin can open up here.
Kiny. Jin's opening up, but they don't have as much follow-up, so...
Yeah.
Oh, but they do
he
pick
killed
up the
bullet.
Galileo. Threaded the needle.
Yeah, so that's the trick on Jin, is if the enemy team is trying to do that play where you block your low HP member, you can't aim directly at the person being blocked. So you kind of aim either to the right or to the left and hope that the bullet hitbox like lollipops at the end to hit the person behind the blocker. And that's exactly what Liquid Blade did there. Let's see if they can get this Ocean Soul. Taco 1518!
Oh, not quite.
But they get smolder in the process. And Swain is ulti down.
I think this fight is still far from a done deal, but looks like they're able to pick up 2 more kills, and this game, blue team really needs to figure out how they're going to be able to try to mount a comeback in this case.
I don't know if they can. I think it might be game.
But the game's not over until it's over, so...
That's true.
Yep, and red team really needs to show that they're able to end the game, as this is a thing that plagues a lot of summer lull teams. If you're not able to end the game, then in one of those super late game fights, if you just lose one fight, that can swing it the other way around.
Oh, Swain has actually finished his Zonias, so that's very big for him. He's a lot stronger now as a result, but Taco 1518 forced to burn the flash. How dare you try to go for your wolves, sir? This is the sad life of playing jungle when you're behind. You're not allowed to farm your camps.
Yep, and red team is just sitting around waiting for the Baron to be up.
Let's see if blue team even attempts to contest. Doesn't really look like it. Wow, Yone is TPing bot immediately. Instead of basing first. Police Defunder, maybe he's looking for a pick here. He lands the E on the Casio. They're opening up with the Jin ulti, but that is... Oh, whoa. That's pretty good. That's a chunk on the Casio and the Flash and the Galio ult burn, and Yone is going in on the mid lane. Immediately one-shots Taka 1518.
Yep, and this fight just looks like it's so hard for blue team. They don't even manage to get the Demetas, who survives with 1 HP, and it looks like this may be the end of the game if red team's able to close out here.
Liquid Blade doesn't even have enough bullets for each of the surviving members on the enemy team.
Yep, and it definitely takes more than 1 bullet to kill them at this point.
He has a Guardian Angel, though. Let's see what he can do.
Alright, Kiny does not manage to connect the knockup, but Young Nine does, and there you go. The big plays from the Young Nine means Liquid Blade is not able to save this game, and we get the round 2 victory goes for Team Kiny over Team Police Defunder. Congratulations.
What a game of League of Legends that was. Yep. That was great. That was back and forth. I had almost written off Team Kiny after the first 10 minutes of the game, but they really brought it back with that coordinated team play.
Yep, and then Kiny, with this win, Kiny goes to 2-0, tying Kalesvol in Group A. So, excitedly, we'll be watching Kalesvol's game next. It'll be Team Kalesvol versus Team SK Telecom T1, and they're about to start the draft. All right, any post-game thoughts about the game we just watched?
That really just confirmed my hypothesis on the role of control mages versus ADCs. Actually, I don't know. There were a lot of factors that game. Obviously, Jin had to deal with more than just a fed Cassio. So we need some more data. We need some more data.
All right. Well, we're about to hop right into the draft of the next game, so maybe we'll get some more data from there. Let's see. And all right. Wait. This is the wrong draft. Let me go fix it right now. All right. Here, we can see the draft from Team Kalesvol to Team SK Telecom T1, and we've come here just in time.
Now, this is a question I've had: is how did we allow this to happen? Because as you know, T1 won Worlds last year, and they are now competing in Summer LoL. Might be a bit of a skill discrepancy on that area.
Yeah, but it can be a really good showing if, one of our homegrown teams is able to beat SK Telecom T1. We might not have Faker, but we have Tofu in the mid lane, so we'll see how SK Telecom T1 fares.
They're basically the same player.
All right, we'll find out on the Rift. Right now, the score is 2-0 for Team Kalesvol and 0-1 for Team SK Telecom T1. So if they want a shot at making it out of groups, this is a crucial game for SK Telecom T1. They really need to try to get to at least 2 wins, ideally 3, to make it to the next day.
Oh,
Team Kalesvol has
interesting.
not banned any one of Tofu's champs so far.
Yep. Looking at the bans so far, let's see. There's the classic Seraphine ban, as we mentioned, very strong in these tournaments. The Aurelian Soul is definitely targeted towards SK Telecom T1 or Tofu himself.
Aurelian Soul is a monster in these types of tournaments where the game can go to 55 minutes.
Yep. And
so it is a smart ban.
Similar to Smolder, I wonder, as Riot keeps releasing more of these late game champions, maybe the meta will get more and more warped over time.
Final ban on red side is a Mumu, which I actually really love as well. I think a Mumu is another one of those champs that really excels in these tournaments because very simple champion. Game man engage with his ultimate. And he happens to be quite strong in this patch as well. He's one of the highest win rate junglers. I don't know why, but he is. And Team Kalesvol has first picked Shyvana. Shyvana is another strong jungler in this patch. Even though she got nerfed recently, she's still quite strong.
I wonder if SK Telecom T1 will pick Udyr. I believe Udyr is a counter to Shyvana, but I'm not entirely sure that Inspiring plays Udyr. And it looks like he
That's
might
your
be
answer.
opting for the Zyra jungle.
Zyra jungle. She clears super fast.
Yeah, no, Zyra Jungle is one of the signature picks of Inspiring 309. So we'll see if he can demonstrate its full potential here against Shyvana Jungle, who I think is also a power clearer.
Let's see if he opts for the Conqueror setup on Zyra. I know that's what some people go if they see a lot of melee champs on the enemy team. And then they go for Senna as well. So this is exciting to see because Senna recently got a little mini rework. And Kalesvol responds with a Blitzcrank. That is a great response to Senna. Blitzcrank
here I
into
wonder-
Zyra and Senna. 2 immobile squishies.
So I think there's a Zyra tech where if you put a plant in front of you, you can actually stop yourself from getting Blitzcrank hook. Is that accurate?
Doesn't that
I
depend
believe
on where
that's
your
true.
saplings are?
Yeah, if you have a sapling between yourself and Blitzcrank and you cast an ability, will that block the hook?
I think so. Similar to like Heimer.
Yeah, so there's definitely some amount of potential for outplays. Only works with the E plant from Really Lost, our resident Zyra main. Thank you for the extra information. And you have to be quick. Alright, well, we'll see if Inspiring 309 has the ability to be quick and get those blocks off. Or I guess you could just Oh, and Inspiring 309 actually listening to the stream saying, I'm not quick. So, I don't know. Hopefully we're not leaking any strats. I don't think so.
SK Telecom T1 is cooking up a hyper scaling comp right now.
Yep. They really want the games to go for as long as humanly possible.
They ban out the Nefiri
For
because
Kalesvol.
Nefiri. Wait, but why?
Because Kalesvol plays Nefiri
What role is Kalesvol?
mid.
Is the Lux not mid?
Oh wait, that might be true.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe Kalesvol is flexing top with the Fury, or they're going Blitzcrank Lux bot. I don't know if the meta is that cooked yet, but
Inspiring 309 has just said, at least I'm not Zyra in Twitch chat. His words, not ours.
oh, so that means maybe the Zyra is going bot lane, or maybe this is a fainting maneuver. You know, we gotta take what the players say with a grain of salt, at least before the game starts.
Kalesvol banned out Zeri. That is good. That is good because Zeri is another one of those champs that loves 2-hour-long games.
Yeah. Oh, and they pick up the Smolder. We were talking about Smolder right then and there. At least in the Twitch chat, Ben Bui, Spenny, what happened to your plans of R1 Smolder? They chose the R4 Smolder instead.
Personally, if I'm blue team, I would love a Dr. Mundo pick here. But I just think Dr. Mundo is the most broken champ in the game, especially since he's playing against another tank, so he just gets to perma farm and perma farm heartsteel stacks.
All right, we got another perma farm stacks champ. We got Nasus locked in for blue side.
This is a great pick. I love this pick because you get to farm for free, I believe, into Ornn. I'm not a top laner, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I would not imagine that Ornn can really pressure Nasus from his stack. And SK, they're champions so far, right? The Zyra and the Senna, they don't have any sort of mobility spells. They don't have any dashes or blinks, so Nasus should have no problem getting on top of them.
And they round out their comp with Zed. I believe this time Zed would be going towards the mid, which would indicate a Lux Blitzcrank bot lane. Wow, this is a new adaptation that I haven't seen myself. Have you seen it in any of your games?
I have not seen it.
It doesn't really make sense to me because with a Blitzcrank, you probably want an ADC that can really punish early, and I don't know if Lux is capable of that, but mages are very strong in the bot lane right now, and Lux is a mage.
And we see a Shen locked in for Team SK Telecom T1, which also seems a bit unorthodox from my previous experiences. I think Shen and Ornn usually don't live on the same team.
This could be a Shen support. Oh wait.
Could also be a
What
Shen
is
mid.
going on?
It could be
Or
a
What
an
is
Ornn
going
mid.
on?
could be an
Zed.
Ornn jungle. Famously,
It could.
Team Inspiring has played Ornn jungle before. So
Or it could be Ornn bot.
Yes, it's Ornn bot with Senna, and it's SK Telecom T1's Smolder mid.
I don't know. I honestly, as a caster, I don't know what the lanes will be until we get into game, and you know, maybe I still don't know what the lanes will be.
One thing is for sure, and that's Zyra jungle.
Is it? It could be Zyra support or in jungle. I'm just putting it out there.
If it's Ornn jungle, I will eat a shoe.
Alright, have a shrew ready, because
Actually, please, if you're listening, Team Tofu, do not make it orange jungle just for me.
Tofu for the
I-
they're
content.
gonna make you eat a shoe. They're gonna sack the tournament to have you eat a shoe. How do you feel?
Okay, we have a delay, right? No, wait. This is a lot. Like they can hear. Never mind.
Yeah, they. Alright, well, Pinky Blinky, your reputation is on the line.
Yeah.
We cannot discount the possibility of River Shen.
That would probably win the superlative for most off meta pick. Though I think the superlative is for best off meta pick, not most off meta pick. So I guess it's worded as most impactful off meta pick, suggested by Kingslayer. So if you're most impacting your team, not being able to win the game, I don't know that's the intent of the award, but I guess we'll find out what happens.
Let's just say that we do not want SK Telecom T1's team to be still in the game after 30 minutes because that is a monster team to play against if they've scaled.
Yeah, though I guess there's some story of Shyvana getting a bunch of dragons and Nasa's getting a lot of stacks, which can be scary for Team SK Telecom T1.
That is true. And when there is a blitzcrank in the game, anything can happen. Any hook can completely change the outcome.
Yeah.
That's true. Blitz could hook Shen into their own team to get a 5-man taunt, or he could hook a carry to win the game.
So I'm very hyped about this game. Analyst, do you have any idea, any predictions of how the game will go? I forgot to actually run the predictions for the stream, so let me go do that right now.
I have my money on SK Telecom T1's team.
Now, when you say money, do you mean Twitch points?
Nah, it is. If I were a betting man, I would think SK Telecom T1's game will win.
Wait, but where are your Twitch points? Put your mouth where your
Put my money where my mouth is.
yes, that I can't speak right now. All right, I'm gonna start a prediction.
I will also say, Binky B1 Inky, last game I did say I thought Team Kiny's team was going to win, and they did win. So I am 2-1-2-0 in predictions right now.
That is true, and now we'll see what happens.
I guess I should make a solid prediction then because I did not do that last game. Let's say, you know what? I'm gonna agree with you. I think SK Telecom T1's comp kind of drives itself. Like, you don't really need to land any skill shots on that team, and I think the less skill shots you need to land, the stronger you are.
That's true. That's why I think everyone should just play Twisted Fate in these tournaments because there's 0 skill shots to land.
I'm pretty sure Twisted Q Wildcards is a skill shot.
That is true, but it's not important to his kit during team fights.
All right, we started the predictions. There'll be 5 minutes to get the predictions in. I guess you can bet your channel points right now.
I think everyone should vote for Team Kalesvol.
Are you saying that so that you can get more points if Team SK Telecom wins?
No comment.
All right, we have 2 voters on Team SK Telecom T1 and no voters on Kalesvol, so... All right, I'm going to break with the cats, and I'm going to predict Team Kalesvol to win. Partly just going by the results of today's games, Kalesvol is currently up 2-0, and I think that's a lot of positive momentum for Team Kalesvol, so I'm actually excited to see whether it means that they'll be, 3-0 and almost guaranteed to make it to day 2, or they'll have to fight their way back.
There was once a time when Blitzcrank was a very strong jungler.
When was this? I think since I've played. Oh, I think there was a moment when they were trying to make more off meta junglers, and that's when Blitz was a jungler. I'm not sure.
I think it was about a year ago. It was pretty recent.
Okay. How did it work? Is it just that Blitz could clear very well?
I think so. I think his W gave him a lot of attack speed. And then he just cleared pretty well because of that. And then obviously he has his Q and his E, so his ganks were pretty good.
Do you know
This
why they
was-
nerfed the champion?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. You know, Riot works in mysterious ways. I don't think Blitz was ever a threat to pro play. But I think he was quite strong in the jungle to the point where he was no longer the strongest in his like normal role, which is support. I'm not sure. Maybe we can get Riot August on the cast. Answer our questions about balancing. We are streaming at the same time as the LCS, Dignitas versus 100 Thieves. So apologies, Riot Games, for drawing away your viewer base.
Hey, we have 36 viewers. I'm pretty happy about that. I think usually day 2 there's more viewers because once we get to the finals, then a lot of people who've played in the tournament will be around watching. Right now, there's busy making their way to day 2. All right, and I put my points on Kalesvol, so we'll see. We'll see how the game turns out. All right, you have 1 minute and 38 seconds left to put in your predictions. So, you know, if you want those sweet, sweet channel points and brag about how correct you are in guessing the games, then take this chance right now.
It could also be Senna Shen bot lane or on top.
Or it could be Orange Jungle and you'd have to eat a shoe.
I thought we already forgot about that.
Enoch never
Which,
forgets.
you know, maybe you should have asked to eat a sock instead of a shoe.
Are socks that much more edible?
Well, GBay99, I don't know if you guys know, but he once did a bet, or he said on his YouTube channel, if a team in the LCS won, he would eat a sock, and he did eat a sock.
What did LCS win?
It was like, no, it was like CLG versus someone, I believe.
That cannot be good for you.
All right, I'm going to run a quick ad break right now as we're waiting for the spectator delay. But we'll be right back for some more content. All right, so right now we're in the ad break. It's for a minute. And if someone subscribe to us via Prime, they can still hear us. So just FYIs. I'm going to be right back.
Wait, hold on. Before you go,
Yeah.
Really Lost and Ben Bowie both offered to join the cast.
Okay, all right. I mean, we can have one of them join the cast this time. They can rock, paper, scissors, or I think if they both join, that's might be too many casters. So we'll see who wants to join. All right, whoever responds first can join the cast. Or they can both join, and then we can take a quick break.
A little birdie just told me that. Wait, it says no. There is an ad break. There is an ad break.
I'm also going to BRB.
All right, for any viewers right now, we're still waiting for the spectator delay to start for our Team Kalesvol versus Team SK Telecom T1. We'll be in just under 1 minute for round 3 of the Summer LoL 2024 tournament. Alright, and we are loading into the game.
Orin does not have smite, so I'm very glad that I do not need to eat a shoe.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We love that for you. Alright, looks like blue side is going for an invade while red side is heavily guarding their bot side. Maybe in anticipation of a bot lane invade. Because there's a Blitzcrank around, it makes a lot of sense for blue team to go for the invade.
Oh my goodness, it is hee hee ha on Stravana. This is one of my good friends at Williams College, Marcus.
Marcus
Not to be
Jr.,
confused with Marcus, who's casting right now.
Marcus
Marcus,
Sr., Marcus
now I know
Jr..
why you voted for this team to win.
Because of the Marcus synergy? Of course. I'm not going to doubt my fellow Mark guy.
Is it Markai or Marcus's?
Markai sounds more sophisticated.
It's like cacti.
Yep.
Versus octopuses?
Isn't it octopi?
I think it's
I-
octopi.
I think it's octopuses.
That sounds wrong. This is a spicy matchup mid. The Smolder versus Zed. I think. Hopefully. Hopefully
Yeah,
it isn't just Smolder pushing in Zed. Because that would be quite unfortunate.
On Wikipedia, it says it's octopuses because it's not Latin, it's Greek.
But both of those are dead languages. Enoch, what do you think about the Smolder versus Zed matchup?
I don't know. I think Zed can look for a solo kill, but for me in general, I think Zed's just my kryptonite. Every time I see a Zed, I just want to FF.
Theoretically, Smolder just flies away every time Zed tries to do something, right?
But I think Smolder still has to interact with the lane, and when Smolder tries to interact with the lane, Zed can usually hit WEQ combos to proc electrocute.
Which is what he did earlier, just now. So this is actually very interesting in the bot lane. So Ornn W, as you know, is an unstoppable. So really all he needs to do is stand in front of Senna. I mean, yeah, in front of Senna. And every time Blitz throws a hook, he can just press W. That just pretty much negates the lane. But wow, what is going on? That is first blood for the Blitzcrank, even after Lux landed the double Q into the hook, forcing the Ornn flash. But Blitzcrank goes a little bit too deep. Gives first blood to the Senna. That was actually very big for Red Team because they were, I'm pretty sure they were losing those trades up until that all in.
Yeah, and from looking at laning phase, I think Kalesvol can actually be playing more aggressive to try to land the second Q to hit the electrocute proc. If you look at the way that he positions, it actually looks like he's positioning quite far away, in which Q2 is almost never hitting.
Well, it makes sense though, right? Because he's using his W aggressively, which means he doesn't have it to escape a potential gank, right?
Yeah, but I think even if Zyra ganks, he can take the W and then, yeah, like something like this, where he's able to do a lot of damage.
Wow, is that first blood? I mean, not first blood, but that is a solo bolo. Solo bolo in the mid lane. And Smolder burned Flash there. Zed did not. So very, 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 very scary start for the Smolder. Now, if I were Ornn, I would be building the hollowed Radiance item, the MR version of Sunfire, because he is playing into Lux Blitzcrank, and that item does give you very good wave clear. There he goes again.
Good unstoppable.
Yeah, every single time Blitz throws a hook, it's like playing Sivir into Blitzcrank. You can't do anything as the Blitzcrank.
Nice. Good Drake pickup from the Shyvana here.
So Marcus, you missed a solo kill mid lane. Marcus still might not be here. I might be embarrassed. But you know,
Oh! And they're
Blitzcrank is top.
four-manning him.
I think he's fine. Oh, oh my! What is happening?
Oh. It was a good
That
attempt.
was-
It was a good attempt.
That was great. That was a great absorption of the pressure by is his name Pharaoh? Pharaoh?
Or is it Fyro?
Feiro.
Oh!
Blitzcrank lands the hook on the Smolder.
But I don't
Zed
know
is not there to follow up.
because Zed doesn't have
Whoa.
ulti.
We are Eing into the Zed, but Zed doesn't have ult. Yeah, Zed does not have ult, as you rightly said. And Shen ulted in, forcing the Zed flash. Shen walks up, ignites. They walk.
Okay. Oh.
A well-placed Lux ulti by Bibimbop secures the kill on the Shen. Wow, what a sequence! What a sequence of plays.
But Ha is doing a very good job of taking all the objectives.
That is true. He has claimed the first 3 grubs and the dragon, which is very scary. Smolder ults the wave to push it so he can get a good reset off, because he's probably sitting on a lot of gold. I think he's getting a call fields, or he's just getting a straight up BF sword. But Ornn is building the armor Sunfire item, which is still good, right? Because of the Nasus and the Zed. But something to note, Enoch, is that Team Kalesvol, they do not have an AD carry on their team.
Yes.
And SK Telecom T1 has Smolder.
I feel like it's just going to be very difficult to kill Ornn or Shen in these team fights.
That is true. Who is dealing with that huge front line and inspiring his spot in the jungle?
Kalesvol. Oh,
Great
and
roam, great roam. And does he steal the red?
Oh,
He steals the red too.
Okay, let's see if
That
he
is
baits
so
it.
worth. Blitzcrank is here as well. Oh my goodness. Oh
insane.
my goodness. That is a crazy, crazy play. That is big. That is big. They get the kill on the jungler, they get the red buff, and they get the mid laner.
Okay, is this kill?
And is Senna caught?
Not quite, not
She
quite.
Does not do damage, but Ornn is Shyvana is here, and she flashes and
Okay.
secures the kill.
Huge. And they
And-
get second Drake off that too, I think. Unless
Yeah, they
it's not
definitely
up
do.
yet.
They definitely get Drake off that as well.
Oh, it's not up yet.
But oh wait, yeah.
Oh, that was close, that was close. He almost timed it so it would go after the unstoppable.
Yeah, he tried to do the thing where you taunt first to bait them into thinking that you're pressing Q. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, the good news is that it is very hard for Blitzcrank to play this game because after laning phase, theoretically, in every team fight, you have Shen and Ornn playing bodyguard, so that even if you land a hook, it's not even that good.
That's true.
But this is Summer LoL, where dreams come true, so anything can happen. Smolder was being looked at on mid, but he uses his fly away ability to fly away.
Oh, and interestingly enough, Nasus has not backed yet.
That is very interesting.
Nasus 10 minutes for his first back. Let's see what he buys.
That is pretty crazy to me. I did not even notice that. Does he? Okay, he's building into Triforce, and he got a lot of items on his base, as you can expect. Which is interesting, don't you think? Because Drake is coming up, and you have TP, and you elect to use it top lane. So now Shen has his ult, so he can just ult to that dragon, right? And Nasus can't do anything. But Zyra is topside, so I think Red Team is just choosing to give this second dragon to Shyvana.
But I think giving dragon to Shyvana is like generally a pretty bad idea because Shyvana gets extra stats that other champs usually don't.
Yeah, but what are stats, right? Stats are just numbers. And Legends is more than just numbers.
And numbers don't exist for people who aren't math majors, Marcus.
Oh wait, I'm a math major though.
Exactly.
Alright, so it looks like Blue is getting the dragon while Red is doing a good job with getting the Void Grubs. I think Zyra's especially good at getting it with the plants that she can spawn. Alright,
let's see if she's able to pull off. Oh,
Zed
sorry.
is here to test this.
But maybe.
That is
but then Bot is going for
another. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait.
Shen ult, which means that but Ornn dies to the Lux E. Oh,
Traded
that is so sad. And there's a fight on the other side with Kalesvol going a bit too far and Inspiring picking up the kill here.
That sequence of plays happened the exact opposite the way I thought it would. I'm going to be honest. I thought Zyra was a goner there for sure, and I thought that Ornn would not die. But, once again, my expectations have been completely subverted in Summer LoL.
But then the Shen leaving the lane means that Nasus gets a bunch of free stacks, which can be very scary. Like, if you fall behind against a Nasus, then you're going to find yourself having a lot harder time in the trades. But so far, so good.
Wow, Shen is a great champion with the max percent HP damage on his Q.
Yeah.
He is just beating Nasus in the trades.
Oh! And he stops the back, so I wonder if the Ignite's able to have enough.
Oh, but he's out of mana.
He forces the ult from the Nasus. This is big.
Yeah, though I think the Ignite cooldown is still longer. I can check and take a look. Nasus ult is 100 seconds, and Ignite is 180, so.
I wonder if Nasus...
Alright, and another fight! Inspiring gets hooked by the Blitzcrank, which means he's able to get one shot without him being able to farm more jungle.
Or Inspiring. Inspiring just doesn't get to play the game this time.
It looks like he was not fast enough to spawn a plant in front of him.
Yeah, and he said that in the chat before the game started, so guess you can't really blame him. Alright.
He also did say that he was not playing Zyra, so you never know.
Okay, looks like Blue Team's making a big play on the bot side, but Red Team smartly backs off, realizing that they don't see the enemies on the map. Yeah, looking at Red's fog of war. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, yep, Senna successfully gets the base off, so she is not under threat of dying, and Blue Team peels off towards mid, so the play on the bot lane does not end up happening.
Yep.
Senna just completed Echoes of Helia, so she is going for the full heal Enchanter build. And I'm curious to see how that fares in this game. I've not seen her heals yet, but I have seen screenshots and a Synapse clip where she healed someone for 1,600 HP with one Q.
And Inspiring gets ganked in his own jungle again, but this time with SK Telecom, they're able to get the shutdown back. But just as a jungler, if you can't farm your own jungle, that makes the game much harder to play.
Especially on Zyra, who is so dependent on being high tempo. When you get behind, I feel like it's just so hard to get back in.
So do you think it's right for Kalesvol to try to trade over there?
I actually think the complete opposite because I don't think Zyra is that gold reliant as a champion. Right? That's why she's played in support because her base damage, her base numbers are so high that she's useful even if she is stuck on Leandries.
Yep. But blue team is able to get the Herald, and without a tower protecting, maybe this Shyvana gank will mean that Shen is in a bit of a trouble. Oh, Shen uses a taunt out, still has flash available, but decides that maybe there's no way he's going to be able to actually get out. So Shen falls to Nasus and gives him more of an ability to get free stacks. In the meantime, in the mid lane, oh, the Hook barely misses.
So close.
Yeah.
That might be a Boots of Swiftness difference.
All right, we got a request to give a stack count on Smolder and Senna, so let's take a look right now. Senna currently has 41 souls, and Smolder has 114 stacks. So I don't have that much context. Are these like good numbers right now, or?
It's not that great on the Senna. I think at this point 60 is probably an ideal number, but you know, I don't know. I think the Smolder stacks are good though, right? Because he's almost close to 10 stacks a minute. And
Yep.
at this rate, he's probably going to get to his sweet number at around 20, 22 minutes.
Yep, he's at 117 for the first power spike, but I've heard that the second power spikes at 225 is the most important one for these fights.
Yes.
Can we check the Nasus stacks as well?
All right, sure. We're going all stacking champs. Nasus has 300 stacks right now, just about. So.
Wow, that is a lot of stacks.
Yep, and as you've seen, whenever Shen goes roaming, Nasus is generally preferring to do the free farming in the side lane. But let's see how this 4v4 pans out. Will Shen be able to get an ult off? Will Nasus TP in? I'm not really sure.
That Senna heal was pretty gross, but Zed is on a really good flank angle
Yeah,
right
but
now.
this is a huge potential for Ornn ult with a massive Smolder ult as well. But SK Telecom being taken out by the Zed means that Shen is not able to come in. Yeah.
Red team has no more damage left without
Yep.
the Zyra and the Smolder.
Yeah, and it is a 2v3, so it's going to
should
be
probably
very
just
hard
run.
for them to look for anything here.
Senna is maybe dead. Zed W'd it forward.
Yep,
Yeah,
Senna
he's
dies,
dead.
so I guess they shouldn't have stayed so long. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that looked like a really promising fight from Team SK Telecom T1, but the Zed in the backline doing so much work. I mean, that's what happens when you have your captain on a powerful assassin. You can dominate the early mid-game fights.
So it looks like control mages and assassins in the mid lane are strong. Enoch, I don't think mid lane needs buffs.
Dude,
be honest.
I don't play assassins, man. I'm sorry, man. My mechanics aren't good anymore. All I can do is play gold card. And so I
and
think
that
really
barely missed.
we just need a buff Twisted Fate, actually. I think that's what we need.
Alright, let's see if the Senna being here can make a play. They get a taunt off, but now Shen being down 2 levels and 30 CS might make it quite a bit harder for them to go for any amount of pressure to stop the Nasus from stacking.
I don't know if I like the pure enchant. She might need.
Oh!
Oh.
A huge Blitzcrank hook means that SK Telecom T1 is taken out by Lux.
Oh,
And in the bot lane, the Ornn not having the levels of a solo laner means that it can be hard to lane into the Zed. Alright, Ornn is mostly giving up on this wave. Oh, and another massive hook from Blitzcrank, but this one doesn't seem quite as impactful because he doesn't have the backup of his team. In fact, he may have bitten off more than he can chew. Alright, I got the phrasing right this time.
His eyes were a little bit bigger than his stomach there.
me at buffets.
This Blitzcrank is having an immense impact on this game so far.
Yep. Don't let
Even
the
though this-
scoreline deceive you.
Don't let the scoreline fool you, yeah.
Yep. And it's gotten to a point where blue side is up 5k and red side has objective bounties, which is definitely not the place where you want to be 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, honestly, in my opinion, I don't think Smolder is a champion that is a primary carry anymore. I think he operates a little bit similarly to Jhin, where he likes having other big sources of damage on the team so that his executes can go off.
Yeah.
Ever since Riot nerfed his scaling.
Yeah, I wonder if
Yeah.
teams are over-indexing into the Smolder pick, because I'm seeing it pick a whole bunch, and another great hook means that Zyra is absolutely demolished.
This blitz is so good. You see, he walked towards the Smolder, so Smolder thinks he's gonna get hooked, but then he switches targets immediately.
And then what happened?
And then they get the kill.
Alright, and another flash hook that
Oh
lands
my
onto
God.
Senna.
This
The
guy's
Shen
the
ult
goat.
means that he will not get bursted down, but that is a big cooldown burned on Team SK Telecom T1. Yeah,
We are witnessing a Blitzcrank masterclass and another hook.
Okay, but this time Red Team has the follow-up. SK Telecom gets a big pickup in a kill to help stem the bleeding slightly, but it is still 6,000 gold behind, which can be pretty hard to come back from.
Oh my goodness, and Nasus gets a tier 2 bot lane that's plus 700 gold. He is perfectly killing right now.
We'll see if these 3 champs can kill the Nasus. Right now it looks like Nasus is able to just walk right away.
He is literally Thanos right now.
Yep.
And he hasn't built any armor yet.
Alright, are they going for a diving play on the top? Seems like not. They're content to just getting the turrets. Speaking of turrets, having a 5-0 turret score is part of the reason why it feels so hard for Red Team to play in this game.
This is true. The Red Team vision line is basically at their base, at their fountain.
Yeah, we can.
And Soul is spawning in less than a minute. Cloud Soul would completely be a very difficult thing to play against when you're playing against champs like Shyvana and Nasus.
If you look at the minimap, this is the blue team vision versus the red team vision. They don't have a single ward past the river and only have, it appears, I guess 0 wards down on the map, which means that Blitzcrank can make plays just like that. Yep, and I think having this advantage is a perfect demonstration of why, like, having a Blitzcrank be ahead is a really good thing if you're trying to win.
I watched a Pro Guides video last week about Vision, and I can confirm that Vision is very strong in League.
And Shyvana is out here getting the final drag for the soul, and as we mentioned, Shyvana gets a big buff from having dragons, so 4-0 must feel very good. Alright, and another hook! This time it forces out the flash from Zyra, but now Zyra is completely immobile for the next time a big fight might happen.
It looks like Zyra is about to build a Banshee's Veil to counter this.
Yep. But
which makes sense. She has been hit by like 4 hooks this game.
Yeah, and Zyra has a low base move speed and no ability to use dashes, so it seems like picking the Blitzcrank into the Zyra was a very smart move.
Can we get a check on the Smolder stacks? Is he at his sweet spot?
Sure, let's take a look. Smolder is currently at 201.
He's getting very close to being his full power.
Senna is only at 52. This seems shockingly low for 23 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I think a big source of soul... Oh,
and there's another fight. This time it's another Shen ult burned, and blue team's like, all right, we burned the cooldown, let's back off, and then now we can look for something else.
Yep, they're looking for that top tier 2 specifically, and that is a big gold injection again into the carries of Team Kalesvol, onto the Shyvana and the Zed.
Yep, and it looks like they'll have significant issue with coming back into this game. What do you think is the angle for Red Team here? How can they look for their way out of this difficult situation?
Well, maybe they just have to live through the next 30 minutes, and then they'll have a fighting chance.
Alright, the outlook is pretty grim, but, you know, the game's never over until it's over, so, especially with so many scaling champs on your side. You can definitely get to a point where the gold lead doesn't matter as much.
Honestly, I think the way Red Team comes back into this is they give mid inhib to let Smolder farm even more and to let Senna get her stacks, because mid inhib does not really matter that much.
Yep, but it seems like blue team's focusing on getting the Baron instead, just doing the cleanup work, once you get the Baron, and if you can win a fight in mid, then you're able to much more easily close out the game.
All right, blue team has Baron Nashor and Cloud Soul and 6 turrets. So let's see what they do with this advantage. Shyvana is doing the right thing by taking all of the jungle camps, so Zyra is very sad.
Alright, and... Nope. Looks like Blitztrick was looking for something, didn't find it, so just backs off, and, you know, your Q will be back up very soon.
And Ornn is starting to get to the level where he can start to upgrade items for his team. He upgraded his own item first, and then once he's level 14, he can presumably upgrade Smolder.
Oh, and that massive Lux ult. Sweet Victory is chunked off, has to go back to base, which means gives a window for blue team to siege the mid inner turret. Inhibitor turret, sorry. Alright, stack counter request again. Let's take a look. Smolder 2 stacks away, almost at the level where he gets it. Alright, 228. Now Smolder has been powered up. A little bit late for the game.
It might be a little bit too late though.
Yep, and then Nasus is currently at 621. Wow. Okay, alright. A brief interruption. Oh no! The Ornn was unable to connect, so we'll see if blue team can win a fight here to close out the game. Yep. The siege seems very hard, and the Ornn has been taken down. The Smolder lives with a Shen ult, but nope. Smolder has been taken down as well, and it looks like this is the end of the line for Team SK Telecom T1.
It's not over until it's over. And now it is over.
I would like to apologize to Team Kalesvol. I was unfamiliar with your game. You have proven me wrong, and good gameplay.
Yep. Congrats, Team Kalesvol, for beating Team SK Telecom T1 in round 3 of the Summer LoL tournament and going up to a score of 3-0.
So, we've learned from these past 2 games that Zed might be the pick of the tournament.
Yeah, that's not something that I've expected, but like it very well might be a very strong pick in the hands of players that can pilot the champion.
Now, I've always been under the impression that Zed is a hard champion because he can do some fancy stuff with his shadows, but is he actually hard? Enoch, what do you think?
Well, you're talking to a Twisted Fate 1 trick, in which my only ability is to press auto attack with gold card. So to me, I would say Zed is quite a difficult pick.
Okay, thank you, Enoch. What are you, Marcus? What are your thoughts on this Zed champ?
I think Zed can be pretty difficult. I mean, I can't claim that I can play Zed as well as them. So, and if it was an easy champ, then more teams will be picking it, right? So I guess we'll let the results speak for themselves.
Do we want to invite one of the Zed players onto the cast to provide some Zed tips and tricks?
I don't know. If we can find the either of the players, then they're welcome to join. But otherwise, it is now time for our scheduled 1-hour break from 5 to 6 p.m. We have a little bit less time because the games took quite a while, but we'll be returning at 6 p.m. for some more content on Summer LoL. Do you have any words to close out the analysis of the game before we take a quick break?
Yes, if you are a team and you are 2-0, that doesn't mean anything because my Winter LoL team was 2-0 going into the half, and then we didn't even make it out of groups. So don't let your guard down.
All right, maybe you can say some pep talk for the teams that are not 2-0 right now and still looking to make it to day 2.
It's not over until it's over. You know, there's a famous game in the Champions League where Barcelona was trailing 1-4 against PSG, and then they came back because they played really well in the second half. So if you play really well in the second half, it doesn't even matter what happened in the first half.
All right.
That was a great pep talk. Yeah,
Thank you so much for your useful insights. I think right now we plan to return at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, so that's 40 minutes from now. I'll go confirm with the captains and the players that we will be making this time schedule. So I'll be right back here. All right, so the current note is that, as far as we know, we'll be returning back at 6 for round 4 of group stages, where we'll be hopping in to spectate Group B's JS Bach versus No Love. So stay tuned for the stream, and we hope to see you then. All
Are we
right.
still on the air?
Yes, we are, but let me hop off, and we'll be back at what time? 6 p.m. That's right. Okay. All right. We'll be right back. Hello, and welcome back to the Summer LoL 2024 Group Stages stream. Hope you all had a nice break. We'll be hopping into round 4 shortly, streaming the game between Team JS Bach and Team No Love. So, right now, as you can see from the standings, No Love is up 2-0 versus JS Bach's 0-2, but anything can happen in these games, so the players are about to enter their pick ban phase before going into the actual game. So we'll see when they are ready to do pick bans. All right. In the meanwhile, we can take a quick look and check on the scoreboard for the various teams. It looks like on Group A's side, Kalesvol is had a convincing lead of 3-0 wins in the group stage. As a reminder, the top 2 teams of each group make it out into the playoffs for tomorrow. So 3-0 means they have a pretty good shot to making it to the next day. On the other hand, Kiny has 2-0, which is also a perfect score, but they've played one fewer game due to a bye earlier in the day. And then abrahampark sits at 1-1, whereas SK Telecom and Police Defunder have yet to win a game. On the other side of the groups, we have Voidliss 3-0, also very likely to make it to tomorrow. No Love 2-0, and teams Xemacs 1-2, and JS Bach and Yeetor both with 0 wins so far. So right now, there seems to be a clear ranking of how the teams are currently performing, but this is not directly reflective of what the final rankings will look like.
So if we're looking at SK Telecom T1 and Police Defunder, as well as JS Bach and Yeetor, what are the possibilities that need to happen for them to make it out of the group?
If you're 0 wins right now, you can. If you end up getting to 2 wins, it is possible to tie for second place in the group. So keep in mind that every team has 4 games in the group stages. And if we do reach a tiebreaker scenario where more than one team has the same amount of wins, there's a tiebreaker procedure described in the rules. I'll go figure that out right now, but I think it means that any of the teams still has a chance to make it to the next day.
Do you think Police Defunder is out, or do you think he has a chance?
I think at 0-3, there's unfortunately no way that you can make it to day 2, given that there's 2 teams that have at least 2 wins. However, like even if you're 0-3, I think you can still make a statement by winning your final game of the day, and like definitely there's still value in trying your very best to see if you can take home the dub. All right, I'm reading off the tournament rules. In the event of a tie between 2 teams in the group stage, the tie is broken by their head-to-head record. However, in the event of a tie between 3 or more teams, the tie will be first broken by the head-to-head record between all of the tied teams, then by the faster average win time. So if a team beat the other tied teams, then they'll advance. Otherwise, it's just whoever has the fastest average win time. So this is a little bit of an incentive to go in the other direction and have games that are a bit faster. Given that we've seen so many smolder games already where the game takes what seems like an eternity, maybe it's good that we have one rule trying to push you to make the games faster.
Yeah.
All right, and looks like the captains are about to be ready to hop into the draft. I'm going to transition over to the draft screen. All right, so here we see on blue side is Team JS Bach, on red side is Team No Love. Do you have any idea of what priority picks might be contested between these two teams?
I do not know about priority picks, but I feel like I might know the bans. I think there will certainly be a Hecarim ban for No Love, maybe a Kindred ban, maybe a Graves ban. For the side of JS Bach, I think they will try to ban out Lilia maybe, and then maybe Udyr for Trong. And then I also wouldn't be surprised if we see one ban for Talia or Lux against JS Bach.
Yeah, I think Talia is the clearer choice in that JS Bach has played so many games on Talia in rank. So you definitely want to take the enemy captain off of their comfort pick. But hey, it looks like the first ban, Hecarim as expected. Darius, who is the
Oh,
Darius ban
interesting.
towards? The Darius' ban is towards the top laner on Team JS Bach's Salami Face. He's known to be a Darius player and can be very scary when given that pick. And as expected, Talia is banned by No Love, whereas Zyra is banned by JS Bach to take the support really lost off of her comfort champ.
Oh, interesting Malzahar ban targeting Arachnobat.
Yep, Malzahar is one of the interesting champions where having where playing it can get you to bypass a certain rank gap. As in, if the enemy mid laner is a lot higher rank than you can still press R and deny a lot of the elo advantage.
Well, then.
I'm
Oh, go on.
from scrimming them, Arachnobat proved to be a pretty adept at Malzahar too. Like above like what he hasn't played a ton of Malzahar in the past, but he was really laning quite well in the scrims we had versus their team as well.
All right, welcome Voidliss Elijah to the cast. He's the captain of his aforementioned Team Voidliss. Are you currently on a bye right now?
Yeah, we're currently on our bye right now before our final game of the day versus Team No Love.
Yeah, and looking at the standings, your team is doing very well. You're currently up 3-0, so that doesn't guarantee you'll make it to day 2, but I think your odds are at least in your favor for now.
Yeah, it's been a good start to the day.
Yep. All right, cool. So as we see, the draft is already ongoing. We have JS Bach prioritizing the Ashe first pick, whereas No Love picks the Seraphine that's been memed quite a bit throughout the tournament.
Yeah, the Seraphine is quite strong. It's definitely one of their favorite champs for their team, and I think they're really, really strong at playing around it. They really have a lot of ability to set up with the E's and the ultimates and make fighting for those late game dragons and barons just a real hassle into their team.
Do you think that the Seraphine will be in the bot lane, or do you think the Seraphine will be in the mid lane? Because
I think it'll likely be. Oh, I was gonna say mid lane, and I'm clearly wrong because that is gonna be a Lissandra mid lane. So that's gonna be a Seraphine support.
Actually, I'm not sure that Lissandra is a good pick into Orianna here. Let me check.
I think they're mainly playing it for that late in sort of engaged setup, less about the laning phase here.
Yeah,
I
think
do
that
think
makes.
the Orianna lane is good.
But I also think I would have preferred for Galio to be a pick against Orianna.
In with the bans here, we see an Udyr ban and then a Shen ban, sort
I
of
wonder-
targeting that ability to protect.
Oh, interestingly, they don't ban the Lilia. So will Red Side be taking Lilia away from Trung, or
Yeah, I feel like I've seen Lilia in a lot of the games so far today, and it's really demonstrated it can be an impactful pick because it's really good at finding picks and making really good big team fight plays, which is really a lot of what you want to do, especially given that they already have Seraphine and MF for the big AoE ults, but they opt to go for Dr. Mundo.
Dr. Mundo for Dr. Omega Lol. Quite a strong champion. And with the sort of lower damage team comp on JS Bach's side, might be really hard to take him down, especially with those Seraphine shields. I'd love to see a champion that can maybe punish Dr. Mundo's sort of weaker early lane. I want to see what they send up here. They're hovering that Gnar right now. Definitely a good pick. Can kite Mundo back, has some max health damage in his kit, and can trade pretty well. And it also gives them a lot more opportunity in a late game team fight to send Gnar in with the Orianna ball on top of him if they want to go for that crazy montage wombo combo.
Yeah, it's interesting that both teams have opted to pick their junglers late in the draft. Maybe as sort of a pick where both junglers have a pretty versatile champion pool, so they can see what makes sense to counter the enemy team.
Yeah, I'm very. Oh, the Lilia gets locked in here. We were talking about how strong this champ is, and definitely versus, a big beefy boy like Dr. Mundo. Lilia can really ramp up, get those stacks, and layer that damage in.
Oh, that reminds me, I should run a prediction, and for which team will win this upcoming game. All right, you can keep on with the. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. This final pick is actually the one I was kind of most interested from. Is sort of what will No Love be playing. The Seraphine, MF, and Mundo are kind of classic staples of their team, and he pulling out the Echo. I personally haven't seen his Echo in a long time. Has anyone else here?
I've also not seen his Echo ever.
Well, this is quite a treat we're in for then. A pretty rare pick. I believe one other player, it might have been Kalesvol. Someone else played Echo, I believe, at this tournament earlier today, and then dropped a pretty impressive game on it. But I believe that was Echo mid lane.
All right, and I set up the prediction. So, quick, bet your channel points, bet your pride on which team you think will win in the matchup between Team JS Bach and Team No Love.
I will say the blue side's draft is, if you ignore the Lilia, it's kind of looking like old school C9.
Old school C9. That's a good callback right there. I think they have both teams obviously are opting for a pretty team fight oriented comp, a lot of AoE abilities, and really want to play for those big 5v5 fights. The one thing I will say is I think JS Box comp is potentially a little bit easier to execute with, as they have a couple more frontliners. I know Lilia and Narb a bit bruiser, but they can tank some damage, while over on Nola's side, only Mundo can really soak damage. Everyone else is going to be pretty squishy, and if they get hit with any of the many items of CC over on blue side, they could be wiped down fast.
All right, so do the casters have a prediction on who will win this game?
I think my prediction is that Team No Love will win, but I'm really just interested in how they decide to pilot this comp.
Do you think it's based on the record so far, or the draft, or like any specific?
I think it's on their ability to play as a team from what I've seen in the game so far today and what I've seen in scrims in the games leading up to this week. I think they're able to operate really well together as a group of five, and I think I haven't actually seen JS Bach's team as much, but their team has been quite formidable in the scrim, so I would give them the edge here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a perfect chance to see how JS Bach can showcase their teamwork.
Yeah, I think for me, I tend to favor JS Bach's team comp more. But I think a lot of it also depends on how the top lane matchup goes between Gnar and Mundo, in my opinion. I have not played a lot of the Gnar and Mundo matchup, but I think it's a bit difficult for Gnar to play. I feel like the Gnar actually has to be like incredibly good and incredibly precise with their movements and
Oh, really?
their laning phase to actually take advantage of Gnar's laning strength.
Interesting. I'm not, as an ADC player, I have almost no experience in the world of top lane, so it's good to get a more expert opinion in here.
Yeah, though Salami Face has been known to be a pretty strong player throughout his time in these tournaments. He's known primarily as a Darius one-trick, which is why he drew the first ban, but maybe his Gnar, he can showcase his skills on a different aggressive champ like Gnar as well. Alright, we're still waiting for the stream delay as the players have entered into their game. Let's see. Yep, we just need to wait a little bit and we'll be transitioning to the game as soon as it's ready. So, Captain Voidliss, have you been keep track of how the other groups are going so far? And do you have any thoughts on?
Yeah, I've taken a few little spot checks in. I mean, looks like some quite epic games over on the other half. I know there was that legendary first 55-minute game, and it looks like both Kalesvol and Kiny's teams have been on a bit of a warpath, so it'll be exciting to see who ends up winning that when they match up head to head. So they have quite strong comps. My prediction at the start of this tournament was that Kiny's team was the strongest team.
And so far, the record seems to indicate that's a very likely
They're
possibility.
definitely up there.
Yeah, though I think we'll see the true test of the strongest team in tomorrow's games because teams will get more information about how to prepare, how to do pick bans. Like I feel like the first games in a day actually it's pretty hard to prepare for, but then as you see how the series goes on, like throughout the group stages, you're able to adapt and figure out what's worth banning versus what we should just leave open.
Absolutely, and we actually got fooled almost at one point today when playing versus Yeetor's team. He'd played jungle, I believe, in the previous game, and then in the game versus us, he ended up swapping, playing ADC. They sent I think their ADC to the jungle. They swapped some people around, and it was a bit of a surprise for us. So we had to address that when we came into game.
All right, we're gonna hop to a quick 1-minute ad break, and we'll be right back with the stream. We're just waiting for the spectator delay, so we'll be right back with Team JS Bach versus Team No Love. All right, we're in our ad break, so anyone who's subscribed to us via Prime or something like that, I think doesn't see the ad break. The ad breaks the time when you just talk about random stuff. Or maybe go to the restroom. Alright, actually they're loading into the game, so I'm gonna go transition into that. Hopefully I don't miss too much at the start of the game.
You're so good to me.
Alright, hello viewers, welcome back to the Summer LoL 2024 tournament. This is Team JS Bach versus Team No Love. We're taking a look at which team will being able to win this game, and
30 seconds until minions
if
spawn.
JS Bach wins this game, then they have a reasonable chance of making it out of groups. But if No Love wins this, then they're also then they're in a solid 3-0 position. So we'll see how this game goes. All right, looks like the level 1 is pretty quiet here.
Minions have spawned.
Both teams not opting for an invade. Alright, seems like the other casters are gone for just a sec, so let's take a look at what's going on with the game. So far, there doesn't seem to be too much of note, though actually red side's going for a very aggressive level 1 trade, which means that the Braum is already very low health. To give some more context on this bot lane, the Braum is the final pick in the entire draft, and he was filling in for a bot. But on the other hand, the support on Team No Love, Really Lost, is the highest ranked support that is not a captain in this tournament. So this should be interesting to see how the lane develops.
And I actually really like the way that Ashe is playing this matchup. They seem to be getting the auto attack in and then using approach velocity to dodge a lot of the skill shots.
Yeah, and seems like from a trading perspective, they're actually doing not too badly, even with the elo gap. But we'll see if they can maintain this advantage. Meanwhile, on the top, we see the Gnar is indeed bullying the Dr. Mundo. Do you have any idea if Gnar is able to keep up this bully throughout the lane phase, or is it mostly like an early level thing?
I think Voidliss is the one who said that Gnar bullies early. We might have to wait for Voidliss to get his opinion.
Well, I mean, let's look at what's happening here. It looks like Drock is having a bit of a sad time, though he's only 3 CS down, so maybe not too bad, all things considered. Yep, on the other hand, we see Unlucky's in the bot lane bush, and maybe there's something that will be happening right now as No Love is actually walking around, potentially pathing into the try. If Unlucky's completes this recall, then maybe Alexei and Malmer will be in trouble. Alright, Really Lost goes for the engage. Alexei is super low on the Ashe, but we see the Lilia here, which means that they're willing to go forward. No Love flashing in and gets the first blood on the Echo, and this is a huge fight for Team No Love. He gets a double kill, and Unlucky's is not able to get any back.
Oh, I am curious why Ashe opts for the cleanse instead of the barrier in this situation.
Yeah, I wonder if it's related to being worried about the Seraphine root or ult. Both of these will be cleansable. Alright, and here we see an example of Gnar bullying the Mundo top, but not quite being able to get the kill.
Definitely a huge play for Team No Love there. Getting 2 kills on the Echo. It's one of those champions that can really accelerate the game once he gets to that point where he can just one shot and start popping off. A Sheen already picked up. Dark Seal in the inventory.
Yeah,
it can be a big game here.
That's the danger with playing against some of these really good players, is that it's easy for them to look for advantages, and also they're better at taking advantage of these leads. Alright, we're in a little bit of a lull state while we look at Gnar. Maybe possibly considering a dive, but I think it's a bit hard on Mundo. Oh! No, I guess not. He just gets a solo kill in lane.
Ow, out of nowhere. I didn't even see that one coming.
Yeah,
It
and
popped him from like 300 HP.
neither did Mundo, it seems like. Alright.
Definitely big, and especially with taking a call in top lane. I mean, you know that's not like a huge prio lane for Mundo, but definitely a bit of a greedy start.
And then JS Bach with the ult onto the mid, but not able to finish off No Love. We'll see if No Love can convert this into a kill, but given that Unlucky's is around, he smartly backs off. Yep. Yeah. Even though it was unfortunate for JS Bach that he didn't manage to get the kill, he still traded his ult for a flash.
Yeah, definitely a good trade-off, and teleport burn now also. That's definitely gonna enable the opportunity of a regank once Lilia has their ultimate, or when that command shockwave is back up off cooldown.
Yep. And now it looks like Lilia is taking the opportunity to get the Rift Grubs, while No Love is here taking the dragon. So they're doing a handshake trade of neutral objectives.
And surprisingly, to me at least, it doesn't seem that JS Bach is going to go Arc controls. So he might opt for the Aludin's build or the other one.
Yeah, JS Bach has definitely been an enjoyer of the Blackfire Torch. Personally, not my favorite for the lane, but it can definitely really ramp up damage, especially in that late game when you get the stacking burn effect. It's kind of a bit of a hidden effect on the item, but if you're burning multiple enemies, it actually increases your AP.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the bot lane CS numbers, it seems that for right now, earlier Ashe was up by quite a bit, maybe a margin of 10 to 20 CS, but it seems like MF has gained most of the ground back. It seems like it's because the Seraphine's doing a better job at controlling the lane state. With the range poke making it so that Ashe has a hard time stepping up and getting CS in the first place.
Absolutely.
Oh, and then here we see Echo going in onto the Orianna, who managed to avoid the stun from Echo and is able to escape for now with a flash. We'll see if what happens. Seems like a lot of ults were burned. MF ult, Lilia ult, Ashe ult, Orianna ult, but then no kills were had at the end.
Yeah, it was actually a really nicely aimed Ashe ult there, and a great dodge.
But then No Love is still going for a further invade, and he's backed up by his bot lane, which means that Unlucky's will have to give up his red buff. They're pinging to go, but I'm wondering if the red side player advantage means that it's hard for Team JS Bach to actually make a play. And now it looks like there's another play happening on the other side. Will this be a pincer position? There could be a very big Lilia, but Lilia does not have ult, but Ashe is able to finish off No Love. Okay, but the MF with the flash auto managed to pick up the Ashe, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team No Love.
Wow, definitely a close fight. Could have gone either way there. It was a great pincer maneuver coming out of blue side there. They really got them in that corridor, but that Lissandra ult just really shut down any damage Lilia was going to be able to do.
Yeah, and I think a really big part of it was the play just now when Lilia and Orianna had to burn ult, and they only had a Braum ult to take advantage of the clumped up team members. Like, they didn't have any of the super big AoEs that could completely turn the fight around there.
Yeah, absolutely. Top lane, back a little bit of a slow lane again, but hopefully once Gnar gets towards this Triforce, he might be able to start... Oh, big ult slam into the wall, but despite doing a bunch of damage, Mundo can just heal it all back up.
Yep, and Mundo's a case of also, like, basically trying to go even in lane or not lose too much, and then just being a menace in the late games.
And it seems that besides the solo kill from Gnar, Mundo is actually doing quite a good job of keeping up in CS.
Yeah, the CS is quite relatively close for being, you know, a range into melee, somewhat range into melee matchup, and you know, dying early. Having only about a 1-wave CS gap is important. The other small thing though is that Salami Face's call is down to 21 CS. That's going to be a nice little infusion of gold when he finally finishes that off.
Yeah, though it is interesting that DRO Megalol CK actually was drafted quite a bit earlier in terms of the absolute draft, and then, well, whereas Salami Face seems like he's doing pretty well into the matchup, and they get an Ashe ult, which means that Really Lost is going to be chain CC'd by Lilia and Ashe, and that's an easy pickup for blue team.
Yeah, these not poke comps, these pick comps have really, I think, found a lot of success on the day with Lilia or Ashe. We've seen a variety of other champions too, but the ability to single out an enemy, CC them, bring them down, it's been really powerful in this highly team-oriented game.
Yep, and I feel like a lot of teams have found a bunch of success. Looks like Echo's going in, and then the Braum is able to use a flash, and no, the Unbreakable is not able to stop the MF ult from tearing through the Braum's health bars.
Yeah, really close there. I thought he was gonna live for a second with that wall up, but that MF ult just does too much damage. Almost a full Bloodthirster already in the inventory.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna be able to finish it off after that kill.
And we see No Love in the bot side here, looking for a potential dive, but Ashe intelligently just performs a recall, and there's no dive to be had. But I guess they do get a bunch of turret plates. Here we see the Orianna ulted, but then the Lissandra was able to get the self ult off just in time so that the Ori isn't able to get a solo kill. But you see that JS Bach, as a captain, is still gaining a significant advantage over Arachnobat.
Yeah, a couple of plates up, definitely a big CS lead. And then once again on the map, the same side, trading Drake for Grubs. So we have 6 Grubs to 2 Drakes. From just what your guys' experience has been, what side do you like to be on that? Do you like the 6 Grubs or do you like the 2 Dragons?
I'm not super sure. I feel like a lot of the games are not really decided by, like, dragons. But then again, like, I feel like it's kind of hard to tell. Like, it's easy to be, like, after the fact and saying that this mattered more than that, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I these days I've been leaning towards the 6 Grubs. I really just love that pushing power, especially if we can get a Baron with it. But the 2 Dragons gives, you know, that alternate win condition almost of if things start to go awry, you have a much easier angle into Soul.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, and
me
look at that,
personally-
Gnar just bursting down the Mundo. Oh, go ahead.
Me personally, I like the 2 Dragons because I don't play really lane oppressive champs that allow me to take advantage of the 6 Grubs.
Oh, that makes sense. And seems like we have a small pause coming out here.
Yeah, it says food 1 sec from No Love's all chat. So hopefully 1 sec does mean that we'll be going back into the game very soon.
Everyone's ordering delivery today or something. We had an earlier pause from, was it Lightning Fist?
No, it was Liquid Blade, I think.
It was Liquid Blade.
And we can see across the items, first completions are starting to come in. We have the Bloodthirster on MF, which is quite oppressive. The Shiv for Ashe to kind of give that matching push. And JS Bach ended up going for the Luden's Echo, which I think is a really great choice into such a squishy comp.
Yep, and we're back into the game.
And interestingly enough, Gnar went Black Cleaver first, even though Mundo doesn't actually have any armor to burn through.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I thought it would have been a Triforce coming in first, but I definitely am a fan of Black Cleaver right now. That move speed and even without armor, the shred is really useful.
All right, we had a little bit of a glitch over there, but I think we're back into the game.
One thing is, Mundo does have a Warmog, so any damage that gets traded onto him, he can take a couple steps back, heal it up in just a few seconds.
Yeah, which really limits the amount of lane bullying that the Gnar can actually do. I think very recently they changed how Black Cleaver works, so maybe it procs an extra stack. I don't know if this would work on Gnar, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the interaction on Gnar. The one I'm most familiar with is on Senna or on Viego, but the item's undoubtedly better a little bit and is just quite a strong item overall.
Yep, we see... Nope, this is only 1 Black Cleaver stack, so I don't know if there are any changes yet. Oh, and looks like No Love is looking for a pick onto JS Bach. But good thing Unlucky's is here to come back, and then they get an ult onto Arachnobat, who is forced to ult himself back into safety. And Alexei is able to pick up with the Ashe, and this is a huge Lilia ult. They get a 3-man ult, which stops the MF ult into the tracks, and this looks like a massive play for Team JS Bach. And meanwhile, on the top side, Salami Face is 1v1ing DR Omega CK and gets the kill as well. This is a massive play for Team JS Bach.
Wow, battles across the board. Big team fight in the bot lane, a classic 1v1 up in the top lane. I actually thought Red side was going to take that fight when that Seraphine and ML fault hit, but that Lilia sleep timing was beautiful to cancel it.
Yep, and this is why Unlucky's was the first player picked overall in the entire draft. Like, when you get plays like that, you're definitely going to be really happy with how he is performing.
Yeah, quite high value play there, and that's a lot of gold back onto their carries. Even though all of it went to Ashe, that's good assists for Orianna, good assists for Lilia, will help them get towards those important next items.
And honestly, I think Ashe is a pretty good place for the gold to be. Maybe there's a danger where, like, if No Love is able to one-shot the Ashe, or if they get a CC on, then Ashe is not as useful. But just in a long, extended fight, Ashe is able to pump out so much damage with the extra money.
Yeah, absolutely. Already accelerating towards that Triforce.
Yep, and they're going for JS Bach again. This time he doesn't have Flash. But he is just... Wait, with a massive Orianna ult, unfortunately that was not enough to save his life. But we'll see if Unlucky's is able to pick something up here. And Unlucky's gets a root, which means that... Wait, maybe Arachnobat will... get taken out, and looks like he does. This means that Mundo is able to get some free time in the top tower and deny some waves. So
He looks like he might even get the whole tower off this.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to tank that. First tower also was recently increased, went from 150 gold bonus value to 300, so a lot of money coming in there.
okay, but if you die from that, then is that really worth the extra money you're getting?
Oh, it's definitely not, but let's see if that move speed can get him out to safety. That Mundo healing is crazy, and no heal cut on Lily at this point in the game. Still quite early on.
And now this exposes the bot side priority to the red team, who is eyeing to go for the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, Soul Point coming up soon. Not sure actually which dragon it is.
Alright. I'm not super sure. I think we can get some visibility onto that.
Oh, it's Hextech Soul. There's the gates on the map.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So that's definitely a really powerful dragon, and if able to be secured by...
And then No Love gets a huge stun onto JS Bach and chunks him out mostly. That's going to make a big impact onto the fight. But Salami Face, with the teleporting Gnar in, he's probably looking for a big Gnar ult into the wall, but he doesn't have the position to do that. A big Ori ult cancels several of the ults from the red team. But No Love is here trying to run through the team. Let's see if the Ashe is able to... pick up these kills, and No Love with the massive shutdown means that red side is actually taking the lead from this fight. Unless Salami Face has something to say about it. It's still a 1v2 right now, but it looks like red team wins the fight 5-3, and they might even be able to go for the dragon right after.
Wow, what a crazy fight. Really back and forth there. I had no idea who was going to come out on top. Sort of until we got to the end of that. Hextech Soul going to get picked up from red side, bringing them to Soul Point. Hextech Soul, we all know, it's so powerful. It's so annoying. And those slows with MF and Seraphine at that massive range is going to be really frustrating to play into.
Yeah, and I feel like that last fight really demonstrated the value of No Love expertly weaving in and out of the fight, managing to stay alive with very low health to be able to clean up and get several kills at the end there.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was a little bit more disjointed side on blue side there. If they'd been able to layer that damage with the Braum stuns, because they definitely got the Braum stuns down. I think they could have maybe swung it in their favor.
Yep, but right now the game is still very close with an edge towards the red team because of their Soul Point.
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy that we're still less than a 1k gold difference at this point in the game, almost 20 minutes in.
Yep, and if you look at the gold distribution on both teams, wait, hold it. Let's see if they're going in. Okay, nothing's happening right now. Oh wait, nope, blue team is looking for an engage onto Really Lost, but with a heal from Really Lost, that extra little bit of boost speed is able to get her out.
A whole Death Cap picked up on the Echo, 10 stack Dark Seal. The damage that is going to come out of this champion is just absurd.
Alright, and then let's see if blue team is able to secure the Rift Herald. Getting that blue trinket onto No Love, getting visibility of where he is, probably helps quite a bit into figuring out how they want to play the fight. But looks like Malmer is now caught out, gets bursted down almost immediately, even though he is a tank.
Yeah, at this point in the game, just so much gold.
Wait, let's see if
MF
JS Bach can get the solo kill, and barely not.
How? Living just by the edge. Arachnabat able to get that recall off, has TP up to just come back into lane
Yeah,
to regain that
but
farm. But we see Echo coming down.
Yeah, and I think JS Bach might get caught if he... Oh, he makes a TP play, so he is now guaranteed to be safe. That is using a TP, but at least does not give up the kill to No Love.
Definitely. I think this game is definitely getting to a little bit of a tough point for blue side with how strong this MF and Echo are. But with their Braum stuns, Ashe stuns, I'm really hoping they can see some angles to find a pick, and they can definitely find their way back into this game. It is by no means over.
Yeah, I think the two big angles I see is either a big ult on the mid jungle to get some AoE damage, or a single pick using either of those, or maybe one of the bot lane ults to look for something with a bit more range. Yeah, but if the red team is able to keep a coordinated play and avoid getting hit by too many large ults, then they're having a very good shot of at least trying to secure the Dragon Soul.
And we actually see a Blade of the Ruin King getting picked up for this Gnar here, so really wanting to tunnel in, make sure he can 1v1 Mundo and control that side lane pressure. I think that's actually a pretty good move here. If you can get that sort of side lane control, it's a little bit hard to just send Seraphine or Lissandra out on their own. The team comp starts to fall apart if they're too split, so I really like the emphasis on the side lane push coming out from Salami Face.
Do you think the Blade of the Ruin King is enough to burn through the Heartsteel Warmogs from the side of Dr. Mundo?
Until he has heal cut, I don't think it's going to be enough, but I think it's in the right direction, and I'm hoping that Longsword gets upgraded to an Executioner's Calling on his next recall.
Yeah. Yeah, though Gnar is interesting because Gnar is also a big team fight threat when played properly, so I think that's one reason they opted for a champ that can both perform well in the side lane and show up in a team fight when necessary. Alright. Looks like Dr. Mondo's just content with walking away. No point in trying to contest the Gnar directly. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, No Love's looking for a flank angle. I wonder if he's gone too deep or if he's actually figured out a big angle onto JS Bach. And so far, it looks like JS Bach is almost getting one shot. JS Bach lands a huge ult, but the Lily asleep means that No Love is... but then No Love is still alive, and the huge ult, that was perfectly timed, means that he recovers half of his entire health bar and makes the fight really hard for the blue side. That was a crazy play. Yep.
Oh, wow. What an
so
incredible
sad.
play. So close, just inches away from getting that 1,000 gold shutdown and potentially just winning the whole fight in their favor there.
Yep, and I don't know, it's those small plays like that that make the biggest difference in determining the outcome of fights and maybe the entire game.
Yeah, with those deaths, that's going to be the 4th dragon. Hextech Soul going to get picked up for red side. These slows are really tough when dealt at long range, and for champs like Lilia and Gnar who really need to get in there at melee range, it's going to make their lives a lot harder. They're going to really have to maybe look for good flank angles, because running straight up into the enemy might not work anymore.
Yep. And at the same time, as we saw, Drock is able to get the mid tower, which opens up the map a lot more, which is really good for a champ like Echo that can look for long-range picks and return to safe leave with his ult. Alright, well, we'll see if Lilia might have an angle with going for a flank onto the mid lane, but right now the Ashe ult misses, and it means that they're not going to be able to find any plays. Alright, the Braum, I wonder if he's in a bit too deep, but nope, he's able to just walk out, get some vision on the Baron side. I think the Baron fight will be the next big fight that happens in this game. Alright, No Love is looking for a play onto Unlucky's, but because you're playing Lilia, you're able Unlucky's is able to just gallop up out really quickly.
Yeah, even with the Dragon Soul, it's still a pretty tight gold lead, only about 2k, and almost all of that is in on that Echo. So if they're able to find some CC, maybe find an ult with the Braum or Ashe, they still might be able to turn this around for sure.
Alright, and it looks like there might be a big fight incoming. Braum is out here trying to keep Lilia alive, but is unable to, and the Lissandra ult means that Lilia is taken out immediately, which makes this a 4v5. The blue side is doing a good job with kiting back, but they did just burn the Orianna ult, which gives red side the signal to go straight towards the Baron. Yep. And it seems like the blue side is doing the wise thing and looking to trade mid-tower for it instead, which at this point, like, I think knowing when to cut your losses and trade for resources on the other side of the map is a very smart decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just have to give up a certain part of the map, play for something else.
Yeah, and as we can see, the gold deficit isn't that huge, but I think because of the Dragon Soul, there is now an objective bounty towards the red team. Alright, so what do you think blue team's way of getting back into the game is?
Blue team's way back into the game.
Yeah. It looks like right now they're losing all the
They
fights.
really need to look for not just setting up with like an Orianna or Gnarl. I think they need to have Ashe just firing ult as soon as it's up when someone steps up. It doesn't matter if it's the Echo. Obviously, can't really be the Mundo. He's CC immune with his passive. But if Lissandra or MF or Seraphine are up, they need to be looking for an ult, trying to pick one of those people down so they can sort of start breaking apart this Phalanx comp that they've created.
Yep, and I don't know, right now it seems like during a siege might be the best time to do it. If the red team splits up and tries to go for a 1-3-1 or 1-4 push, then there might be an angle for Ashe ult. But right now, it looks like red team are content with taking it slow, not taking any unnecessary risk, and just choking the blue team out of the game.
Absolutely. It's coming down here. There still is, I think, some time on that Baron. I'm not sure exactly how much left, but they're working on getting their waves set up, getting those lanes in so they can start pressuring the inhibs and really breaking apart blue side's base.
Alright, but looks like No Love is going in on JS Bach, and Brinzel, the ult's cooldown is not super long, so he'll probably have it up for the next big fight.
At this point in the game, Echo is actually only like a 40-second cooldown, so you can see
37 seconds.
Winding, he is winding time back, bringing that back ult up to speed so that he can look for those crazy deep engages again.
And here we see that red team's able to pick up the bot tower without much resistance, but let's see if Salami Face is able to make a play on the top side.
Personally, I actually think that
but No Love may have caught the Braum here. Alright, we see the Ashe arrow. Let's see if any more plays go on. Oh, and a big 2 ults, but then the invulnerability means that it's so hard for blue team to actually finish up with any of the kills.
And what a great MF ult there. That bullet time just ripped through all of blue side, killing Lilia and pushing everyone else back to keep his team safe, her team safe.
Yeah, and I actually think if I'm Brock here, I can just walk up and kill Gnar under his tower. So we'll see if he goes for that.
I guess
really?
we'll see if that
can
happens
do that at this
top
point
lane.
in the game? Just go on in and beat him?
Well, not if there's a Braum around to help out.
Ulti. Not without ulti, maybe.
Okay, and we'll see. They may be going for a solo kill onto Mundo, but I don't know if they even have enough chase to get that. And No Love just so straight up solo kills JS Bach in the bot lane. It looks like this game is very hard to play if you're Team JS Bach at this point.
At this point, the gold lead is starting to balloon far out of control. There's just too much damage coming in. And with that Hextech Soul, the low cooldowns and the slows just make it impossible to kite back and forth. Elder Dragon is coming up quite soon. I guess this is maybe a one potential avenue to try to come back. An Elder Dragon steal can sometimes flip a game in your favor, but I'm not sure how they're going to be able to enter into this space.
Alright, looks like blue team is going for a Hail Mary play with a double TP behind the back.
Oh, maybe they can pick something on MF here.
Oh, but the Orianna ult completely misses, and so does a Seraphine ult, so let's see what happens with this fight.
Oh, and it looks like Trung's dead. Oh no.
The flank is still in there, but they're getting split up. They weren't able to break the phalanx apart. The Seraphine heals are coming down, and Drock and Jimming TPing into the base to end the game.
Yep. And I think there's not enough damage on the blue teams to stop them from trying to end the game at this point. With 2v5 remaining setup, and No Love basically one-shotting the Braum. I think this is a GG in favor of Team No Love, who defeats Team JS Bach to get another win in their group.
Thank you both for letting me cast with you. I'm going to have to go now to go prepare for my final game of the day.
Alright, thank you so much for casting.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
Alright. And with that win, we can see that No Love is up to 3-0, and unfortunately JS Bach is now having a score of 0-3 and mathematically eliminated from being able to make day 2 of the tournament.
But now we get to see the matchup of the century: ARAM versus SK Telecom T1.
Alright, looks like ARAM has just finished their game, but SK Telecom T1 is still in the game. Do you mind joining Yeetor's game, and we can maybe stream parts of that game until we get to SK Telecom T1, who is still pretty far behind in their game?
I do not have Wait, who is on Yeetor's team? Let me see if I have anyone on his friends list.
Yeetor or JS Bach. Anyone on their team. Let's see, do you have unluckies on your friend list?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you just ask to spectate into their game? So then we can provide some more content while we're waiting for the SK Telecom T1's game to end.
Hold on, I'm logging in.
Alright. Alright, right now we're standing by as we're waiting for the games in the 5th and final round of the group stage to begin.
Sorry, my client is kind of bugging out.
No worries. Neither of the teams have started the draft for. Neither teams have started the draft for the next game yet, so we're still going to be a little bit of time before we get started with the next one.
Okay. It looks like JS Box has not started, but I'm hopping into their queue.
All right, you're in their custom game lobby right now?
Well, not yet.
Okay.
I'm waiting for Trunk to invite me.
Sounds good. Yep, and actually, looking at Group B right now, one thing that's interesting is that No Love and Voidliss both are 3-0 going into their final game of the day, whereas Xemacs ended 2-2, and I think that means Group B's top 2 teams have already been decided.
On the other hand, abrahampark and Kiny's teams are 2-1, and Kalesvol's team is 3-0. So we'll see if we get a tie.
Yep, we definitely have a potential for a 3-way tie in Groups A if Kiny and abrahampark both win their next game, and then we'll have to use some tiebreaker logic to figure out who advances to day 2. Unfortunately, we could not play an extra round because of scheduling issues, and some of the players will need to leave afterwards. All right, Enoch, do you have any predictions on how Group A will go? Do you think abrahampark is able to get the 3-1 and secure the victory, secure the day 2 in the group? And same with Kiny, or I guess it's still possible for Kalesvol to lose. I think for Kalesvol, the fate is fully in their own hands, but for abrahampark and Kiny, if they win, they enter into a tiebreaker scenario.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm saying, do you have any analysis on which of the teams in Group A do you think will make it to the next day out of the 3 contenders right now?
Personally, I might be a bit biased, but I would like Vincent to make it, who is the mid laner for abrahampark. I'm a big Vincent fan. I think he is an insane mid laner, and in in-houses and scrims, he just constantly gaps his lane opponents.
And actually, even though I was thinking about these teams, I think there's still a possibility for SK Telecom T1 to come back and make it to day 2, even though they're only 0-2 right now. If they win the next 2 games and Kiny and Abraham lose their final game, then SK Telecom T1 will be in the contender for the tiebreakers.
Who do you think is gonna break out of Group 1 or Group A?
I'm not too sure. I think Kalesvol definitely has a lead of being up 3-0, but I actually think if abrahampark wins and Kalesvol wins, then that would actually put Kiny 2-2 and guarantee abrahampark to go to the next day. Alright, I've been notified that JS Bach and Yeetor have decided to settle their final game via an ARAM, and we have permitted this because there's no chance for either team to make it to day 2, and it does not impact the other standings in any way. Alright, they've asked us to come stream their ARAM game.
Okay. Do we want to hop up into the lobby?
Let's see. Are they in a lobby right now?
Yeah, above
yeah.
us.
Can you hop into the lobby?
Sure.
Just like message one of them. Yeah, I'll stream it from yours so that I'm able to hop over to the other game if needed.
Oh wait, wouldn't you need to move up to stream it?
No, we're gonna do some advanced streaming technologies. I'm gonna
Okay.
restream your stream. I don't know if that will work, but we can try it out.
Oh, but you can just go up to the... Oh, I guess you would have the voice channels as well, huh?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, let me ask them.
Oh, that's true. I could just go up to that channel for now and then come back to the
Yeah.
cast. Alright, I guess let's go hop into the ARAM deciding game for Group B's last game.
Hello.
Hello. Everyone's on stream right now. I heard
Everyone's
you guys.
streaming.
Yeah, I heard you guys are deciding your final game via ARAM. Is that right?
Random ARAM. That's why
And
it goes, yeah.
everybody's gonna stream their stream.
Everyone's streaming.
Alright,
This
just
is-
keep in mind you guys are on Twitch right now, live, so
Oh god.
don't say anything too
Twitch.
suspicious.
Bumping that, bumping
I
that,
will.
bumping that, bumping that.
Can
Bumping
I?
that, bumping that.
Remember we cooked?
We're cooked, bro.
Alright, let's get in here. Let's just do full random. No, we need to.
They leaked the chat.
Where is entropy?
Oh,
And
I'm gonna
like-
join. I'm gonna join the other game for casting that one. So,
Oh.
but for now, I'll stream the ARAM. The other game is an important decider game in their group. So,
Okay, but this is what the people want.
is this what the
That's what
people
I'm
want?
saying.
What
This is what
does
the people want?
what does
What?
Twitch chat want?
Whoever
Hold on, let
loses
me
this
hop on
goes
Twitch.
away. Like as the
Whoever
actual
loses
loser.
doesn't come next year. Whoever loses this can't come back next year.
Whoa!
Whoever loses this has to kiss me. Oh.
Alright, I'm losing on purpose.
Say no more.
Who knocked?
It's a Discord.
Who knocked?
meeting.
Hello, you. You.
Who are we missing?
Bumping that, bumping that, bumping that.
Salami.
First serve is
days.
spectator. Am I not in? Oh, I'm not.
Yeah.
Alright, there
I
we go.
can't see you on my friends list. I don't know why.
You've been ghosted.
Alright, we have
What's that?
one.
Oh wait, I don't have you added. Okay, here we go.
That's why. Okay.
Wait,
Wait,
your
I thought
friends
I
list
had
is
you guys-
full.
Oh, that's why. Wait, what?
Okay.
Okay, whatever.
Oh.
My bad.
Okay. Yeah.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Wait, what?
Are we on the correct sides? No.
There are no sides. There's
What?
only ARAM.
What's-
Do the sides
There's only
matter in
one
ARAM?
side in ARAM.
Wait, no. Wait, what's our side selection on the spreadsheet?
Blue side for Yeetor and red side for JS Bach.
All right, guys, let's go blue side.
Wait, don't story,
Oh
don't story.
my-
My laptop.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Bump that, bump that, bump that, bump that.
You dump them up.
Wait, who's missing?
Oh,
I'm
Malmer.
missing.
Switch.
1 second.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Hunter. Momer.
Wow. Wow.
Damn! Go on the other. Nice.
Alright,
Wait, Sam blew up.
we're gonna
Wait,
do
did
the
we do someone?
cursed thing of restreaming a Discord stream and hoping that the quality's okay.
That's perfect.
Why don't I just invite you?
No, because I can't join the other one if I join this one, I think.
What?
Oh
Oh, there's no
no.
rerolls.
There's no
No, how do you
Dude,
how
okay,
much do you guys like
true.
Urgot?
Who wants
Oh,
to
we can
play?
see the champions too.
Oh, this is so
Any,
strange.
any Helios enjoyers? Any
Yo,
Helios enjoyers
can
in
we
here?
can we reroll?
Okay, do you guys want to reroll the entire game? If 6 people say yes, I'm down. No.
I'm down to reroll the entire game.
I'm down to reroll.
Fuck it, no, fuck it, we ball.
Entire game.
Fuck it, we ball.
Fucking
Fuck it, we
crying.
ball. Fuck it, we ball.
Are we rerolling or are we
You
not
ball?
rerolling? I'm not gonna lie, I got Tarek. I don't think I'm gonna have a fun game.
All right, we got 3 votes
We
for
got
Okay,
three
reroll.
on us.
Okay, hear me out. We have like 3 melees, but they have like two melees, so.
Or we can just not reroll
Trust.
and just play
We
the
have,
game.
Fuck it,
we
we
have
ball.
4 reroll on this side. We ball, done. Can we do a best 2 out of 3 or is that too long?
Wait, I'll stream you until the other game is ready. So
Why not? Why not? Why not best 2 out of 3?
You
I
can
don't want to do best 2 out of 3. I have to
best
play
4
solo
out of
queue.
7.
No.
Steven,
please no.
Steven
of
gets
8.
no ARAM. No ARAM for Steven.
No error for Steven.
Or no solo queue for Steven.
We're saving you, Steven. This is a good thing.
Saving me from what?
We're saving your project.
Solo
What do
queue.
you think?
Saving me from what?
We're saving you and your LP.
From getting
Yeah.
Diamond 1?
Does anyone know how to play this character?
No,
Yeah,
where's
maybe I
that?
should have played Urgot because I had a cooler skin on Urgot. We also don't have matching skins, guys, and they have 2 robots. 3 robots. Not really fair.
Well, we have
Wait,
1.
3.
Bumping that, bumping that, bumping that.
No, but
bumping that.
it's like synergy, you know?
We have
What do
4
we have
robots.
here?
What are you talking about?
Should we do karaoke?
That's true, actually.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
that's
might
cool.
wait. We might get muted by the by Twitch or something if we have.
Oh,
content.
no, we have to sing
Okay, okay.
music.
No, or we could do an acapella cover. Who wants to be drums?
Oh, that's true. If it's a cover, then it's not copyrighted, right?
Yeah.
Fortnite Fest. I'm kidding.
Although I'm sure it'll copyright strike us because we'll sound too
No.
much like the original.
That's true.
You'll be
That's
too
why-
good
that's
at
why I
singing.
have talent.
All right, let's do the U.S. national anthem.
Hey, when we get into
I won't
gameplay,
do that.
pause it after we get another beer.
Okay.
You getting a beer?
Oh, say can you see? I'm finally singing the national anthem on stream. I can't-
Literally kneeling right now.
I
I'm
did
The
not.
dawn.
Early light.
United States of America.
What?
This is true patriotism.
United Tons are United States of America.
Who has not loaded
Alright, I got
yet?
another beer ready to go.
Who has not
Load
loaded?
for the PC.
Yeah, who's
Wait, who
who's
did
playing
load?
McDonald's?
I think
We're-
it's
we're being
me.
held
I
up.
think my game crashed.
No. Okay.
I have to leave and rejoin. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're
Gotcha.
good.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what's the proud we hailed at the twilight?
Alright, I wonder how many people are muting the stream right now. Type 1 in Twitch chat if you muted the stream. Oh wait, they can't hear me.
We get some team comp analysis, Marcus.
Let's see. From looking at the skins, I kind of like how Both teams have 4 players with 4 champions with skins. The Mecha, Aatrox, and the Project Yi have some synergy. Isn't this like a TFT thing?
That's what I've been saying.
There's this the Mecha 2 synergy versus on the bot side. I don't see any synergy going. So
We have 2 green people.
There's 5 clowns on the bot side.
okay, I guess 5 clown is a new TFT synergy, and they're taking full advantage of it.
Oh, that's not TFT.
That's IRL.
That's IRL.
Alright, which side has more snowballs? That's clearly a measure of how good they are at ARAM. Everyone who is good at ARAM knows that snowball is the best.
Wait. We
Which
should
side has more exhaust?
We won.
report Brishan, dude. Brishan brought exhaust into ARAM. Ain't no way.
Oh,
Wait a
shoot,
minute.
no way.
No.
Type Brishan in chat if you want Brishan banned from all future.
Yeah, Brishan has officially muted the stream, so.
Oh, say.
You see like the Twitch viewership analytics, and you see like a sharp drop off.
Yeah, so for anyone who is missing the context, we are currently waiting for SK Telecom T1 versus Police Defunder to finish the game. So we're watching a quick ARAM between Team Yeetor and Team JS Bach, who have both been mathematically eliminated from the day 2 of the tournament.
Don't lie to people. We're fine.
I mean, there's always a chance, right?
Come back right here. Yeah.
There we go. The people want us.
It's actually a decider match.
Yeah, we're doing best of 3, right? So if we win twice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, it counts as 2 wins in the tournament?
Well, you have to win both of the ARAM match. Yeah.
Right, can we
We're giving
pause
the
and see
people
it
what they
first?
want.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait,
Wait, we can pause an ARAM.
Can you pause an ARAM? Oh, you can. I didn't know that.
Is Arjun here?
The more you know.
Where's Arjun?
Where's Arjun?
My game's launching.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Mush.
Brishan, while muted, is still going into all chat and singing the American national anthem.
Wait, why was I muted?
No, you press 1 in the Twitch chat, so clearly you're muted.
Understandable.
Alright.
Oh, Arjun blew up.
Yeah, it's not. Oh wait, I think it's loading.
What's up?
The Tiananmen Square.
Man.
Dude, what are you talking about? That never happened.
It's a no word.
Oh, say, can you see?
Wait, what is the Chinese national anthem?
起来，
No, don't.
Oh, you're
它
in?
雪花飘飘。
Yeah.
雪花飘飘，北风萧萧。
Candy.
Okay.
Damn, that's true.
If I flash, will you guys flash?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, how many flashes can we burn?
Oh, what the fuck?
But they use
Who did that? Who the fuck did that?
That's
I don't have flash.
That's what you get for saying Tiananmen Square.
Wow, and we get an early 2-0 lead from Team Red Side, which
Oh,
is
you bad person. You bad person.
Team
I
JS
did.
Bach.
I flashed.
The clowns always prevail.
I don't know what you want. What you want?
We would.
Win, will
我
I?
爱你的多深，我爱你有几分。
Mamba.
Alright, with a 3-0 lead, let's see if... Oh, the snowball tech lends blue team a kill here.
Snowball exhaust cheated.
Mamba.
There seems to be a lot of fighting, and it's basically impossible to cast.
Basically impossible to cast.
Oh, it didn't hit.
Guys, honestly, everyone building tank and going hard steel and just
Hard steel.
Stay less.
Everyone better have a hard steel and warmogs and sunfire.
I'll build it last item.
Hard steel last item.
That's cowardly.
Yeah. It's
you
almost as
walk early.
cowardly as going exhaust. In
Oh, that's fair,
ARAM.
actually. Good argument. Good point.
Ouch.
Wait, what did I max on this character? Damn, what did I max on Tarek?
Who was
W. No.
I do not max W. You terrible bad person.
2 points Q and an E.
Wait, no, 3 points Q.
I'm searching up. I'll believe you.
2 points Q.
You're going to put E and then.
I am
This is a
calm.
max E.
2 points Q and an
Give the people what they want.
Yeah.
W max.
Do a W max.
W max there.
Yeah, that's
W max
Good,
full
good.
MO
That's-
Tarek.
it's
Landed
this match.
snowball and didn't take it. Person's cringe.
That's the new meta this patch. They buffed.
Go in! Take the snowball! Take the fucking snowball! Let's go! Oh shit! It didn't go on you!
So bad.
Come here!
You are You are.
Oh wait, it worked.
Alright, well, ARAM
Yeah, he's
players,
alive.
I'll be leaving right now to cast the other match, but good luck with your game.
Why? Hey.
You're staying here.
Good luck.
Alright, bye-bye. Okay, and that is the ARAM gameplay right now. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled programming of some more Summer LoL.
Wait, that was Summer LoL. That was peak Summer LoL.
That's Summer LoL when both teams end up going 0-3. Alright, welcome back, Enoch, to the cast. Let's see.
Next Summer LoL, it should just be an ARAM tournament.
I mean, we could have another ARAM tournament, but I don't know if I'm up to the skills to do casting for that one.
I
And
believe in you.
all right, and then here we see Team SK Telecom T1 and Team AbrahamPark are preparing for the draft for the final 5th round of the group stage of Summer LoL 2024. See, the draft hasn't really started yet, but for both of these teams, this is a must-win game. If SK Telecom T1 wins and Kiny loses the other game in the group, then there will be a 3-way tie for 2nd place, and SK Telecom T1, Kiny, and AbrahamPark all might be able to make it out for the next day. However, if AbrahamPark wins this game, they'll be at 3-1, which means they'll be tied for 1st. And that doesn't guarantee that they'll make it out, but it increases their odds significantly. So for both of these teams, this game is very important to determine the place in the standings.
Hello.
And
Bye.
oh, I was going to add Warkola to the cast, but it seems like he is currently AFK for now. Let me try that one more time. All right, welcome Warkola. You are now live on stream.
Hello, guys.
All right, and you're here to help cast the exciting game of Team SK Telecom T1 versus Team AbrahamPark. Which team were you on during the tournament?
I was on Team Police Defunder, so we played against both of these teams.
All right.
So it'll be interesting to see how they do.
Given your experience against both of these teams, do you have a favorite before we get started with the draft?
I'm gonna go with Abraham Park. I kind of got solo killed in that top lane, so I gotta go with the top laner who killed me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All
Oh,
right.
also, B Drews wants to join the cast.
Sure. I'll drag him right in. Yep. Both War Koala and Xemacs have a bye in the final round, so they'll be joining us to have a spicy 4-player cast for the final game.
Hello, hello.
Welcome. Maybe introduce yourself.
I'm Xemacs, captain of the third place team for Group B. I am eliminated and very sad about it, but here to cast this game with you lovely folks.
Who do you think's gonna win, Zmax?
I think that Abraham Park's team is gonna win.
All right, and they've already started with the draft, so maybe I think I was behind by a little bit. Let's see how the draft is going so far.
I think that Abraham Park's team has a lot of threats across the map, and it's gonna be hard for SK Telecom's team to deal with that. Also, they started with Amumu and Seraphine, which are
That is
not
a broken comp.
those are not okay champions. I think I was playing Amumu in our final game where we won in 20 minutes, but the mummy is not okay.
What makes Amumu so strong right now?
It's mostly the fact that you have a really strong build path going the Andres first. So you can get somewhat tanky, you can get a good amount of damage and a lot of clear speed with very like efficient component buys. And then you have super strong ganks and super strong team fight. So very good right now.
All right, and SK Telecom T1 locking in the tried and true Smolder pick. Seems like they've been prioritizing it very highly, most often for SK Telecom T1 himself, the mid lane.
So do we think that this is a Swain bot lane? Smolder mid?
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think SK Telecom T1 plays Smolder. Oh, sorry, my bad. I don't think SK Telecom T1 plays Swain. That's what I meant to say. He definitely plays Smolder.
Yeah, we just played against my team played against SK Telecom T1 and they did Swain Nautilus bot lane. So that's what I'm expecting in this game.
Yep.
Running it back.
And it looks like from that game they did very well with the Swain with a 4-0-12 scoreline and a Nautilus with 0-1-16.
Yeah, the Nautilus was making some really good roams. They got a good flash on a good hook when they predicted my flash. So very excited to see this back in action.
Who do they have on the Swain?
I think it was I think it's not Sweet Victory.
Cute BB?
Cute BB, yeah. I think that's what it was. I can double check.
Yeah, I think it's also really interesting because if I am thinking of the right person, I think QBB has historically been like a top lane carry player known for Darius and Mordekaiser. So it's interesting that he swapped to the bot lane this time.
Yeah, but with like Swain bot, I feel like there's been quite a few teams going for not necessarily orthodox bot lane picks and having success. Like earlier, we saw Lux Blitzcrank bot lane that did very well in their team. on stream. And then SK Telecom T1's team has been doing all sorts of things like Ornn Senna bot lane in the previous game.
Yeah, League of Legends does not have standard bot lane anymore. Everything is broken wide open. ADCs can go anywhere. Anything can go. Bot lane carry.
All right.
It's the Wild West.
I was notified by Twitch chat to make sure to set the prediction. So let me start a new prediction for the outcome of this game. Which team will win, SK Telecom T1 or Abraham Park?
Please.
There's a very beefy team on the side of SK Telecom T1.
Yep. Do you think the champs on Abraham Park's side will be able to melt through the team? I know that Yone can output a lot of damage in an extended fight, and Amumu, Seraphine, MF all do surprising amount of damage. Well, I guess depends on what makes you surprised.
Is Garen a winning matchup into Trundle?
I think so.
I feel like they would go even, but I am not one of the Garen master players here, so.
Yeah, looks like Garen beats Trundle. Yes. According to the stats.
The stats.
Stats.
All stats are fake. They're social constructs.
The nebulous stats. Garen doesn't beat my Trundle, says Inspiring 309, who might be the one playing the Trundle in this game.
Bro's trying to bait. There's no way it's Trundle. There's no way it's Jarvan top.
No, I think Pharaoh is playing Jarvan jungle.
Oh.
And Spenny is playing Trundle top. I think.
I think you are correct. I second that.
So a little switcheroo in the roles.
Yeah, and having this ability to flex might prove invaluable when you want to play this Trundle comp. Trundle's known to shut down tanks such as Amumu by using his ult to steal away a bunch of their stats. Smitty says, not a switch, bro. I played Yorick last game, I swear. Let's take a look at the match history.
He did.
Yep.
Did play Yorick.
Pharaoh was playing Zed jungle with Smite Ignite, so I guess they do have the technology in place.
Yeah, I mean, now that we know that Pharaoh played Zed jungle, I will say Pharaoh was the player that I was talking about earlier that I didn't want to reveal the name, but like his jungle is cracked when he plays Zed.
Yeah, and then we also saw Demetus playing Zed jungle earlier as well in the game on stream, and he did really well in the game.
Interesting.
So maybe Zed jungle is the sleeper pick that we're all waiting for to take over the Summer LoL metagame. Like, what beats a squishy Seraphine? I don't know, maybe a Zed jungle.
Yeah, you can build Serpent's Fang. I definitely want to see more people just build Serpent's Fang. If you're playing against Seraphine, item is really good.
All right.
I think
maybe Spidey listening to this podcast listening to this Twitch stream will end up building Serpent's Fang.
If it was me, I think Jarvan should build Serpent's Fang third. I'm throwing it out there.
All right. Well, maybe we can't give too much too much advice in the game, but we'll see what he does with that.
I'll say I played Jarvan against Seraphine early, and I don't think I was in the middle of building my Serpent's Fang, but we won.
And then you won the game. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it didn't contribute to you winning the game.
It didn't. But the idea was there. You know, I can attest to the fact that I actually do think it's a good idea.
But we don't know because we don't have the stats. We just think that it is.
No, yeah, there's no data. You merely have my conviction.
I see. Is your conviction very strong?
It was very strong. Yeah. I think the early game is going to be super interesting and super explosive. I think that Swain Nautilus does not have a ton of control over their wave against Misfortune Seraphine, but they can obviously, if they land hooks, force some engages. So I'd kind of expect the Seraphine MF to push in Nautilus and Swain, and then for the J4 to look for some early gank opportunities down in the bottom lane. But if a Mumu just does 3 camps and then sits bot to counter gank, like we could get some really explosive action at the beginning of this game. All right, I'm gonna throw in my prediction. I'm gonna put all of my channel points on Abraham Park,
Oh, but looks like the prediction period is already over, so.
which is 10 points. So.
Oh, okay. Well. Yeah, really putting your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
All right, we're still waiting for them to get into the champion select and having a Spectre delay. So, let's see. Yep. If there anything else you want to say about these teams, maybe the other casters can give an input on who they think will win the game.
Anyone?
All right. Seems like the other casters have be right backed. So.
I was waiting for other people to talk because I already put my prediction, but I think it's Abraham Park's team. I like it.
All right.
But they could get snowballed because that is just a very snowball. I feel like a very like bruiser comp on SK Telecom T1. So if they get a slight lead, they might be able to just run them, hunt them down, and win. But Seraphine is Seraphine, so.
Yeah. One issue is if in a late game fight your Smolder goes down to say a Mumu alt or Seraphine alt or Garen flash queuing, I think you're not really going to be left with a lot of threatening damage. So even though they have the Smolder, which has really good scaling, I would be worried about how the late game could go. You do have Nautilus ult to cancel MF ult though. That's always a really good tool.
I did not think about that. That's a really good point. You also have Trundle Pillar.
So this team this team comp from SK Telecom, would you say this is pretty similar to the team comp that they ran against your team, Niles?
Pretty much. Well, they had ASOL too, though. They had ASOL, and they had York top, but it's very similar. The same concept.
It's similar flavor. How do you think their team comp won in that game?
We didn't really have a front line. So we had Smolder top, Briar jungle, Malzahar mid, Fiora ADC, and Morgana. So they just got ahead in little places, and then Yorick was able to. They were just able to gank consistently, and then once they got ahead, we had no front line to be able to stand toe to toe with them. So whenever we encountered them, we just died.
I'm sorry. Did you say that you had Fiora ADC?
Yes, we did have Fiora ADC. So we saw the draft was very interesting.
Okay.
But what we did was we had pretty much we had Smolder top because we wanted to get him into Yorick to try to scale. But then Smolder was unfortunately able to be ganked a lot by Zed and also some roams from Nautilus, and then we just kind of fell behind. And because we had no front line, we just can't really walk into them, and it was hard after that. So
That is unfortunate. Do you think that we're going to get any level 1 shenanigans in this game? Because, I mean, one thing to note, you have 2 hooks, Swain, Nautilus, and then you also have a Q and potentially Seraphine. There's like a lot of pretty hefty ranged CC. So there could be level 1 shenanigans. I'd like to see it.
I would feel like Abraham Park's team would 5-point. I don't feel like they would want to run into SK Telecom at least level 1. But maybe I'm just wrong.
I think they win. I believe. Trundle is a monster level 1 though, so maybe not.
All right, so we're still in the spectator delay, waiting to actually get into the game. Any closing remarks here before we run a quick 1-minute ad break before we actually get into the game?
When are we tournament banning Seraphine?
All right. On that note, we'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, so as we run the ad break, thank you everyone who subscribed via Twitch Prime, I guess, because you don't have ads. You can listen to us ramble, the behind the scenes. I mean, there isn't really much behind the scenes.
The chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the real reason we run these ad breaks is if we run the ad break, then other people who are currently in the stream don't actually get ads, because Twitch requires us to have ads.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but since we're live streaming, we can choose when to run it, and what better time than to when we have a spectator delay.
That makes sense. Do you guys think it's gonna go to 60 minutes of destruction that first game of Kiny?
Honestly, I'm not actually that worried, because I feel like as long as we finish before 9 p.m., it's like a reasonable amount of time. All right, we're about to head back, and the game is about to start.
Ooh, animation.
Diving into it.
All right, welcome back to the stream. We're about to dive right into the final game of the group stage between Team SK Telecom T1 and Team Abraham Park. For both of these teams, it's a fight to survive scenario. If Abraham Park wins, it makes it so that their chance of making it to day 2 is much higher, whereas if SK Telecom T1 has to win in order to have any chance of making it at all.
So as we hit this pause here, who won the skin war between the two teams? You guys see?
Oh, let's take a look. What we got? Little Slugger Trundle, Tyrant Swain, Classics Commando J4. I don't think that SK Telecom's team is really putting up.
They go for a flash on the Nautilus with a response on the flash onto Abraham Park. Seems like we have a little bit of
Is this a pause?
I don't think it's a pause, just a little bit of a lag for the game, and then actually it says unpaused, so I guess it is a pause.
Well, an unfortunate time to pause, but yeah, flash for flash.
Who do you think this favors?
Oh, for sure it favors SK Telecom. You have Hex Splash on Nautilus, so you're totally okay just throwing that out there. And getting the Amumu Flash is pretty big. Makes the ganks less scary.
Yep. Let's see if that actually converts into anything in the early game before they both get their flashes back.
We also have Ignite in top lane instead of TP, so that would be interesting if Garen try to kill the Trundle. Garen has an absurd amount of damage at level 6.
Yeah. I will say, when I've seen Santiago play Garen, he has played the IE Garen build, so I'm excited to see that come out. Alright, immediately a hook onto the Seraphine, but the aftershock means not too much is going to be traded back. I think Q was landed from Diablo onto Cute BB during that, so Misfortune Seraphine, they get hooked, but they win the trade anyway.
It is Seraphine diff. That's a Seraphine diff.
Few potions are being chugged. Another hook, maybe from Sweet Victory? Nope. Alright, there's the Seraphine E. A hook goes onto the Misfortune, into the Swain, gets pulled back, but the Guardian and the W from Seraphine prevents most of the damage from being traded. Misfortune has more DPS, and so, once again, like, a good hook, but the damage follow-up just isn't there, and Seraphine and MF win another trade.
Yeah, well, I think maybe they have to wait till level 6 when they have Swainel to actually hook. Or they have jungler assistance, because I think with the Seraphine W's, it's just going to not be an effective trade if they hit the damage on the Swain. Because obviously Nautilus has his W to mitigate some damage, but the Swain does not have any type of shield like that.
I think what you want to do is go for hooks when you can, both the Swain and the Nautilus can hit one target, but the other target can't hit you back. The classic triangle, but just randomly throwing out these hooks might not work.
But you have to make a statement too, right? I will hook you.
That's true. That is true. You need the presence. Oh, okay, we have Amumu angling for a gank now. J4 on the top side going for the crab. Walking into the lane. A root lands onto the Nautilus, but gets the hook. The Amumu bandage toss misses, and Snare is gonna have a little trade at the end, but all in all, failed gank attempt by Abraham Park.
Do you think not having the flash there makes a difference? Alright, before we go, there's
don't
another
think.
gank on the top side.
Yeah, J4 holding his EQ. It's going to be a flash from Santiago. Could have tried to flash to follow the Jarvan, but probably not going to work. So now let's see if they can punish that lost summoner. Alright, Amumu coming back. It looks like they might want to dive bot. Big wave stacked up. If they can shove this next wave into the turret, this is a really good setup for a dive, but Amumu walks away. Alright, J4 helping his Smolder push in so that Smolder can reset. It's nice. Oh, that would have been such a perfect dive. It's okay.
Ben is suffering from not being in this game.
That's alright.
What if it goes badly?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. But we know Ben. Ben will always take.
That's true. It would never go badly if it was bad. That's right.
You have their health bars are low. The wave is in a perfect position. You had your Amumu there behind the turret. All you have to do, you start taking the Seraphine. It's alright. It's alright. They're playing it safe.
It's alright. It's all is well. It's okay. There's like, yeah, they're like even.
Top lane's opening up a bit of a CS lead. Pretty even.
It's gonna
the rest
kill
of the
that,
round.
right? So
He's gonna make some of it back.
I can't see. Is that 20? That's 29.
Yeah, 29 to 35, about a wave. Spenny is staying kind of low on mana, but has his ult now.
Only half a wave.
Alright, now here's a Mumu walking up, but they don't know that Spenny has stayed. So Mumu's just going to be walking towards the grubs. Nautilus is here though. Seraphine is still bot. J4 goes right in on the Amumu. A good sidestep. Let's see how much damage he can get down. Will the Amumu look to turn? They see that Trundle is there, and it looks like they're just walking out. Santiago in the 1v3 gets hooked. Amumu just walking away. Jarvan EQ, but they're not committing to it. He's very low. Flashes forward from the Nautilus. Sweet Victory gets first blood. Now can they get the flash out of the Amumu? The hook goes wide. Thank God it didn't hit the turret. But now they can easily dive Abraham Park, who has no flash and is just sitting under this turret. Yone is on the side, but it is a 4v1. Surely. Oh, a teleport comes through. from Yone,
he's
and
live.
they don't get a Moo.
That's a little awkward.
Amumu is... Oh my goodness. That Amumu E passive, right? That reduces physical damage.
Yeah.
It comes in handy.
They don't quite convert the kill on the dive.
They do get the TP out from the Yone, so...
They do get Yone TP, so still a positive play, and it looks like they're going for the grubs afterwards. No, they're not. Yeah, so Nautilus was top for this entire play, kind of leaving the Swain alone in the lane, and it looks like this is gonna convert to the third plate for the Misfortune and Seraphine lane. Third plate and a large CS lead.
Do you think they just misplayed the dive?
All right, here's another regank onto Santiago. Still doesn't have flash. Is able to land a Q, but he's getting really low. He's been ulted by Trundle. Lands another EQ from Jarvan, and that's an easy kill, punishing the Garen.
I mean, I think the dive earlier was good. It was just really unfortunate. We lived with like basically 1 HP.
Oh, Vincent going in with the Fate sealed, but not really enough damage to convert that into a kill.
But Mumu's on the side with ult.
Is on the side with ults. J4 is taking grubs at the moment, so there's an opportunity. We haven't really seen Amumu do anything, but now
he'd be
behind, not on any wards. Seraphine lands the root. The Swain starts the ultimate. The damage is coming through from Misfortune. The Swain is going to die for sure. Who are they going to give it to? Yep, gives it over to Misfortune. Amumu holding the E. Some trades mid, but there really is not a ton of kill threat at the moment. Abraham Park's team should be able to secure the first dragon of the game.
So it does seem like both teams are splitting up the sides of the map, where blue side is taking the advantage top side, while red side is taking advantage bot side.
Yeah. I would love to see this Yone try to get out of the mid lane a bit and roam about. Because Smolder is not going to ego anything, right? J4 is here with the ultimate, but Garen has flash, so this isn't going to be a kill, but see if they trade the ult for the summoner. Looks like there really isn't anything to be had here. Amumu sitting behind the turret. Oh, and a big Seraphine ult into MF ult combo takes down Swain. Amumu lands the Bandit Toss into the Curse of the Sad Mummy on Nautilus. Double kill for Misfortune. Getting pretty fed here in the bot lane.
And that's the power of Seraphine, engage while also having healing.
Yeah. Getting hit by just the naked Seraphine ults. Bit rough. Misfortune is really good at following up on that CC.
Is there anything that like Swain can do in a situation like that, or is it just can't get hit by the Seraphine ult?
Yeah, don't get hit by Seraphine ult.
He has dodge, yeah.
Yeah.
Too mobile after.
You have to dodge, you have to respect it. Alright, both junglers sitting topside. Looking for some plays. Yone continuing to try to hammer away at the Smolder mid lane, but not really getting anything done. J4 goes in onto the Yone, but a quick Q dash away. Amumu lands the Bandage Toss onto the Trundle. There's the Garen ult. The second Q lands, and Abraham Park takes down Inspiring.
Did that second Q go through the pillar?
It did, yes. Pillar does not wind wall, so...
it was a good play by Spade to put that pillar up to separate, but just got caught by that Bandage Toss right at the end.
Yeah.
It's a two charge, right?
I think he was dead to ignite anyway, but Bandage Toss was icing on.
Makes it more cinematic, okay? Makes it slightly
Absolutely.
Alright, and now we're seeing like a pretty healthy gold lead open up for Team Abraham Park. About 2,000.
Could we see where that gold lead is?
It is on Misfortune.
I see.
Alright, the Nautilus ult onto the Yone. He tries to ult away, but gets hit by the Nautilus hook, taken down under the turret. Moon's here in a 1v3. Let's see if he can get anything done. Pharaoh goes into the turret and then has to flash out immediately. Bit too deep. Meanwhile, bot lane, they're trying to hammer away at the very last plate and secure first turret. Pretty hard to be Swain here. Both Seraphine and Misfortune ults are back up. Okay, but they're just going to take the first turret and reset. Misfortune on a completed Bloodthirster. Very scary. We're going to want to see Abraham Park's team play for the dragon stacking win condition with such a massive lead bot.
I've been out for a little bit in terms of League Legends items. Why does MF go Bloodthirster first now?
I don't know.
I think it might be because of the stats. Like, Bloodthirster is just a very efficient item. It gives you 80 AD, a lifesteal, and the extra shield. It was removed from Bloodthirster a while back, but it got re-added, so I think that was a difference maker.
And does that keep her passive up too, if she doesn't get broken the shield?
Yes.
Oh, that might not matter here.
Alright, we see a team fight breaking out. The bandage toss misses. Oh, but the Seraphine ult lands onto the Smolder, into the MF ult, but it isn't quite enough to get the kill. Flash out from SK Telecom, and a good disengage. Looks like... What were they fighting over? Was that Herald?
I think they were trying to set up Herald, and they forced to fight. Because they thought blue side forced to fight.
Okay, they were setting up Herald. Yeah, Herald is not spawned yet.
Wait, no. I think
wait, was it for Grubs?
Grubs.
Yeah, it was Grubs.
Oh, blue team
Grubs,
yeah.
Okay, blue team did secure the Grubs. 6 Grubs.
Oh, that's pretty big with the Trundle.
It could be relevant. Sweet Victory sees the Amumu, so they're fully aware of this counter jungling right here. Walks up, lands the Amumu ult, and SK Telecom dives right in, but this is a 3v2. Seraphine is here. MF pumping in damage. Amumu goes in, gets EQ'd by Jarvan, who's now onto the Misfortune. Curse of the Sad only comes through. Jarvan ults backwards, finishes off Abraham Park, but that's going to be traded for Pharaoh. Fate sealed onto the Nautilus. Let's see if Cockcliff can get the kill.
Okay.
Alright, that's two for 1 currently, and both SK Telecom and Swain are being pushed back.
The barrier.
Healing.
Good barrier. Oh, and the Smolder just barely flaps away. Gets out of range of the Yone W.
Is that a 3 for 1?
That is a 3 for 1, yes. In favor of Team Abraham Park. Let's see, there's a trade up in the top lane. Garen starts it off, but then Trundle turns it around with his ultimate. Garen disengaging with Q. And the end, not much besides an exchange of HP.
So who has ults for these next fight? It looks like just MF and Seraphine both have it?
MF and Seraphine have their ults. But there's not going to be a fight over that dragon because uncontested.
Ooh, Ocean Soul is not going to be fun if they can get for SK Telecom blue side if red side gets it with Seraphine.
That is true. Although, I mean, late game Smolder will... The late game Smolder doesn't care about the Ocean Soul. See if they can make it there.
He can't get to the execute, right, though? Because they just keep healing.
Potentially.
What are the breakpoints for Smolder's stack?
225 is the execute. Alright, diving in onto Abraham Park. Oh, and the Smolder ult snipes him off. That's a good catch. We've seen the Nautilus and J4 combo running around the map, being able to find these picks for Team SK Telecom. It's definitely done a lot to build their lead onto Smolder.
And as a stack update, Smolder has 160 stacks at 16 minutes, so very good at getting the stacks, I think, given the trajectory as previous games. He needs 225 stacks to hit the massive power spike breakpoint, where you can get an execute.
Is there like a stack per minute that you always should go for Smolder, like 10 per minute or more than that?
Well, yeah, you can say. I don't know exactly.
I heard that 10 per minute is like a good pace that you should be happy with. So,
yeah, very nice.
Yeah, but all I know about it is just from watching these games so far, where a bunch of Smolder has been played. So.
All right, we see Ione walking into the Swain. This is the first Q. Let's see if there's more to be had in this trade. Yep, gets the majority of Swain's HP, and so now the split is going to be pretty threatening. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Mumu and Garen have started up the Herald. You see that Team Abraham Park have 4 here, should be completely uncontested. And Yone went for an ult onto the Swain. Swain ults in response, and just a snap back from the Yone. As now the rest of the team is collapsing. He does not know. J4 should be able to clean up this Yone quite easily. There is a flash, but it would not be advised to use it. Opts to turn instead. Has to snap back, now trapped in the 1v4. Dodges the Nautilus hook. Sees if he can maybe trade with J4,
so close.
but is not able to. Red team is using this time well, though, to take the mid lane outer turret and open up the map. So, all in all, ends up being a positive gold trade for Abraham Park. And they also got Herald during that, so that additional threat on objectives.
Yeah, we have Sung Kang Dynasty from the chat saying, yes, 10 plus per minute is very good. So we have confirmation from someone who's played more Smolder games than I have, because I've played 0.
Yeah, I've also played 0.
I think I played 1 once. Maybe.
Alright, so you're the expert here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like, what do you guys think right now for which side has the advantage? Because obviously they have slightly different game plans. And red side is up a little bit, but blue side is getting that Smolder scaling.
Oh, I absolutely believe that red team has the advantage.
Same. I think even when Smolder hits his 225, I think the
Alright, Misfortune just walking forward, being sped up by, or yeah. Let's see if they can convert anything. Nautilus is just gonna hook out of there. Garen chasing with the Q, gets ulted by the Nautilus and EQ'd by Jarvan. Probably gonna disengage, but favorable trade of cooldowns.
Garen did put Ignite, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes. Maybe not so favorable.
They do get all the space to set for the dragon too. But Garen does have to go back and answer the Trundle top lane.
Alright,
So it'll be a 4v4
Amumu
for the dragon.
is spawning the Herald in the bot lane. They're gonna use this to try to crack the inner turret. Not really gonna do too much. But oh, let's see if Amumu can land the Spanish Hoss. Nope. Pharaoh sniffs something is up and walks back, EQing to safety.
The bot lane though.
Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, Yone trying to get the solo kill. Does kill Swain, but now is going to be killed by the Smolder ult? No, Seraphine heals and W keeps him alive.
There.
That was almost another random kill delivered with the Smolder ult. Alright, this is going to be Dragon number 3 for Team Abraham Park. They have the numbers advantage. They're going to do their due diligence, pull it out of the pit. Don't want any random shenanigans with Jarvan EQing in. Easy smite.
This is why Vincent is my GOAT.
Ooh.
Should we expect to see some healing reduction on blue side soon, or is that just too costly right now?
There isn't really a ton of healing. I mean, it's just Echoes of Helia and the Seraphine double cast, which it's not nothing, but I don't think that's worth building heal cut for.
Not yet, but if they get Oceans though, would you think it's worth?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Who would buy it then? Swain?
I think Swain is
Swain,
the
yeah.
best.
Yeah. Okay. Not 4.
looks like they're pretty content to keep the lanes pretty neutral. Not really going for any crazy plays on red side. Just collecting their farm and waiting for the objectives to spawn. Let's see if they decide to try to play around Baron, because Jarvan and Nautilus seem to be hatching a plot around the Baron vision.
Alright, I just got notification from out of game that Team Kiny defeated Team Kalesvol in their match. So, alright, let's see if the solo kill here happens first.
Alright. Cute BB, angry that Yone got the solo kill, decides to pay him back in kind. Nice solo kill for the swing.
Yeah, so the out-of-game update is now if ARAM wins this game, they are tied 3-1 in a three-way tie, and we'll have to use a tiebreaker rules to figure out how
A huge R flash onto the back line, into the MF ult and the Seraphine ult. Two Nautilus and Smolder just deleted. Pharaoh has to flash away, gets chased down, triple kill for MF. This is going to be the Baron. And that three-way tie scenario is looking ever more likely.
Well, I think we already know is it a circle? Is it a circle where each team has beat the other team?
If ARAM wins, then yes.
Yeah, then Kiny's team will most likely lose because the fact they had a 56-minute game.
They did have a 56-minute.
So the first game.
So it matters not only that ARAM's team wins this, but it matters how fast they're able to win it.
That would also
if they do.
Yeah, if they win in 50 minutes, then I'm not sure. The tiebreakers are decided by your average win time, so within the tie-breaking games. That is to give a slight incentive for teams to, you know, end the game a little faster, make it so that we have a little less work to do as casters. I don't know, just kidding. But we do want the game to not be 55-minute stall fests every game. Once in a while is pretty good, fine.
Does that also mean that SK Telecom is now just playing the upset?
Yep,
now?
that is right. I mean, they might not know it yet if they're not listening to the stream right and they're focusing on their game, but yep, they are playing the upset.
I would hope so.
I will say, for our final game, we were very cognizant of the fact that our only way out of groups was with the tiebreaker, so we very intentionally drafted a full early game team to try to win quickly.
Yep, and did you manage to win quickly there?
I think we had the fastest win, 20 minutes on the dot. Alright, J4 tries to ult onto the Misfortune, but Seraphine's gonna bail him out. Smolder firing away, but gets bandage tossed by Mumu. The Misfortune ult immediately cancelled by Nautilus, and that's gonna be the shutdown. Going over to Nautilus, no Misfortune alive for this fight. Yone's on the side, is in with the E, hits the ult, finishes off sweet victory, and now we'll see if Smolder can hold on in the 1v4. Double kill for the Garen, and a flash away from Smolder means that this fight ends up being 4 for 1. Despite despite the kill on MF being converted really early, the rest of Team ARAM is able to mop up the fight.
Yeah, there was that combo you talked about at the beginning when Nautilus just immediately ults the MF. She's ulting.
Yeah. But this is going to be Soul Point. So things certainly get even harder after that fight loss.
Jarvan might be able to steal. Let's see it. But he also has red buff instead.
Hitting red buff. Yone is trying to find him, trying to get the vision, and that is Soul. Ocean Soul for Team ARAM. I wonder if we are gonna see the heal cut come through now.
We do see some heal cut on Nautilus, so we got Bramble Vest, but they can ignore that by not attacking Nautilus.
Does Bramble Vest not apply when you CC? Oh, Garen trying to go for the solo kill, lands the silence into the E. This is gonna be pretty free. Oh,
he doesn't go for it?
Doesn't want to finish it off. I guess he's worried about getting collapsed on. But
I guess he's feeling merciful today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Bramble does not apply on immobilization, or even Thornmail. It's only on auto, I think. I believe. Someone correct me on that if I'm wrong.
I think that sounds right to me. I think they changed it quite a while ago now, sadly.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
I think they wanted it so
Top
there was
team.
an active heal cut on tanks that people could purposely avoid it.
Yeah.
Versus having to be forced into it.
Yeah.
But it's pretty short item that you're turning damage and also applying heal cuts. So.
I mean, does Thornmail still have the heal
I
cut
don't
on
believe
CC?
so.
Oh,
I don't think so either.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm a boomer then.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Solo kill. Inspiring 309 in the 1v2 manages to take down the Yone. However, that does get answered back, so 1-for-1.
Oh,
Smolder ults the
It's a
wave.
wave.
Alright, looking at Smolder, he's reaching 300 stacks. I don't know if any of the stack breakpoints above 225 really matter though.
Above 225, it's just increasing the effectiveness of all his abilities.
I see. So he
So I
still
believe
gets scarier and scarier as the game goes on longer.
Yeah, I think the burn does more damage. The execute threshold gets higher. You fire.
Okay. Is standard. Like it doesn't get higher.
Execute doesn't scale. Damage scales, yes.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Number of hits on E scales. Oh, and once again, a repeat from before. This time he has his Trundle. So Garen mercifully leaves with only Azanias in hand.
Not gonna lie, Garen looking kind of broken. I can understand why it's banned.
We do see that Santiago has opted for the more damage-heavy Garen build. So not going to be the super tanky Garen that you might be used to. Can be picked relatively quickly. Alright, Yone going in, trying to get the solo kill. Onto the Swain, misses the ultimate, but a flash still acquired. TPs from the Trundle. A chunk onto Sweet Victory. Trundle walking forward, isn't able to find anything. The Baron will be spawning soon. Yeah, and some health bars low on the blue team.
Oh, but Amumu.
Oh, yeah, Amumu on the flank. Oh, gets a nice 3-man Curse of the Sad Mummy into the bullet time. Smolder trying to fire back, but easily taken down by this full crit Garen. That is 3 members down. Should be Baron, mid turret, maybe both. Yeah, Yone staying to hit the mid turret while the rest of his team claims the Baron. This game is looking like it is Abraham Park's to lose, but they also have to contend with game time and see how fast they close it out.
What do you think blue team is there anything really blue team can do right here or try to look for to get back in this game?
Maybe
Well, after I watched Garen kill Yeetor for 100-0 like that, a little bit rough.
Maybe if Smolder hits 600 stacks. Yeah. Maybe.
Garen is such a goofy champ, man. I can't believe this champ exists.
If Smolder hits 600 stacks, full build, and Garen disconnects, I think they could win.
That's it. Yeah. So, do you think we'll see?
All right, Yone trying to pick Nautilus, has to snap back. Do we think what?
We'll get any other healing other than Nautilus, because I don't know how they go through this red side with Ocean Soul without having more heal cut.
I mean, I do think that the Swain should be building heal cutting, but has not happened yet.
I am told might turn into an Oblivion Orb, but I think he might be trying to buy Rylai's instead. Smolder could be a good applier of heal cut, but I don't think he's going to opt to buy it either.
No, I would be very surprised if Smolder. Oh, and there it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow.
It is a good applier. So this is on physical damage, right? So the true damage, notably, does not refresh Executioner's Calling. Could be very relevant.
Yeah. All of his other abilities will apply it. So hopefully the balance will get the entire blue side team.
What is the smolder stack count at now?
Check. It's at
We are at
345.
345.
We're halfway
What a
there.
nice number.
250 more. Ooh, but that is an Elder Dragon, and I don't see any way for the blue team to contest it.
Yeah, a bit
That
bigger
being
of an
said-
execute than the Smolder one.
It's a bit.
What if everyone on your team was Smolder?
I think
Oh, that
Elder
was
is
close.
20% execute.
Yeah.
I think that's what looks around right. Yeah.
Yeah, 20%. Yep.
This all applies on like particularly Leandries, right? Every tick of Leandries can apply execute.
Yes, every tick of Leandries will reapply Elder Burn, I believe.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I think it refreshes a time. It doesn't like apply another stack.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
But still, that
Yeah.
sounds pretty bad.
But
That's
if
gonna
you get hit by any champion that has a Leandry, you will be burning for a long time.
I think I saw like a clip where this brand was like clearing a wave, and then the enemy TF just like walked by and got hit by the residual E, and then the TF got 100 to 0 because brand had Elder and Leandries.
Yeah. Alright, Fate Sealed onto the Smolder, lands, gonna get executed off of that, most likely. There we go, we see the J4 and the Trundle quickly following. MF ult to finish off the final two members. There's Swain dead, and now Sweet Victory is left under his fountain to watch his base be torn to smithereens. So
the
a
Trundle
33-minute, Trundle died top lane, I think, to the Garen. And yeah, 33-41. 33-41.
Oh, let's keep ticking though. It's 33-46,
All right.
47, 48.
Time to do the calculation.
Yep. Congratulations, Team Abraham Park, for defeating Team SK Telecom T1 and finishing group stage with us with a game score of 3-1.
Okay. Looks like it counts as 33-45.
I think it counts as whatever it counts in the match history, so that is the one we will be going with. All right, and now is time for us to figure out which teams advance to the playoffs tomorrow. And on Group B, it is very clear that the teams advancing will be Team Voidliss here with 4-0 and No Love with 3-1. I got the numbers wrong. So Voidliss will be the first seed on Group B, and No Love will be the second seed.
Isn't it the other way? Sorry. No Love seed 1 for the seed 2.
No, Voidliss will be a higher seed.
Voidliss was 4-0, so
Yeah.
they are seed 1.
Wait, who's
Yeah.
4-0?
Sorry,
Voidliss?
the sheet is slightly out of
Oh,
date.
the sheet is wrong. Okay.
Yeah, that is my bad. All right.
No worries, no worries.
Okay, Voidliss is 4-0 and No Love is 3-1. For this group, we'll have to apply the tiebreakers rules to determine which of the teams will actually advance to the next day. And as a reminder, first we check their head-to-head, which it seems like they're all 1-to-1 head-to-head.
No, they're not. Are they?
They should be 1-to-1-to-1, right?
Yeah, among the three teams, they've beaten one of the other teams and lost one of the other teams. So they're 1-to-1 head-to-head. That is how the head-to-head score is counted. Like, Kalesvol beat Abraham Park beat Kiny, and Kiny beat Kalesvol.
I see.
Yep. So then now we'll be using the average win time of the games where they did the tiebreaker to decide which of the teams advance. And the fastest win time will be the first seed of the group, and the second fastest win time will be the second seed, and the last team will unfortunately be eliminated from the tournament. All right. Is anyone doing the number crunching right now?
So I believe Kinney's team has the slowest average win by quite a bit. I think they have 30 extra minutes of total game time.
Do we have the numbers somewhere?
I do not have the. We can do the exact numbers.
All right. Ben Drews, can you do the exact numbers for the three teams?
All right.
Only count the games where at least one of the two teams has participated. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So well, it's just adding up the total time in each of the wins, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I guess. Wait, hold on. No, each of the team won against one of the other teams.
Oh, so it's only among the wins between within the circle of suck.
Let me check the exact wording.
No, I thought it's overall. No, it's overall win time.
In the event of a tie, the tie is broken by the faster average win time. So I guess it's between all the games that they won.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That's generally how
All right.
it's done.
So I guess you'll have to add up each team add up the 3 wins and divide by 3.
Well, I'll just add up the wins.
Wouldn't you be dividing it by 4 because there are 4 games? Or am I trolling?
No, wins.
Only wins count.
Oh, wins. Oh,
Because
yeah.
if you take a long time to lose, props on you for staying alive for a long time.
That's true. That's true. Y'all listen to the new Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga song?
No. Okay. 92 minutes, and I'll just put this in.
Yeah, can you put it in the spreadsheet so then we can see the latest values?
Okay. Sure. Which sheet is this?
It's in the group standings.
All right. I'll put it over here. Anyone can feel free to contest my numbers.
Yep. We'll run a quick double check to make sure you didn't make a typo when adding it up.
Yep.
All right, while we're doing the final bit of the number crunching, I'll have to thank everyone for joining us in the stream today. Thank you so much for watching, for participating in the tournament. Even if you didn't make the game 2, I know a lot of players spent a bunch of time practicing and playing with their team and trying to improve on their champs. So thank you all for playing, and I hope you had a wonderful experience. And special shout out to all the captains who played today. Being a captain does require some extra work with coordination and drafting, but without you, we wouldn't be able to run a tournament. So thank you all the captains. All right, and we've done the calculation for the average win time, and it seems like Kalesvol is in first place with average win time of 30 minutes and 57 seconds. Kiny has abrahampark is in second seed with an average win time of 32 minutes 29 seconds. And Kiny is unfortunately knocked out as third seed with an average win time of 42 minutes and 23 seconds, with one of the longest Summer LoL games in history of 55 minutes and 19 seconds against SK Telecom T1. So, All right. At this point, we've decided on the teams that will be playing in the tournament tomorrow, and any closing remarks from any of the
So
casters?
also, we'll be organizing for anyone who is not playing tomorrow and has lost our little arena tournament consolation prize. So look for the details for that in the chat shortly.
All right. Thanks for that announcement. I think on that note, we'll call it for the stream for today. Come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll be streaming the semi-finals games and the finals right after. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Signing off.
Bye.